Hello and welcome. Last night at the White House Correspondents Dinner, a gunman fired shots in an attempt to break through security and get into the venue.
But we now do have some video of the moment where the president was rushed off the stage. Let us watch that now.
You know, what occurs to me as we're watching this as well, we just said Erica Kirk was in this room.
She was.
She was in this room.
There are reports.
As well.
There are reports that she was seen crying as she was leaving the room as well. People who did see her there made that note. Obviously, this had to be very, very traumatic.
We have Caitlin Collins on the line for some more insight. Caitlin Collins, we're listening. What's happening?
Hey guys, obviously, I mean, this is a total state of chaos right now in the ballroom, and we're seated maybe 50 feet from the stage where the president was up there, the First Lady Melania Trump.
Here for now.
Security is telling us that everything's okay. The shooter, there was a shooter? 1 second, guys, I'm literally, what happened?
They're trying to identify it now.
Where was the shooter?
Somewhere out there.
In the lobby? In the lobby? All right, control. All right, guys. I just want you to know this is not verified. We're just listening to what's happening right now. But we have security around us, and it's Secret Service because there's a lot of members of the administration here. The Secretary of Education is seated right next to me.
Hello and welcome. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Politics and media have always been joined to the hip. That is why Thomas Jefferson once said that if forced to choose between the press and the government, he will choose the newspapers. And Arthur Miller put it this way, that a good newspaper is nothing less than a nation talking to itself. But what happens when the conversation is under threat? Just a day after a gunman attempted to attack the White House Correspondents Dinner, an event where power meets the press, what is the state of the national dialogue in America and across the world? And as Nigeria edges towards the high-stakes 2027 elections, we must ask, who is speaking, who is listening, and who has been pushed to the sidelines? How is the conversation shaping for the political elite? How is the media holding up its end? And what about the masses living with the consequences of both? On our show today, media practitioner and consultant Precious Enyi joins us to take the pulse of the nation. As the political temperature rises, she offers us insights from both sides of the divide. The people who make the news and the people whose lives are shaped by it. Please join me in welcoming to the show, Precious Enyi. Precious, welcome to the show.
My own, thank you. My name is Precious Enyi, not Enyi.
Oh,
Enyi, please, not Enyi.
Enyi.
My father, when he was alive, would tell you that my name is Enyi. I'm your friend.
Enyi. Okay. Enyi is better than Enyi. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know his Igbo name actually. I didn't know.
It's Enyi. It's
Okay.
Enyi, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice. I didn't know that. And that's your last name, Enyi.
Thank you. That's my last name.
Wow. I like that. That's a good name to name
As
it.
friendly as friend can be.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I never thought about that as an
What
Igbo
is
name.
it?
Yeah. All right. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much.
Thank
I know you are busy. You just left a show where you are moderating and
I'm going back to another one
and
too. So
when do you rest? Anyway, we'll get to that. But
Okay.
let's start with what happened yesterday in Washington. I know it's maybe headlines across the world. I don't know how it is
I
playing.
saw that late last night, and there was I don't know what. Just go ahead.
Did he make it to the Nigerian papers?
I think so. I saw that. I saw that all over social media. First of all, I mean, social media is the first place you get information these days, and not just our papers. So
Yeah, when I say papers, that's the start. It doesn't mean like TV and all that.
yes, I saw it across social media.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So what are people saying? How are people reading it?
So from the Nigerian angles, very interesting reactions from Nigerians. So from the Nigerian angles, some people look at it like another stunt, Baba, nobody there after you, that kind of thing. While others look at it that some people are even saying, nobody will kill Donald Trump in Jesus' name. He's here to fulfill the word of God. God ordained him, and it's only God that can take him away. So there's just that mixed reaction from Nigerians about what's going on in the United States.
So knowing that in Nigeria we have people who allegedly planned a coup, they are being tried behind the scene because the media is not allowed in there. We don't know what's going on. Do you think something like this will impact the political environment, or even the politicians, our own politicians? Do they care that there is tension in the country?
Tension in the US will affect our own politicians. I mean, they'll be happy that there is tension safe, so that Trump will remove his eyes from Nigeria. I don't understand.
No, what I mean. Okay, I go what you're saying.
I'm being a typical Nigerian, responding with the question.
Wow. So the people there are people who believe that this is not real, according to what people you've talked to or people you had any conversation with. Is that?
Yes, some people think that it's not real. Some people think it's just another stunt by Donald Trump. I mean, they also feel that first one was a stunt to, make him get it for his popularity's sake and all of that. I mean, midterm elections are coming up in the United States. So they just feel like it's a stunt. That's what some people feel. Others are praying very hard that it happens so that he would stay clear what's going on in Nigeria. That's the reactions I've seen on social media. These are not my personal opinions. They're reactions. There are some of us who are social media consumers silently. We just go there and read comments and look at what people are saying. That's actually what I do. I'm actually very clumsy managing my personal social media, but I'm very good at extracting what's going on social media. And that's, part of it. While others see Trump as, from what I filter I get from social media, others see Trump as someone who is doing something extraordinary, who was sent by God in their own language to do something, in fact, to get rid of the bad guys in the world and the bad people in the world generally. And that has to live to fulfill that purpose. Others yap them for thinking that way. So it's just, a potpourri of all sorts.
As a media professional, do you see this? Because we know that this was supposed to be the first time he was attending that conference, that dinner, and this happened. And he's been having this off and on relationship with the media. Do you see this as a way, because here the interpretation is always about the relationship between the government and the media, and that this actually, I'm reading that people are saying that the media should be careful now how they cover Trump. That they are the ones, and from the right, they are the ones who are instigating people, making people to be angry, and for them to take these kinds of actions. So how is the media relationship in Nigeria between the government and the media practitioners like you?
Child, but this way they do me no good though.
No, I just say it's a simple,
So just in the wake of the Iran, Israel, and US war, Trump has spoken to the media in the US more than all Nigerian presidents would have spoken to Nigerians, if you look at it that way. I don't know if I'm wrong, but I mean, look at the statistics. The only Nigerian president you could give kudos for being very upfront with such conversation would be Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar. Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan used to have that media chat once, I think it was quarterly or so.
Yeah, once every.
Where he would say, and they take in calls. I mean, Obasanjo will even speak your language. when he in such conversations. If you're Hausa, he speaks Hausa to you. Remember those? We have totally lost. Like, since APC came into government, in fact, now look, if the money talk to us, go happy. Hey, they talk to us today. Thank God, though. Stuff like that. But forgetting that, communicating with the people that you lead is a very critical aspect of leadership itself. But let me just rest it at that.
Now, I understand the president may not be comfortable talking to the media. What about other people like ministers? Do they periodically talk to the media? Do you have access to it?
So I speaking as a Nigerian journalist living in Nigeria, I would like to say that if you look at it from the sense of what it is, you'll find out that political office holders generally, whether appointed or elected, actually cherry pick media houses they can grant interviews.
What are the conditions? How do they choose? Do you know?
If they're not comfortable with your platform, if they think that you would ask them questions, I'll throw them under the bus and stuff like that, they will not even pay attention to you. You beg and beg and beg, they will not answer you. That is, we beg, I think in the country where you people are, from what I have read, the politicians try everything possible to communicate with the people to make it look like they're working, to show them what they're doing. But here, now we beg them, say, come and tell us what you're doing. I don't know if you understand. We have to beg that please come. We need to know what you're doing. And
now, Precious, I'm thinking, are you talking about independent media or the establishment, the legacy ones? Because I don't know if it's true, I heard that they actually pay to summon the media to come and hear them speak. Like Wike, that thing Wike does every month. Is it you can't hear me?
Oh, Rudolph, I don't like this here. At the place where they carry me go, I know, like, you don't they carry me go where I know. I know they like these places where they carry me go.
No, I just want people.
So, but in reality, I like us to cut Nigerian media some slack. You see, the way things happen in the countries where you guys come from, it's not the way things happen here. The media establishments may be well funded, well paid, and all of those. We don't have that working for us here in Nigeria. There are major ways that media houses make money in Nigeria. Media buyings, your adverts and all that, sponsorship of programs, live shows, like, when you have people who come and buy your show and be pay for this time slot, you understand? And then you have a situation where you can have media coverage, politicians who say, oh, we're having this campaign, come and cover this live. You understand? They pay for it. But aside all of those, how do you think they make money? Because most of these things that you're saying put together would barely fund the media house adequately, considering the staff strength of most media houses. So it's not easy. So most media organizations in Africa or Nigeria, as a case study, are still largely funded by politicians, either directly or indirectly. And that's where we have a problem. So because they're largely funded by politicians, we would have to protect interests, however it is. Because if you cannot say you will not take money from a politician for you to have a show. And now, you see, the way I watched this, there was an interview I watched from, I think, Truth Nigeria, and it was painful, but it's the sad reality of what's going on in Nigeria in terms of journalism, where the only way you can actually get genuine news from politicians is when they call for press conference and invite you, and then they say something and you take what they say. That's what we call news. Do you understand? So it's not like we can catch the president off guard and report this and about him. There must be a press conference that would have called, or his communications people will put out a communique or stuff like that and will report it. You see, that's the way it functions in Nigeria. It is very sad, but it is true. All of the things happening in Nigeria, do you think it's because all these Oyibo people that are coming here can report it more than us? You think they understand the terrain of Nigeria more than us, and that's why they can go to the front line and report these things more than us? But even when they report it, how can they air it if there are interests involved that may stop them from airing it? If there is, I like to put emphasis on that. So it's a lot of problem. And the example you give about Wiki and all of that. So a media house go buy airtime. Go get airtime, spend money for diesel. Do you know how much you spend in diesel to sustain their effectiveness and functionality? And will pay staff. And then they will not come and be answering Wiki every day without him paying money. I don't understand. Now you get the station. Do you understand?
Yeah.
It's something that is likely to happen without a paycheck.
Mhm.
It's not likely. I am not saying he paid for it, but it's unlikely that it will happen, considering the fact that these media houses have to run.
No, I understand. Let me just say that in the West, the media is also in trouble. If you look at Washington Post, New York Times, they lay off people. They don't know the model that will save them. They're actually in trouble, but it's not as severe as it is in Nigeria. But if so, let's say Wike paid. I'm not saying that he did. Let's say he paid for me to come and represent my media or media house at his conference. How will I be able to ask him questions that that might not be comfortable?
How will I do what? I beg your pardon.
How will I be able to? Do you still have the right and to be able to ask questions that are important, not even uncomfortable, important questions? If he paid for you to come and paid for you.
Have you ever seen them ask Wiki such questions and he says, can you ask me that kind of question? Have you ever heard that before?
And what happens after?
And he may not want to answer, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Okay, we'll come back to the media, but let me ask you, because there's also something that happened yesterday. We touched on Trump and what happened at the White Washington. But let me show you a little video of what is going on in Mali. Sometimes we don't touch on African countries and what is happening there. But let's see.
A lot of concern about the increasing intensity of attacks by Janim, the terror group that's backed by Al-Qaeda, that we're now seeing in Bamako, in the northern suburb of Bamako, but also reportedly in the airport. We've also seen videos coming out from the north, from Kidal. Now, this is a town that the Malian army, along with Russian Wagner troops, now Africa Corps, took over in November 2023. As the UN peacekeeping troops were withdrawing. And what that did is that actually consolidated a partnership between Tuareg rebels in the north and jihadist groups. And that's what we're seeing play out today. We're seeing rebels work alongside JNIM and other jihadist groups up in the north to take over cities, big cities like Kidal. Then we're seeing these jihadist groups managed to infiltrate the capital, Bamako. Now, what's concerning about this is the fact that Mali, along with Burkina Faso and Niger, are a part of this coalition of Sahelian states that have broken away from the Western-backed coalition, ECOWAS, and are all facing jihadist insurgency. Now, these groups, these countries are led by juntas, military leaders that took over in a series of coups. And the concern now is, what does this mean for other cities in the region? What does it mean for the capital, Burkina Faso?
All right. So something like this, is it something that people in Nigeria pay attention to? This is Africa.
Now, this is one of the reasons I've started what I do, because I feel like it's important for Nigerians to be informed and know what's going on. A few Nigerians are just worried about their immediate circle and what concerns them at that time alone, and forgetting that there are broader issues that would, of course, affect them at the end of the day. What is going on in Mali, Burkina? I mean, what is going on in Africa generally? It's more like a calculated thing. If you X-ray the situation in Mali, it's almost looking exactly like what's going on in Nigeria, and they're closing in on the capital, Bamako, like you just said, like the report just said, and almost every indices of what's going on in Mali, it's actually playing out in Nigeria, and we may think is a play. But the question is, to what end? What do they really want? Who funds those people? What is fueling these attacks? And then for a country like Mali that already have juntas, we would say that, oh, there are Western interests that don't want these juntas to succeed because they want them to be democratic. And of course, definitely because of the mineral resources and all of that they have there. And that's what some people will say. But should they be Islamic forces? Should they be involved in most of the things going on? Like the reporter mentioned, I didn't say that. And what is Africa doing or not doing right to attract this level of extremism? There are lots of questions to be asked that I don't have answers to. But answering your question directly, most Nigerians barely understand the gravity of what's going on. except now that the killing has become so much. Before now, a lot of us within this part, if not for social media, a lot of us, because the media, the mainstream media do not report them adequately, most of us within the South are even unaware of what Benue, Plateau, and the rest of them are going through. Most of the times, we're barely aware, and it's very unfortunate.
So is it because it's not being reported or that people don't care about it? I want to know, because sometimes...
Because it is underreported. It's not because it's not, it's barely reported. All of the things that you see on social media, how many of them do you see in mainstream media reported? And at the gravity at which is going on, how many of them do you see? I said this before and I'll say it again. I interviewed a young man who's, whose life was in danger. He's from Goza, Borno State, and he survived the Goza massacre. I interviewed him, and at that time there was a threat, on his life. And I did call a few colleagues from mainstream media. Could you please help me interview this guy? Give him that platform so that whoever it is that is threatening his life will know that he now has some attraction, and then they would leave him. Almost every media house I call, so no go fit air this kind of thing. So no go fit air. This is between you and I, and it's unfortunate. I feel bad. Sometimes I feel like I have a magic wand to turn things around. And it's, in all honesty, it's not because they may not also want to, but they cannot allow some people appear bad or look bad because of their reportage. And understand that there are also vested interests. And remember that there are places where funds are coming from and monies are coming from. So it's a combination of almost everything put together. And it's very sad where we are. Yes, people are unaware because it is barely reported or underreported.
Let's come back to Nigeria. So what happened yesterday in Ibadan? Is it yesterday? There has to be...
Yes, the Ibadan coalition opposition.
Yeah, what all happened?
Oh, so political parties came together, opposition political parties came together and said, had a meeting that they must work together to bring a united force against, in the 2027 election, basically. And they made a couple of declarations, including the fact that they have to all support a unified candidate. And they all also said they don't want Amopito to be the INEC chairman, that he seemed to be biased. I think that's part of their declaration. And the fact that they also told the National Assembly to ensure that they work on the clauses that would enable election rigging in the 2026 election as a matter of urgency. And those were few other stuffs they mentioned.
Everybody came. Who and who were there?
I think Obasanjo was there. I think the meeting was at his behest, so I won't believe. So Obasanjo was there. You had all the opposition parties, the Turaki faction of the PDP were there, the NNPP, Kwankwaso faction, and all that were there, and of course the ADC guys were all there.
So Shawara was not there.
No, he's not that opposition that will be there.
He said again, I didn't hear what he said.
It's not that opposition that will be there. I mean, he stated it clearly before that he can't be part of that this group of opposition. So he already said that. So,
so some people are interpreting that to mean that they all agreed that there will be one candidate for the main opposition party. Is that what you understand?
Yes, only one candidate for, the opposition put together. Yes.
You think that will work? You think Peter Obi and if Atiku becomes the candidate, Peter Obi will give up the...
Well, I think, and to be frank, most people have also stated this in the past, that it is time the opposition understood that they must put up a united force, if they would defeat President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I think they understand what is at stake. However, if people are, I do not know if people will be willing to keep their interests aside to ensure they do that. But if the opposition actually know what they're doing, I do not think that bringing someone who's a bit more older and who would be barely active than the person who already have in power would be a solution to Nigeria's problem. So I think that they will be smart enough to know exactly what to do.
Mm-hmm. Now, for those who are watching, Precious will not be here with us on the program with us for a long time. So we are going to cut short my interview so that we'll let you come in and interact with her. So let me ask you a few more questions about the media and the coverage of the election 2027. After the Hassan the interview with David Bowler in London, it appeared that there were a lot of attention on the media and how practitioners do their job. Did you feel that? Did you feel that pressure after that interview?
The interview with Hassan.
Hassan, yeah.
I don't feel any kind of pressure. I don't
People
feel.
didn't appear on your platform and
I
say.
do not think that Hassan did anything that Nigerian journalists will not do. So the question is, will the politicians even respond to the Nigerian journalists in that manner? It's a different thing. See, first of all, I want to believe that Bola would have gone there to market himself and his boss. That would have been the intention. But fortunately, that was a marketing, done wrong or gone wrong rather. So I don't think Hassan did anything that we wouldn't do. I don't think so. There are different ways you ask questions. For me, I do not believe that I must force my guest to believe in my opinion for me to show that he's not answering the question. If I ask you once, I go back again and ask you again, I refuse to answer. Let the guest or audience decide whether or not you've answered that question. I don't have to shove it into your throat to make you look like you're stupid for the world to know that you've been stupid for not answering that question. So people have their different approaches to interviews and conversation. But again, Hassan was fantastic. But I don't think he did anything that any Nigerian presenter or journalist wouldn't have done. No, I don't think so.
Well, why did people, on several platforms, if you read comments, like you say, I also go around and read comments and see what people are saying. You see people kind of saying that this is what your people should be doing.
So the problem around that is because of the Nigerian environment. See, Nigeria is a country where there is freedom of speech, but no freedom after speech. You understand? So people may go ahead to ask such questions with such receipts. Do you understand? But what is their liberty after such interview? That's a problem. So because a politician may feel embarrassed, do you think if Hassan was in Nigeria, he wouldn't have been arrested? If he was a Nigerian and in Nigeria, with the way things are, you think he wouldn't have been arrested for embarrassing the president's spokesperson? Say the truth. The much you know about Nigeria. So that's why Nigerian journalists cherry pick and carefully choose the way they ask questions to their guests. Not because Nigeria is a place where once you have a issue, you see the bond bread issue with the woman. Once you have a bit of power, you can use it to oppress the next person. And people are careful. How much do you even think these journalists earn in the first place? That they will spend the rest of their money in litigations?
Yeah, I would. My thinking is that if that were to be in Nigeria, that maybe the owner of the media house will fire him.
First of all, not because he would want to fire him, because they will first of all tell their interest. I'll say, if you don't fire that guy, you're in trouble. If you don't find him, you're in trouble. You don't understand. Oh, okay.
Now, because this is something I want the Nigerian viewers and readers of newspapers to understand. Another thing you mentioned is about payment, how much people are paid, the financing of the media. That's something that people don't understand. People think that the media is making money, and that why shouldn't people go to, if something is happening in Calabar, why shouldn't you leave Lagos and go to Calabar and cover it? If it happens in Maiduguri, why don't you go there? Why is it that you are sitting in Lagos and you are talking when things are happening? Like, I give an example, when the Sokoto, when the bombing, the Trump, December 10, they were saying, where is the picture? Why is the media not there? Why is the media? Why can't you people leave Lagos and go and get us videos, talk to the people on what do you say to that?
Okay, so first of all, I like to say this and emphasize on it. Media is a highly capital intensive business, very highly capital intensive. If I owned a media house, at the same time, I would need my reporters to go report the Sokoto issue. They would have been going to report other issues too. They would have gone to one or two places. How much do I need to mobilize them to fund them on those different trips? That takes a lot of money, however we look at it. And because it's not something that is immediately profitable, so people calculate and cut their losses, or entrepreneurs calculate and cut their losses. And another thing is, you go and cover. You may go there and you'll not be able to cover anything because the military or the people in charge would have cordoned off that area to make sure that you do not cover to present the country in a light that they don't want you to see. So it's also a different thing entirely. So speaking about people not going, do you know if there are people who even perhaps indicated interest to go? I think I saw News Central or so do a few work concerning that, But it takes a lot. Remember, you're going to a terrain that is highly dangerous because of the insecurity. So they will go to the security. They may, perhaps go with handful of security personnel, chartered vehicles, and all of this. It takes a lot. How much the media houses they make? They're not making money. So I don't know if I've said this before. It's easier for banks in Nigeria to fund a politician who is contesting for an election than to fund it to open a media house. Because media is not an immediately lucrative or profitable business. So it's not that easy to make money. Okay, how would they get the fund? If somebody was to send, a media house were to send someone on that report, the money they'll spend for flight from wherever they are, the nearest station, to get to that place, for flight for the cameraman and the reporter, 2 people, and then they'll hire security, they'll hire vehicles for mobilization. They may spend at least 2 to 3 million naira. Where would they get it back from? Where would they get it back from? So as much as it is their job to do, but people have to do the job within the means that they can afford at that time. That's one of the issues or constraints that media houses in Nigeria have.
Mm. Now, talking about funding, I don't know how much you know about grants that is supporting. These grants are supporting media houses we have in Nigeria, so many of them. People have raised issues about that. Who is giving you grants, and how are these grants? What are the constraints? What are the conditions that you may not be free to cover what you want to cover because you have grants? Do you think that, I don't know, if you have an idea of what's going on, do you think that media houses can survive without that extra support? Because
I don't think so. In fact, media houses in Nigeria are not even surviving. They are just floating. I kid you not. It takes a lot. Do you know there are media houses who owe months, years of salaries? It's hard to pay salaries. I mean, there are people who have said that they own media houses and they tell you that I've given you the platform, use it to make money, don't ask me for salary. Do you understand? It's hard for media houses to stay afloat. Very, very difficult. You want to talk about equipment. Media equipment and sustainability is very expensive. And then because there are basic things that should help businesses function in Nigeria that Nigerians still lack, like electricity, lights. If I tell you how much media houses burn in diesel to stay afloat. In fact, because of that, some have to do epileptic supply. So they'll come on in the morning, close around 4 p.m. just so that they can sustain. It's not easy. And you know that for you to be able to have, good generators, because of the kind of equipment we still use these days, you need high power generators because of the kind of equipment we still use. So it's difficult for media houses to stay afloat. So that's why sometimes, when those of you in the diaspora try to be too hard on Nigerians, and I'm like, you guys don't understand how this works. It's not easy. It's hard for any media house to function without grants. Even the ones in your United States, they must have grants. But then again, a lot of people are careful where they get their grants from. For instance, what I do, I have the desire to turn into a full-fledged media house. Albert's just online, not mainstream. But then again, I am very careful. I want to fund it by myself. When people ask me for money, I say, don't worry, I don't want money. Because I don't want tomorrow they tell me that because you're taking fund from this place now, you're now a US agent or somebody is funding you. I don't want. So I don't like anything that's got to do with me taking money from anybody for any reason. But then again, it may be impossible for me to fulfill that dream because I need fund to make it happen. Because it's a highly capital intensive business, very capital intensive. From the equipment that you have to buy to the sustainability of the business and all of that in an environment where you don't have basic necessities. Internet connectivity. There are things that would help the business move forward that we do not have. And these things are pricey. How do we afford them? But unfortunately, we're where we are.
What about public funding, where you solicit funds from people, regular people, not from organizations, not from founders?
Which regular people, no vex? I don't know. Maybe there's something I don't know.
No, I'm not. Seriously, in America here, there are public media. They depend on people's donation. $50, $20, $12.
So Nigerians will not donate money to your media for your media to stay afloat. You see, anywhere you are, you have to behave and gauge your mind to the thinking of those people. Nigeria is not an easy place for you to just get funding for such thing. Public funding. People will not contribute money for you. In the first place, the interest to have that money may not even want you to stay afloat, because you go against them one day and you do things that will be against them. So why would they fund you? And the ones that want to fund you, you would have to protect their interest. Do you understand? So you have to keep a blind eye when they do some things they do, or not to be, or you ensure that you're not too hard on them when it comes to something that they do wrong or do not do right. And then, have you been a fair media if you do that?
I know an organization that set up funding from people, and what happened was some people were giving money. You know, one guy gave $2,000 and started doing what you just said now. You know, called the media and said, "Look, why did you publish this? You shouldn't publish this." And the reaction of the media was to say, "You know what? If this is the way it's going to be," they said that they won't take anything more than $20 from anybody. So you don't feel that your own money, because you brought something more than other people, you have to dictate what the media should cover. But I understand that. But I wanted to come out from you, because people need to know some of the loopholes and challenges that media practitioners feel.
So it's a lot of challenge. It's a lot of challenge. And I've been asked that question about how I get funded myself. I have a business. First of all, I run an outsourcing marketing customer service company that I've established since 2014, while I was still working in Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, because that's my background in journalism. And I'm also a media consultant, because I do a lot of, in case you do not know, in case when I get work for me, I do documentaries, I write documentaries, and I produce fantastic documentaries. I have a degree in theater arts, by the way, background in theater arts. So because I have that mixture of production and directing and all that, so it's my forte. So I produce documentaries. I've done for a couple of state governments even. I think I produced one for Adeliki's midterm last year, and it was a fantastic job. So I do those for companies and organizations. So because I have a personal thing I do for money, that's how I fund what I'm doing, and that's the interest. And it's difficult because I have staff I pay every month. For instance, I'm very clumsy with social media. Any post on my social media would have been somebody who posted it. I don't know how to keep up with the Gen Z's social media. So I don't like to focus on my weakness. I pay attention on my strengths and forget about my weakness. I can outsource my weakness. Talking is my strength. And almost everything I do takes a lot of talking. So I handle people's customer service as though you were them. You understand? That's part of what I do. So doing marketing for you, doing code calling, customer service, telemarketing and all that, it's something that is at the tip of my fingers, because it's got to do with talking. It's something I'm very comfortable with, and I rather spend my time dealing with that business than struggling with social media. I'm only going to social media to feed my eyes and see what's going on. So for people like us, because we're self-funded, it's very difficult to expand and to get something bigger. For instance, I have the intention to self-host someday and perhaps get to satellite, employ more staff, even presenters and all those, even get reporters. I should be able to have stringers, what we call stringers across board, that I can just pay to be fielding me reports on things happening around their areas. But I can't afford that yet, so I'm not even doing that yet, and it's very unfortunate, right? So it's a lot. So it's a lot for somebody who wants to own or run a successful media business to succeed in Nigeria. And it's always a challenge, especially when people think that, with mainstream media. The reason why I said perhaps will not need to be mainstream, but just to remain alternative media, as it were. Because if you look at the way the mainstream media is in the world, there's almost no mainstream media that is without their own bias, even in the United States there. And that's why you call the CNNs the far left and the Foxes of this world the far right. It's always like that. There's always an interest. And because their interest abound, reports and news from those media houses would go in line with their interest and what it says. But then how do people know the truth? And that's alternative media is gradually becoming a thing. And that's what I'm focusing on that. So you find that people are more likely to get genuine stories from online than from mainstream media. Because the mainstream media stories will come with its bias, whichever way the bias goes. For instance, I would rather, as a media practitioner, chase the story behind the war than to chase the war itself. Why is Israel, Iran, US at loggerheads? What is the main interest? Who is gaining from the war? Why would they be gaining from the war? Those are the questions I would rather ask than looking at, Israel has bombarded Iran. Iran is overpowered. I would rather not look at that because I like to look at the interests that are vested, what's going on, who is behind it. People are saying that at the end of the day, this may be, beyond, this may not just be about Iran, but more of China, whom US sees as an economic competitor than Iran. So I like to look at conversations from that angle than looking at it from whatever it is that Iran, US, and Israel will be doing at that time. But for you to even dig deeper in most of this conversation, you must have footings on the ground. For instance, I could as well have footings somewhere in Iran. People will just send me random information, but I have to pay them. Getting all of this information is not so hard, but you use money to chase money. So if you cannot afford to use all the money you have now to chase money, you still maintain where you are at the moment while you hope to grow in future.
Okay, I have one more question maybe, and then we'll bring in people who want to interact with you. I know you won't stay long. We agreed on 90 minutes. It's over 30 minutes or 40 minutes. All right, something happened a few weeks ago, I think 2 weeks ago on your show, and we discussed that here, and I wanted to hear your viewpoint. I'll play a little bit of that video, and then we...
Going through now is what the DRC was going through maybe 15, 20 years ago. For the same reasons, and it's being organized by the exact same people. For the longest time, there is a misconception that the natural resource wealth of Nigeria is concentrated in the Niger Delta region or in the southern part of Nigeria. That is completely untrue. The bulk of Nigeria's natural resource endowment is actually concentrated in the north and the middle belt, specifically the middle belt. There is a very large amount of artists
Persecuted because their focus is Nigeria.
Okay.
Their focus is Nigeria.
Okay.
So I want to see an avenue where I can help my people.
Which interest organization gets for waiting the gun for Nigeria?
Precious, equipping the persecuted has been working in Nigeria for the past 8 years. 8 years. It has been working in Nigeria. Josol first went to Nigeria. Josol, the executive director,
yes,
first went to Nigeria in 2011 with his grandfather who was a missionary. You have white missionaries and expensive, good and fine. But the Rwandan genocide, that is the most popular genocide in Africa. Were they millionaires who executed the genocide? Were they not just slippers-wearing people? Were they not the name society? None whatsoever. In the United States government here, confess, they say USID, this was what they were doing. Trump's government, to the extent that Trump has to stop funding them.
Everyone who is listening to this or watching this conversation probably is going to fall into two groups. There are those who, no matter what evidence is presented in front of them, they need the emotionally satisfying explanation, and they are going to get it from him. Right, so I guess that's not my audience, right? The people I'm speaking to are people who have decided intentionally to be intelligent. I understand.
David, can I take a moment? Because I'm sorry, but speaking from the perspective of an average human who have lost loved ones because of this massacre, would it be fair to call them emotional if the people who killed them say we're killing you?
It's not so funny. I was listening to
you.
I was just imagining.
Please, sorry.
If we're here to listen to you drone for 30 minutes, then let me know.
How can you
right?
call us emotional?
So if we're here to just listen to you drone for 30 minutes, you can just let me know so that I can leave you to drone by yourself. Right? It's supposed to be a conversation. So if I don't get to speak and you just want to hear yourself talk, I can leave it for you so you can hear yourself talk. If that's what you want. No, if that's what you want, just say so. All you have to do is just say the word. Right? If you love the sound of your voice so much, all you have to do, like, what is all this nonsense? Precious, since you are here to waste your time and hours, I'm just going to...
Can you just calm down? Let people just have their thoughts, please. People actually have actual...
Why is she here to waste my time and you are letting her do it? I'm holding you responsible for this.
All right.
What happened?
Where?
Do you get this every week?
Yes, what exactly?
These kinds of interactions.
Not every week, but once in a while. Okay, so frankly speaking, what I actually invited both people because David is somebody I have a lot of love for, and I sense that to him. He knows I have a lot of love and respect for David, and I genuinely worry about him because I feel like a few times I just stay back and I think that if those of us in Nigeria that were still hustling and still walking around are finding life this difficult, how much more someone on the run, right? So I totally understand how difficult it can be, and I have a lot of love and respect for him. So when there was need to interview Barrister Otto, and I had to seek David's consent to say, you know what, can I interview you together with Barrister Otto? Because I wanted Nigerians, as I said earlier, what I do is to give information to Nigerians, or to break down the core of what I do is to break down these conversations around politics, governance, economy to the barest minimum. And I always make at the speech in English the grammar. So the idea not be to use grammar, because oftentimes people run away from this conversation because of the language of presentation. So I thought if I simplify it, add a touch of sarcasm and humor here and there, it could help people understand and go with the flow more. So that's why I do what I do. And then I thought that Nigerians will be more informed if they hear from both sides and decide what to pick and what not to pick. And that was actually what I brought them. But unfortunately, it went the way it went. I'm not happy about the way it went. But then things like this happen on shows. I mean, it happens all over the world. So I don't think this is the first place it's happening. So that's why I asked you what's happened. It's nothing new. It is what it is. It's part of the job. So it's not a problem. Except you have specific questions, and I'm really open to answering them.
So like I said at the beginning, that there's more attention on what we do, and it impacts everybody. I've had potential guests that are called, and they feel that all your online media, that you are out of control. We can, like we said, they can control. They can call the owner of Arise TV and say, look, this guy is, I don't like what he's. There's nobody to call. In your own case, you are the one that is in charge, and you are the one doing the interview. And if they don't like what you're doing, they will just say, no, we're not going to come, because they don't want. So I'm trying to say that, is it the tension in the land that is making conversations to be tense too, or what is it?
How do you mean by tense conversation? Because
no. What I mean is that,
you think this particular interview was tensed?
Yeah, I think so. No,
I think it wasn't tense. I think it was just an issue of misunderstanding, and it happens anywhere in the world. It's a clear issue of misunderstanding. As a matter of fact, both people would have listened to each other, both guests would have listened to each other and agreed with each other if they both came with an open mind. And that is what didn't happen. One person feels offended, the other person feels that, what trash are you doing? So it's just the way it is. People have the right to feel what they feel. On one hand, David feels that Uto is a paid agent or a traitor for working for a Jutsol who owns a charity organization, whom perhaps benefits from the crisis in Nigeria, because the Westerners are the ones who put us in this crisis. And Barasoto, and he feels that there's something like Christian genocide. So anybody who's saying that is just looking at the surface. They're not looking beyond the surface. He may be right in his own way. While Barasoto feels that if there is something like Christian genocide, why did Othman Danfodio make the statement he made about dipping the Quran into the ocean? And why is it looking like almost everything that has been happening in Nigeria is systematically working towards achieving that purpose and all of that? Why can people not, even including areas where they do not have natural resources in their villages, why are people displaced in those villages and are not allowed to get back to their villages? Why do we have people of a particular religion living in those villages today, renaming people's villages to their own if it doesn't have a religious coloration? So you see, while Frank may be also right in his own perspective, David is also right in his own perspective. It's now how to marry these two together that became an issue, because perhaps one of them were intolerant of the other. So that's just all. It's not a big deal. It happens.
But I mean, at the end of after the interview, David wrote on his social media and some things about...
Oh yeah, he insulted me a lot too and called me idiot and all that, but it's fine. So you see, this kind of things happen. And I don't want to dig deeper into what played out in the conversation. As I said earlier, David is somebody I respect a lot, and I respect Barrister Otto a lot too. And I'm in between two guests and two beautiful, amazing, intelligent men that I respect. I cannot give preference to one over the other. In fact, if I remember what happened that day at the backstage, Barrister was running late for the interview. It was supposed to be, I think, 30 minutes earlier. He was running late, and he said he was running late. I could have started with David, but I said, you know what, let me reach out. And I already told him that, no, David cleared his schedule for this interview. It would be unfair for me to keep him waiting. Please, this is not fair. And he said, please, just give me 30 minutes. I had to screenshot that message I sent to David. This is what this guest is saying. What do you think? Would you rather I go on with you or you would wait? He said, no, fine, you would wait. You see, there was that communication, because I had to ensure that. And I even told him, I said, I don't want to come off as being biased over, any other person. So I had to make the communication clear with you too. So it is what it is. The part that I do not agree with David as an audience is that he insulted the audience, including you who will go and watch that video tomorrow. Because from the moment I started taking calls, he murmured and said, I cannot be here listening to this with more people. The fact that people disagree with your opinion does not make them foolish or stupid. So you may have an opinion, but you should have an open mind to also see their own aspect of argument. There may also be a possibility that your own opinion is correct and their own is correct. And maybe both things can be happening at the same time. Who knows? We can't tell. But your intolerance or ability to understand or see reasons, at least to the lightless or littlest minimum of what the other person is, the other person's perspective, is actually what got us where we are. So the only aspect I have issues with is, in fact, that was why I perhaps allowed more callers to go on, because people hearing him say, I can't be here and listen to more people, and now hear me cut off all the callers. You can even see the way I was rushing the callers. Hurry up. You need to go watch the full video. I was rushing them. I deliberately started with David because I wanted him to exhaust his opinion, and he did extensively, because I wanted people to learn. Again, the idea was not to bring them at loggerheads with each other. It was for people to learn. And that was why I started with his own perspective. Let people hear and understand him first. But you don't go calling your fellow panelist traitor because he works for a white man. Now everything when white man do us, not everything white man do us now. So even if the white people did it to us, there is a possibility that even if he's even a traitor, and even if the person he's working with is the reason why we are where we are, there's a possibility that he may not even know. He may just have, in his opinion, be doing an honest work. He doesn't know. So there are different ways to this conversation, and I think it's just one of those things that happen. And then again, of course, that's why we keep saying that the Nigerian security issue is multifaceted. It's diverse. In fact, it's hydra-headed. We know that, but our ability to calm down and see reasons with each other matters a lot. Again, I repeat, while we know that they are vested interest. I mean, who are the people mining our mineral resources today? Even the mineral resources we have, I keep asking that question even in my show. Almost all the mineral resources we have in the north, why are they not captured in our budgets? Why do we always benchmark our budgets with crude oil? Why are the rest mineral resources not captured in our budgets? What is wrong? What is going on? And the thing is that it is not possible for white people to use you or somebody else to use you if you haven't made yourself a willing tool to be used. I don't think it's possible. I think that these people have understood that the Nigerians or Africans are actually very greedy by themselves. Who sold us to slave trade? Is it not our own selves? Who were they using to punish ourselves? Is it not our own selves? So they took advantage of our greed and our superiority against each other, and they used that against us. So if there was no loophole or agenda to do anything, the white man would not see where to take that advantage from. Where is it that, I think I had another guest here that on Monday or so ask that question. The conquered territories, why do they hoist Islamic flag there and call them Islamic caliphates? That, like you have in Gaza. Why would they call Gaza an Islamic, that they have conquered it is an Islamic caliphate? Why do they do that if there is no interest? So you now realize that there may be a possibility that more than one thing could be happening at the same time. My grounds with all of this is that genuine human beings are dying. See, I have spoken to people. I am currently in a bid to try to rebuild a house for a woman whose husband was killed by these people. She lost all her children. She was burnt. I know the pain in that woman's eyes when I spoke to her. It hurts me. I don't have a house of my own. I haven't built. But I want to see how I can reincorporate and build a house for her to start a life again. It is demonic what people go through in Nigeria. And the fact that it looks like we're helpless with the insecurity issue, it's what makes it even more annoying. How can the easiest way is stolen or you catch somebody who steals a property is when you see that stolen property in the person's underbelly. So how come we have people who are living in those places that are occupied by other people? In the displaced communities, there are people staying there. There are people who can access those displaced communities, but the owners of the communities cannot access them. There are people who have renamed other people's villages. Do you know what that means? That your father's house in your village, you can no longer go back to it again. you don't have a home again. Do you know what that means? And we have a government, and the number one priority of government cannot be to reclaim those land for those people, but rather we're reintegrating the people who put them in that condition. Doesn't even make sense. And then we blame the whites for that too.
All right, at this point, thank you, Precious. Let me mention that I reached out to David. I'm still trying to get him to come, not about this particular issue, but I always like him to give us his viewpoint, which is unique. I'm beginning to see that Nigerians are essentially divided into two groups. You know, there are people who think like David, and there are people who think like Frank. But,
no, but all of those angles can be correct at the same time. That's the point. All of those people can be correct at the same time. Again, I don't have problem with the Muslims. I have never had issues. One of the best friends I have today is a Muslim. I don't have a problem with them. But I have a problem with, I have a guest whose life was in danger because he said he's from Goza. I call him, I guess, yeah. He's from Goza community. I mean, you can see his interview on my page. And they were threatening to kill him for speaking out about saying that his community or his local government cannot be a conquered territory. And they're telling him that what we're doing is a work of Allah. The voice notes are there, I can send them to you. So tell me, will you tell that guy tomorrow that this is not religiously motivated? Is it easy to tell him if somebody is threatening his life for speaking out about his village, and the person who is threatening him is telling him that you cannot tell us that your place is not conquered, we're doing the work of Allah, and we will not know rest until everywhere is conquered? And the person says that to him, and you can convince him tomorrow that it's the white man that told the person to say that, and not the people who want to conquer him. Is it easy to convince people of that? I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Precious. We take a mini break or two, and then we will be back and get you guys involved in the conversation.
I am adure lele idu kwasamaka onyoma odiga powder idu kwasamupu onyoma odiga fomu idu kwasamishi onyoma odiga pilo ololololo aturubu ebule wakawa iwariwo ice Rosa Olerio Rosanna Olerio Rosanna Olerio adikadimba Adure Olerio Adure aturubu ebule wakawa iwariwo Adure lele Idu kwasamaka onyoma odika powder Idu kwasamuku onyoma odika fomu Idu kwasamishi onyoma odika pilo Ololololo aturubu ebule wakawa iwariwo
All right, welcome back to our conversation with Precious Enyi, and she's been helping us understand the politics, the media space in Nigeria as we approach 2027. 7 elections. So let me bring in people. We have only 30 minutes with her. She came out from a show that she was moderating to be part of this conversation. So we appreciate that. All right, Precious, I have my people here. I will give them chance to ask you one question each. Hopefully you have to be.
They can ask me, yo. I'm fine, no. I'm not the fear.
No, not about fear. It's about your time that I'm worried.
All right. It's okay.
I'm just concerned about your time. I know you can take any question. So please, anybody, can you let's just be mindful of time so that we can get to everybody. She has somewhere to go. All right. So let me start with you, Chim. Welcome to the show.
Good day, and Precious. Nice to meet you again, and happy Sunday to you all.
Thank you. Happy Sunday to you.
Yeah. First of all, I want to appreciate what you do. It's not easy, especially in the media space, having an opinion or trying to run the kind of programs you run and bringing those guests and being caught in the web of those kinds of fire between guests. Well, my question is, I listened to your response on what the Nigerian journalists do and how they operate. While I agree with you that the climate in Nigeria, the media landscape is pretty hostile to journalists. I agree with you on that. But I still believe the Nigerian journalists and those who lead it are still culpable in a couple of ways. Why do I say so? Let's take, for instance, the media chat that Minister Wike holds every fortnightly, as it were. If you ask, I don't think that's necessary. Why don't you just go and sit around and create this emperor-like environment for him where he sits and, spews the kinds of things he does, abuses people. After a while, if you do it the first time, you can excuse it. But the second time, people should say, no, we're not going to give you this platform to do this kind of thing. Because clearly when you know what he's up and against and what he's trying to push, in front of them, he threatened or used a very vulgar word for a journalist somewhere, that if he had his way, he would shoot the guy through the business. So at some point, the media needs to put their foot down and say, we will not give credence or give you the platform to come and do certain things. So I don't know, this is just is a comment. You might want to respond to it, but
I will respond. I will respond. And if they decide not to air it, what would they do with the airtime? And how would they make money?
So in other words, you're saying make money at all costs.
I'm just asking you now, if you were a media, if you were a media owner and you refused to take the interview, and of course, that's some millions gone for you, and other stations are carrying it, the news will still get out there anyway. So how would you make money?
No, I think you will still make money. You don't have to give credence to somebody who is clearly not being professional.
Please help me explain how you think media houses will make money or are making money in Nigeria, and why you think they can stay afloat if they don't take most of those things you think you don't like.
Then we shouldn't complain that the country is going the way it's going there.
So it's unfortunate. So when they say we're in a deep thing, you should understand.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Let's go to Mr. James. You're next. All right, Mr. James is having technical problems. Let's go to Tony. Tony, you're next.
Doctor, good afternoon. Madam P, greetings.
Is that my T.Y. Danjuma?
Yes, it is.
Sir, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to see you here. My question actually is on on the media. If you look at the social media, is there a way that it presents, the way it operates now, presents a threat to mainstream media? Is there the advent of social media, has it adversely affected mainstream media? That's my question. Thank you.
All right. That is absolutely yes, a big yes. As a matter of fact, I feel like Nigerians are still very backward with their approach to media, and we need. But that's why you see most media houses are now incorporating a lot of social media into their own media too, because they need to keep up with the game. It's natural. So Media evolves and it's evolving, and it's at that stage of still evolution still. But one of the dangers would be that almost everybody that comes up right now, it's a media personality. Anybody who can carry mic now and put on social media will be called a media personality. Whether they understand the ethics of the job or not, they are still called media personalities. There are requisite trainings and experiences that shape you as a media person, that makes you who you should be, which most of them lack. So you find out that they're a bit crude, unrefined, and at risk of almost propagating fake news. And that's why we have to be very careful and find a balance to it. A lot of people attack me most times that I don't carry some stories that some people carry. It is because I would rather carry that story late than carry a story in a hurry because I want to make views or break the story and it becomes a lie. Remember the last time some people carried that Wiki fell and got sick and almost died? I refused to carry that story. Remember? And then people were reminding me, why are you not carrying it and all that? I cannot carry those stories because first of all, I know who Wiki is, and I know that Wiki will be well and come and review, say that story is not true. I know. And I was able to make a few calls. I did not get response from them. Because I did not get response, I refused to carry the story.
Not because he's your brother.
No. Wiki is not my brother. so, I mean, I'm sure that people just say that on the light side, lighter side. So it's better. And then because of social media again, and you know what happens with clicks, people learn to be overly sensational so that they can get clicks. They, use rebates and all that to attract clicks and likes and views. And I try very much. And unfortunately, that's the way the YouTube algorithm is organized. If you're not a bit sensational, you're not a bit, like that, you can barely get views. But I try hard that even if I'm making my topic engaging or slightly sensational, but it's within the truth limit. It must be the truth. If it is not the truth, I'm not going to carry on. And when I am not sure if it's the truth, I put a question mark. Just so that you don't come and quote me tomorrow that this is what I said is true. That's because I am trained. Now, I am doing that because of my background as a media person. I've done over 20 years in this industry. And if I don't know who should, be telling me that. Unfortunately, most of these other people don't have all of that background. Apart from standing the risk of YouTube's giving you strikes and all that for spreading false information or fake news and all that, I value my personality a lot and my personal integrity. If I have to open my teeth and say that, I value my integrity a lot. So I am someone who respects. I respect my word so much, and I respect anything you tell me, and I take it for what it is. Same way I expect people to respect what they say to me too, what I say to them rather too. So I will feel very irked and unworthy if I say something today and it turns out not to be true tomorrow. I don't even know how I'll face the public. Even though I will not hesitate to come and say, guys, I goofed. Forgive me. I was misinformed. But how many times would you keep being, misinforming people? So what that does is that constantly, it gives you, it affects the integrity of not just your platform, but you as an individual. And I cannot risk that for myself. And that's why I can't go that direction. But yes, social media is a big threat to mainstream media. Again, mostly because stories like this I told you, where things are happening and I call, please give this guy a platform, and they say they cannot because of interest. You don't blame them. But then again, you blame them because what are you there for if you cannot do what you have to do? But it's unfortunate that the situation or the country is the way it is, which would perhaps stifle them from doing what should be done. It's unfortunate. So that's why social media overtakes them. So social media will not be the ones to fly with such stories and all that. But before I even interview such people, I make sure I see evidences that prove their stories. So I don't just go ahead to say, oh, because you say they've killed your parents, how did they kill your parents? And I just carry you. I must find out. I must see, so that tomorrow if I'm held against or there is a litigation, I can present it that these are the evidences I saw that made me take up the story. So.
All right, thank you, Tony. Let me go to someone in Nigeria. OBE, welcome.
Good, thank you, and member of the House. Precious Enyi, exactly what you said.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you so much.
You remember that I private chatted you after that interview with Barrister and David?
I can't
and you
remember.
responded. You actually responded.
Oh,
You
wow,
actually
really?
responded on the WhatsApp after that interview.
Okay. Wow.
You did a lot to manage the both of them. First of all, you had to remove one person, let another person talk. There was a lot. This new idea of phoning, it's difficult to manage people who call in who you don't have a preview of what the person is going to say or how the person is going to react to whatever is on ground at that day.
But you know, the interesting thing is that the two have been to my show before. They've been on my show more than
yes,
once.
You had managed David.
And I've taken calls before, so they know that it is the nature of my show.
Thank you. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you managing the situation. You have managed Dr. Barrister and David effectively at the beginning of the argument and the back and forth. You had to yank off one person, finish with the other one came up, and it came up. The reason why David went off the interview was because of your color, not because of Frankie. Frankie, you managed Frankie and both of them very well, and David was ready to proceed. But this lady that keep calling on your show that always heard the phone for a longer time was the problem. She kept repeating, she has made a point, but she stood on and started to use words that if you rated David was wrong to have yanked off or all those things. He couldn't stand the whatever because he even have voiced it out, had to tell you, this person is getting to me. At that point, as a manager of that floor at that time, supposed to yank off your collar at that point. She had made a point. She was not saying anything new, but she was trying to use every terminology to attack David. That was that David went off the show. And that was what made David angry. From my own perception of what happened that day, you were effective manager. Two of them were fine. They were going to argue the case out at that point. And David was not going to leave until that caller came in. And anytime she come into your show, she always heard your call for a longer time, saying and repeating stuff. That was what happened. So at the end of the day, it's not easy because you as a person, you're going to manage. You are managing the audience. You are managing two guests. You are thinking of your questions. You are rephrasing. You are reframing. It was a lot, but you did your best. Thank you.
Thank you, Obi. I'm trying to manage the time.
It's okay. It's okay. I can give you extra 10-20 minutes. So okay. It's okay. While I appreciate the kind words that you have used so far, however, the core reason why I established the platform, I started doing this, is for the sake of the audience. If there was no audience, there won't be a David or a Frank to be in the show. They'll just be talking to me and it wouldn't make sense. So the audience is an integral part of any platform, including a television station, a mainstream media television station. The audience is very important. And so most of them, or two of them, as I said earlier, have been on my show before, and they understand that the callers, in fact, a lot of them know that I have quite a form of very enlightened audience who dig deep, who probe conversations in depthly and not just on the surface. So they understand that. If you would also recall, from the first call I took, David was already cranky. If you want to be sincere to yourself, if you listen to that interview. So it wasn't just, I don't know, I think that was Laura. It wasn't just Laura's call that infuriated him. He was already cranky. And I think that the reason Laura's call infuriated him the most was mostly because she did not agree with him. Again, if a guest has an open mind, you should understand that there are people who have the right to agree or disagree with your opinion. It is up to you to, after their call, meet them with a superior argument that will rubbish them. We did not have opportunity for that. You can meet them with a superior argument that would rubbish, that will make them feel stupid for that nonsense they did. That's what intelligence and maturity is about. But that's what we didn't have play out that day. I don't know why tempers flared up from the beginning when we were already taking calls. I think it was because of the argument. In fact, even with Barrister, did you hear the things he said? That I cannot stay here and watch you drool. That is the talk with saliva they come off for your mouth. Come on, your fellow panelists. Uto on his own part was also wrong for even saying a word while I was addressing David's own conversation. And that's why I had to remove him and put him on the back seat. So you see, people were wrong in their different ways. These things happen. So I do not think it was just about the caller that called in that caused the issue. There was already temper, if you noticed the conversation from the way it was. So.
Probably she made it worse.
Of course she would make it worse because she did not agree with him. But do you think David would have felt worse if she agreed with him and praised him and say, you're fantastic, everything you talk is true? Do you think he would have felt bad?
David was ready to continue. David was ready to continue until
I just asked the question, do you think he would have felt worse if she supported him and praised him to high heavens? Do you think he would have felt that way? And do you think he would have?
No, I think it was not about that caused the issue. The issue was that he had complained and he was supposed to stop the caller, but he didn't stop the caller on time.
Why I stopped the first caller too?
Yes.
So what is the essence of the show if people will not have their opinion, please? If I did that to you, would you like it? The essence of the platform
it was the vain repetition that actually I think cost it. The repetitions, right?
I don't think there was too many repetitions. It's just that perhaps you laid out too many longer points. But it wasn't about repetition.
It's okay. It's okay. It's well.
All right. Thank you, Obi. Let's go to Mr. James.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. I remember some years ago, I think I was in Uganda, having good times with some people at a place called Nakawa in Kampala. They were discussing about corruption in Ugandan police force. And one of them said that the policemen were recruited from Uganda, not from any other country. A rotting society cannot produce a clean police force. The policemen were drawn from a rotting society. That is why they are corrupt. That habit, they imbibed it from the Ugandan community into the police force. The same thing is applicable to Nigeria. A rotting society cannot produce a clean workforce. All the segments, all the establishments in Nigeria, they have one form of problem or the other because the country is morally barren and bankrupt. We've attained a very high degree of moral bankruptcy, and there's nothing we can do about it. So I find it a bit surprising that we are criticizing the press. Mention one organization or establishment in Nigeria that is clean. Is it the medical doctors? Or is it the professors in the universities going to bed with school girls? Or is it the market woman? Right from the state house to the family level, the entire country is in tatters because we are unable to govern ourselves. That is how I see it. And as for this, David doing something, I believe truth is relative. They are both looking at a particular point from two different perspectives. I cannot fault any of them. And for you too, I cannot fault you because I remember when my father was alive, he told me that at your place of work, if everybody is telling you, Precious is a good woman, Precious is a good woman, you better watch your back. This is the problem I think you are running into right now. People are criticizing you for not taking sides, in this matter between David and the gentleman. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for coming, and we hope to see you some other time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. I guess I don't know what to say. Thank you. And about the corruption you mentioned, it is inside our bloodstream. And the corruption is not just about public servants alone or public officers. It's in every way, including the homes. So I think we need to go back to rebuilding our homes and going back to teaching our children the morals that they need to go.
Madam,
it starts with us as parents.
The country is beyond redemption. Let's call it state. Nigeria is beyond redemption.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Let's hear from KJ. KJ, you're next.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. If you can hear me, I just want to thank you. I followed your broadcast right from the beginning, and I was calculating everybody's face, especially yours. At one time, I started praying for you that God will give you more patience because at that point I lost my own patience, and but you managed yourself. So I want to praise you. Can you hear me still?
Yes, I can hear you. I may have to take like 5 seconds. My inverter is running down, so I need to power the generator. But just quickly land your thought. This is Nigeria.
Unless you want to run out, we can wait for you. We can wait for you. You are very important. You can go and.
Okay, so please let me fix that. I'll get back to you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Just give me a second.
Thank you. All right. So part of our reality media space, especially if you could be in an office. I remember when I was a reporter in Nigeria at the Daily Mail. We'll be ready to print the newspaper, and there was no lights, and the generator of the newspaper house broke down. And what do? You have to now it's easy to do, but then do you take all the materials to another newspaper house to print for the day, or you leave it? Sometimes we end up not printing, and this is a newspaper that tens of people went out to find stories and edit and put together.
Dr. Rudolph, I want to say something. You know, some people tell you journalists are supposed to be courageous. Are we supposed to be courageous to sacrifice our life, on the platter of whatever because we're journalists? I don't think any journalist goes out of his or her house and hoping not to come back that day. We forget sometimes that the journalists themselves have families, and you already know the terrain you are operating. I tell you something. A friend of mine was picked out after broadcasting ASO Radio FM. He was picked up on Friday. Nobody knew where he was. It was the grace of God that saved him, because he had already got into Asokoro extent part of Abuja. Okay, that's how these things operate. It's not as if even people know that you have been picked up. He was picked up, and for 3 days he was locked in the dungeon. Okay, for having said something on air that didn't go down well with somebody who is in government. So it's not as easy as we make it look. We are all some form of law and order.
I'm sorry, Rudolph, I disagree with you. I disagree with you 100%. Today we celebrate that some journalists in the US revealed an information about the American president Nixon, who resigned. Delegawa died. I'm not asking you to go and die, but if, like somebody rightly typed here, if you don't want to do the job, step aside.
No, I refuse. I refuse.
No, sorry. That's every job. Hold on.
Refuse. No, you jumped into. Let me also jump in.
I've listened to you.
Let me jump in.
But I listened to you.
No. Let me finish, because you didn't wait for me to finish.
All right, go ahead.
Yes.
Go on.
You see, listen. Let's take example. You are a soldier man. You signed. You know that when you signed, when you were signing up, they gave you 2 forms to say you can die in the process. It's good. But do you go now because you have already signed, and then you go and stand before a machine gun so that you'll be killed, and so you go? That's what it is. We must, despite the fact that we have signed for this, we still have to practice with some form of sense. Okay. That's what it is.
I've heard you.
So,
here's my point again. That's a bunch of malarkey, like Biden would say. It's all hypocritical. Every job comes with occupational hazards. The military man you've mentioned knows that critical to his job is that he can die. He could be bite. He's not going to go and stand in front of a machine. Nobody says that. Nobody says a journalist should go and no. But I'm going to I will put more of my reasons later on at the post, because I want to respect the guests we have. But the point I want to make is today some of us sit down here and we celebrate Western journalists when they reveal things, bring out information, take risks that eventually help society. I'm of the view that if Nigerian journalists have been doing their job very well, by this time they'd have played that job as the fourth
estate
of it so well that we won't be having people like the man we have in Aso Rock and his clique. It is because the journalists are not doing their job. They are taking this brown envelope that we're talking about. That is why we're where we are today. So you can sit down here and gloss over it all you care.
Look, Jim,
as far as I'm concerned, the journalists we had back in the days, the Azikiwes, even the Awolos, the kind of journalism they did that put them in trouble with the colonial elites. Many of our journalists of today don't want to tread in that particular realm anymore. They don't want to. Because I see the reason why we should be giving Enyi a platform every quarterly to come and be saying all the kind of things he's saying. So the journalist is
Jim, you guys are not listening to what she said. And I'm just going to take what she said.
Don't bring her in. Don't bring her in. No, don't bring her in. Please leave her out.
Hold on. I'm using that to make my point. Not because I'm bringing her in. The media in Nigeria are owned by mostly politicians. Are you going to report against the person who owns the house that is paying you? Are you going to do that? And if peradventure, like, I want to put a point straight to you. There's a guy who used to be called Benga Roroba, who used to present the Face the Nation in AIT. Where is he now? How many Nigerians are bothered to find out where he was and what happened to him? Look, let's not. This is not a. It's not a. This is real life situation. It's not a. We're not writing a fiction.
We can make as much excuses as we want.
What I'm simply telling you is that even if you have the guts to report the way you want, there is going to be a price for it. That price is two. You may be taken off. That's one. Or you may not be even able to find yourself and your family don't know where you are. I'll give another example. I used to have a friend who is an American. And she came to Nigeria and discovered that majority of what they were calling NGOs were a setup. And she wanted to to report it. She made a report. She took that report. I won't call the names of the ministers she met. And that report got to the highest office in Nigeria to tell them exactly what was going on in some of the NGOs. You know what happened to her? They sacked her. She was blacklisted in Nigeria, even though she was a very senior officer in the NGO world. She was blacklisted for 2 years. She couldn't get anybody, even though she's an American, carrying an American passport. Real American. I'm not talking about those who left for Nigeria, became Americans. She had to come back to America to start job. Even when she got back to America, the NGO world will not employ her. Let's not do this. We sometimes overstate these things the way they are. This is real life situation. Not be movie. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you guys. Someone wrote on the comment section. Let me see if I can catch it now. The person said, I was trained as a journalist. I found out that it was risky. I took a bow. That Jim is right. So what he's saying is that if you can't do the job the way it should be done, you should leave. Which is what, but the point is that, we can call Delegate and call whoever we think did well, but there are different aspects of journalism. That's something that we, first of all, forget. There are people who are just editors. They don't go and find news. Their job is to edit the story when it comes in, fashion it, and make sure it's published. There are people, different aspects of journalism. So sometimes when we put it all together, we expect everybody to be a delegate or to be any outlet, to be Sahara reporters, to be Premium Times. No, there are people whose job is to process ordinary information and publish it. It's also important. The most important thing for us who are consumers is to say, without these people, if they are not professional, there's something that Precious was talking about. She didn't expand on that, about what you learn, even if you don't go to school and you get into journalism, because that's what happens most of the time. People don't really study that. There are things you learn by being in a proper professional setting. But what we are now seeing is that people just, like she said, get a camera, start a blog, and you're a journalist. You go out there without that training. So there are so many things that could go wrong when you don't have the proper training. And then the online media, they take risk every day. But people don't even understand it. People don't appreciate it. People think it's not easy. So the point that I think that is important is to always remember, okay, Precious is here. Let me shut up. Okay. Where was I? Okay, so she went off again. Okay, yeah. Precious, thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Sincere apologies. So one of the things you have to face, I'm almost not on the grid because we barely have lights. We'll have alternate days, and when we have alternate days like this, if it's not a very sunny day, my inverter won't be probably charged, so it's a problem. But
I mean, you are in good company. Aso Rock is not on the grid. You are not on the grid, so
I say when I know get, I still day. When Aso Rock get leave, I come on finally leave us, but it's okay.
All right. I think KJ, I think you were the one who was.
Yes. And I was going to say thank you so much for giving those of us who are of the low IQ opportunity to have an interview with you.
So that's where I have a problem. Nobody get low IQ.
No. I'm just quoting what was
quoted. I'm agreeing for you, sir, for that one. No vex. So everybody IQ be okay.
Why am I saying that? I really had a problem with that, because when you are talking to the audience and you have so much of yourself, it becomes, no matter how much of the truth you have, it becomes a problem for them to digest it. And I don't think that it is your caller that made it, because it was already flipping before that caller called. It was already flipping because Frank will not agree what he's saying, and that is it. But my question to you is, how do you be able to ask your question and not be tempted to, I don't know if you have been called bias so far. I don't know if you have been called fake so far. But how do you now be able to, you give the Nigerian situation as, dry-headed, situation. Why is it difficult for the government to even, since it's the government that is organizing or controlling everything, why is it difficult for them to pick up, just like Mali did yesterday night, deal with the issue once and for all? That's one. Two, how now do you remove yourself, not people thinking you are biased because you are asking certain questions they don't want to ask, or they don't think you should be asking, or they don't think it's favoring their own narrative? You ask those questions, and many times you ask that question. How do you now be able to balance it? When they say, oh, look at the question she's asking, she's even biased because she's speaking in this direction or that direction. Thank you.
To be frank with you, I have been called all sorts of names. In fact, when I was in mainstream media, they said I was APC woman leader. I speak on behalf of APC, so it's normal, it happens. And then while I am on my own now, because some of the guests I bring in hammer mostly on what's going on, the killings of Nigerians and all that. Some people say, oh, you're against the Fulanis, you're against Islam and all that. It's unfortunate. But I think that those who understand the job and the profession understand that I'm on the side of nobody. I just want to get information out there for people to talk. So usually what I do is, when you have a guest whom you understand his body language and the direction he tilts towards, I deliberately play the devil's advocate. And, at times my listeners would feel very offended and say, you're asking obvious questions. But the fact that you think those questions are obvious does not mean that the other person will think it's obvious. It may not be obvious to them. So we must understand that we're communicating with people, just like you said, with different background and knowledge. What may be obvious to you, what you think it's okay, may not be an information that is accessible to the other person. So there is a need to reiterate that. And most times when I ask those questions, of course, it's not because I'm bereft of the answers or I'm not aware of what's going on. I'm aware, but there is a need to re-echo them. So most times I ask either for sarcasm, for need for emphasis, or for clarification. It is very important so that I cannot let somebody, I cannot allow somebody to come here and say, oh, I know so person is a drug addict. How? You come and tell me. So even if you tell me, oh, because he forfeited a social amount of money, but court no talk saying be drug addicts. So why we call him? I be him be drug pusher. So why we call him drug pusher? So I cannot let you use my platform or even be in an environment where I'll let people peddle unsubstantiated claims about people and I'll just keep quiet. My duty as a journalist is to probe that question. And it is fine if people think that, oh, you're supporting the status quo, you're supporting the government because I'm probing that. It is what it is. But what people do not understand is that daring to even have the conversation on its own is a risk. And it's even a great job. Truth is that in the media, I think I said this a couple of times, I'll say it again, that in the media, what we call the news is what we bring out to present the news to be. Do you understand? That is to say that if I decide to play down on a particular story and not carry that story, you go call our news. You know, go call our news. Now, the one we amplify, we will bring for front. Now you go call news. A typical example is people are dying, killings are happening. How many times will the people with the authority to respond to them? Because they feel like if they respond to it, they give flesh to that news and it's against them like they're not working. So they play the other way. They keep quiet. They don't talk. So how many times do you see mainstream media talk about the killings that's going on in Nigeria as much as I talk about them? Me, I am just human. I feel bad because I feel like at the where we are in Nigeria now is a place where it can be anybody at any time. And that's the truth. It could be anyone at any time. So if I fail to talk about it, God forbid, it becomes my turn. What happens? The little part I would play or role I'll play by at least calling attention to what's happening, maybe so that will ginger the government enough to do their work. It's something. But the fact that I bring you to talk about it and you now say, no, it is government, it's their ineptitude, and I ask you how, and you tell me I'm supporting the government. it is my duty to ask you, even though I'm having that conversation. So presenting that conversation on its own, it's doing the job. Because if I didn't want that conversation, I wouldn't even bring it up. And that's what a lot of people fail to understand. The fact that you carry a particular conversation on its own is in fact is a job that you're doing already. It shows that you want clarity, you want attention on that thing you're bringing that job for. So I cannot be bringing up a conversation where I think I'm already in support of a particular party. No, the fact that I bring up that conversation, it's that I'm willing to draw attention to that particular conversation. It's already a job on its own. So I don't have to open my mouth and say, okay, I support it. I think, and again, maybe because I'm from the olden days background of Radio Nigeria, and that's still working in my mind. So every time I work or practice journalism, I still remember, see what NBC just did the other day, that presenters must not show that they have an opinion and making the opinion look like a fact, even though that opinion represents the facts out there. I don't know if you saw the secular.
Yeah, and
that's like right to media.
Follow up to you.
Yes, so this is what a lot of people do not understand about media practicing in Nigeria, practicing media in Nigeria. By practicing media in Nigeria, first of all, I am not, it's against the NBC rule for me to have an opinion. As a presenter, I'm supposed to be, neutral in any conversation. That's what I am expected or is expected of me. And apart from that, I am not supposed to allow you talk down on a particular group of people or entity. So you cannot come here and say APC are thieves and allow you go free. No, it's against the NBC rule. I don't know if you get my point. It is not my duty to do so. So people are not, I say again, that's the risk of social media. So because social media allows that and all that, we make it look like it's a norm. The fact that I'm not in social media does not mean that I will not still practice journalism in the best way it should be practiced, while still getting the right information out there to people.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let's move on to John Abba.
Rudy, good to see you. You look glass on your AI glasses. It's a good look. Thank you. It's nice to see you, Precious. My question is this. When you see that two people in your show or anywhere else, and you have an idea of the superior argument, what do you do with it?
When there are two people in my show and I think that my idea is a superior argument.
Now, let me reframe it again. When you listen to someone or two people or people have argument before you, and you have understanding of the person that have a superior argument over the other one, what do you do with it?
I'll further question the person with a less inferior, an inferior argument to make him see reasons and to find out if he sees reason with the person with the superior argument.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me get a question from the comments. This is from Pansat. He said, how is Rufai able to do it? So I think he's referring to what you just described in the NBC's rule. How is Rufai able to do that? Okay,
so my name is Precious Enyi. You understand? That's my name. And then we should understand that there is a way Nigeria is. What Sunday Igboho did and got away with is not what Nnamdi Kanu is getting away with. That is the way Nigeria. It is the bitter truth, but it stares us in the face, and that is what a sad reality is in Nigeria. Because Mr. A is doing it, does not mean that me, Precious Enyi, will do it. Rufai is an amazing guy, and of course, he says it the way it is. It does not mean that I do not say it the way it is, but somehow I say it in a way that you may not understand because I add a bit of sarcasm, I add a bit of, playing the devil's advocate and all that. But if you choose not to understand and your mind does not gauge you in that way to understand my own aspects because I haven't spoken it out like that, it's okay with your understanding. It's fine. Everybody should have the right to practice what they have to practice. But again, speaking about this, Nigeria is a place where, because especially in fact, I've never seen Nigerians as divided as this administration, as they've been in this administration. It's never been that way. It is very bad. Very, very bad. See what is happening in South Africa. I talked about it yesterday. Ghana is already taking it up with the South African government on how they're treating their people. Nigerian government is still mute. over what's going on in South Africa. People are saying it's because it's only a particular group of people that are dominant Nigerian citizens in South Africa. So you want me to go and talk, and then what happens to me when my name is not Precious Lagbaja? No. And then for people who are saying, look, people have died, and if we mention likes of Gilegiwa and the rest of them, you want me to die like Gilegiwa? I will not die now. I don't know if you understand. So when you people try to push people to do things that would endanger their lives, that the Yati today is gone. Nobody knows where he is. Nobody is feeding his children he left behind. Nobody is taking care of his wife. The world will push you to the extreme, and if anything happens to you, they will leave you. In fact, they will move to the next available platform and leave you alone. But they're the ones who pushed you to it. I'm not going to let anybody push me to that level. I know exactly what I'm doing. And I'll do it at the best, to the best of my ability and best industrial practices without hurting anyone. And that's what I am about to do.
Thank you. Let's go to Michael. You're next.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. All right, Rudolph. Good afternoon. Precious. I was just watching one of your shows just now and before you came in. The story of Ekpo and Mayowa. I said, you have some guests over there at that show. Those women are they're very good, and they say the truth of the mind. So and I follow you a lot on the internet, and you've been very good, and I enjoy your show very much. My question to you about it is the way situation of the political situation in Nigeria today, looking forward to 2027. It seems that APC is trying to absorb other political entity. Are we going into one-party nation? Or do you think with this other group of people collaborating and they can come up with a solidified candidate to stand against Tinubu? What is your opinion on that? And they hold that aside. And the question this is that with the situation, I really appreciate you for following the killing in Nigeria, which is very bad. But that we grew up in the North, that we were born over there, we grew up, we never thought that country is going to be like this. Because when we are in the North, we are the same. That's how we thought it to be. But growing up as a young man, I see this problem brewing up. Because especially in the certain area where I grew up, where you have religious organizations that only worried about giving their set of just religion aspects. And that's why the concept of Boko Haram came to life. That's Western education, because I see that we see the Al-Majiri. Even because I happened to be at University of Maiduguri before I left Nigeria. And my first social concept I want to write is about how are we taking care of these folks for the future of this nation? Because we don't give them a right education, the right perspective. What is going to come out of them? Thank you so much. And please, after this, don't forget to leave your information where we can support you with your own private.
I don't want support. I've always said it that I don't want to, so that nobody will drag me. So I don't want support. So sorry, let me get to two questions clear very, very quickly, please. The first question is in what?
The political situation, one party, is taking all over Nigeria now with APC.
All right. And the second question?
Is about the background of these religious Boko Haram, all these religious things coming, even though we know about they're coming from North Africa, which the ground already in Nigeria is absorbing. It allows that to festicize. So that's what I mean.
All right. So speaking about the politics, truth be told, if there is a free and fair election in Nigeria, Nigerians can actually decide. I agree, Nigerians are largely divided along religious and ethnic lines, so much so that they feel that, because it's not your brother that is in power now, so you think that you want to bring our brother must do his 8 years complete. There's that sentiment, and we get that, irrespective of how fairly or poorly the person has performed. So we get all of that. But if the politicians are serious, in fact, not even the politicians, if Nigerians are serious, they will take back their country. And I believe that the reason why it's not happening the way it should happen, it's because there's paucity of information. And I think I've stated this before, that Nigeria is still largely very traditional in terms of information dissemination. I like to believe that the core north is actually much more politically enlightened than the rest of us in the south, because they still get their information from their transistor radios and all of that, so they get information. Most of us down south barely care about our radio, apart from the civil servant and enlightened minds. But remember that we're dealing with a population of people who are largely either illiterate or either uneducated or half educated. So it's not easy to pass information across. So I think that the first problem we have is that Nigerians don't even know what their right is. They don't know what an ideal government should do for them. They don't even understand the concept of a social contract. The fact that they have a social contract with government is supposed to be using these mineral resources to better their life. They don't understand all of that drama, and it's a problem. It's a problem. So there needs to be, and this is actually what the role that National Orientation Agency, the rest of them should be doing. There must be reorientation and constant orientation of Nigerians in terms of this. But unfortunately, I hate to say this, but I'm forced to believe that people in power would rather have you uninformed because it suits their narrative. So that's a problem. So when we have agencies who are supposed to do certain things, unable to do those things because it suits them, your illiteracy and your lack of information is to their benefit, it becomes a challenge and a problem. And that's why we are where we are today. And it's going to be very hard for us to get out of it. But can we get out of it? See, there's something about an informed mind, and I think I said that yesterday. A mind that constantly gets information and that understands the power of information they have can take the right action. Nigerians can take the right action if they understand what is going on, but they don't understand. Most people don't. I mean, most Nigerians are still averagely just there, like, anyhow, I don't know. They just make the country hard, make it a good year now. We don't know anyhow we be, we go manage and God go help us. And they have so blinded us with religion that we make it look like it's God that has to come down to help us, without understanding that 80% of what we pray for is what government should actually do for us. But we expect a supreme being to do it for us. That's why most Nigerians, once they travel abroad, their prayer points is cut by more than half, because there's actually nothing to pray about. The government over there is doing exactly these things or answering their prayers, and we think it's magic. It's not magic. The worst part is that most of those countries don't even have half of the resources that Nigeria has. And then we're still where we are today. It's unfortunate. But again, I say, with the right set of mind, with the informed information, with equipping their minds rightly, it can happen. But how do we pass that information? That's where the problem is, because we're still very challenged in terms of information dissemination. That's where the problem really lies.
All right. Thank you, Precious. Let's go back to Nigeria, to Masca. Masca, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I don't like the fact. Are you putting me forward because I'm in Nigeria? Or
no. What I'm trying to do is give preference to people in Nigeria because of electricity, internet, and I appreciate the fact that you are paying. We're not paying you.
That is an insult. That is an insult on us. I cannot take that sitting. I have to stand up.
Rudolph, I will go to the queue. I think my internet is stable, and I think my electricity will still be there. So let me be like any other person. Like Nigeria is.
Okay, I understand. This
I will take my place in the queue.
But you came before the rest of them.
Thank you. No, well, actually, I had to go and pray. But anyway, so let me just quickly, for the benefit of time, Madam Precious.
Sir,
I have to be upfront with you. I'm not a fan of yours.
You don't have to be, sir. And I respect that.
And I have to respect what you're doing. But be that as it may, Rudolph is somebody I deeply respect. And I believe there's a reason why you're here. And I think it's important that we keep talking to each other. And I think essentially that's what he keeps trying to promote. Even people you don't agree with, sit with them, have a chat. Okay, so I'm not going to go to the part where I don't mostly agree with you. I will try and stay with the part that I so far today.
No, you can go through all the routes, so I know the fear.
No, it's okay. I know what I agree.
No. As a matter of fact, I don't know you, so whether you agree with me or not, it's not even my problem. So
no, it's okay.
You can go through all the routes, and I can. No, what I'm trying to say is that we can disagree to agree very intelligently. That's the point I'm making. We're here to enlighten each other, and I'm here, to see that happen. So I don't have a problem.
Okay. On that,
not everyone in the world will ever agree with everyone.
Fair enough. On that, this is what I would say. Okay.
Go ahead.
And this is why I take the position I've taken right now. In my mind, there's always what I call a primary goal, okay, and probably maybe a subsidiary goal. If the purpose why we are talking to each other is to understand each other, therefore, that understanding should be the primary goal. A subsidiary goal is to be very frank with each other, very open with each other, very brutal with each other, but that would still be a subsidiary goal. I can choose the language I speak. I can pick the tune. I can even pick the topics we will start with. By the time we get to know each other and I agree with each other, then we can begin to take the other topics. This is all I'm saying. And one of the places I disagree with you, I will just briefly touch it, is because I think you are always trying to get to what you call the truth. But in an attempt to do that, what I see with your channel is that it's increasingly an echo chamber where dissenting voice really are not even, how do I put it now? They are not fettered, they are not watered, and I think that a true journalist, even if at a rudimentary level, he should try at least, yes, truth is very important, but the balance of the storyline is always very important. One of the reasons why I decided not to be too hard is because you said a couple of things that really have taken me aback and made me a bit impressed that, okay, maybe the lady it's finding it difficult because of the environment. She's not being at her best, but she's much better than what. Okay, so let me put it this way. I think from the things you've said today, I've come to the conclusion that you're much better than the product I see on your channel. For instance, when you showed the difference between Fox and CNN, I was really impressed because essentially this is the bane of journalism today. As a listener, like on this Iran war, I cannot listen to one channel and get any correct news. I don't like Fox, but I have to go to Fox and listen to Fox, and then go to Al Jazeera, go to CNN, and then use the mathematics in my head to come to conclusion where the actual truth may lie. So I'm just saying that I think you need to do more in terms of balancing the output.
What do you mean by balancing now? What do you mean by doing more in terms of balancing, in terms of bringing guests?
Okay, so let me go back to the episode that Mr. Rudolph.
No. I'm sorry, but I would like us to really trash this interests because I'm also here to learn and unlearn. Yeah, so what do you mean by balancing? Are you saying that?
I'm about to give you an example.
Okay,
that
all right.
you can relate to.
All right, go ahead.
So I'm going back to the episode Mr. Rudolph put up. Okay. Now, in my mind, I think it was a very pivotal point for the country. I won't say the country. You also alluded to the fact that we Northerners, I don't think most of us will go to your channel. You have said it. We'll go probably to BBC Hausa service and get an. So, but the key issue for me, it's at least even the Southern audience, bringing David, who was a dissenting voice. I think it was very, very important. And when Obi was trying to advise you that, okay, look, this is the reason why this guy left, I didn't like the fact that you dragged with him, and I felt, look, he was just giving you a good feedback. It's not for you to defend your actions. It's for you to take and probably build upon it. My own opinion, even I watched that show, my opinion also that you yourself created the problem. When David said something, you now interrupted David and say, is it okay for you to say that the person who has been affected by something, not to be emotional? Go back and look at the clips. That was when the other lawyer, now it was more like a prompt. That was when he now barged in. And I think that for you as a moderator, even if you believe that it was wrong for David to have said that, for the sake of balance, you would have allowed the other person to say what he's saying as much wrong as it is. So I'm just giving you a feedback, and the feedback I'm giving you is for you to take. It's not for you to defend. I'm not a journalist, so I don't know journalism.
I am not defending, but I'll respond to you. So I'm waiting for you to land your thoughts, sir.
Okay. So for me, that's that side. And the real question I really wanted to ask is that I like it when you said you would rather follow the stories. And I totally agree with you. When I look at the Iran war, my take is that that crisis, essentially, the story behind that crisis revolves around China, just like you rightly pointed out. So on that, I totally agree with you. But the question I wanted truly to ask you, if we are following the story behind the issues, so I look at Nigeria, there's a lot of suffering, things are going wrong, there's a lot of problems, okay? And truly, just like you, I don't like to talk about what the Senate president said, where the president is going, where there's no light. I think these are just the issues, but what is the story behind the issue? So my question to you is, in your own opinion, Precious, what is the story behind the problem in Nigeria?
All right. Thank you, Maska. Precious, before you answer, let me just add this because it's similar. There's a question on the comment section from Kulata. He says, why are you addicted to bad news? One-way traffic, no balance, something like that. So you can put it all together and answer.
All right. So let me start from that question. I am not addicted to bad news. And it's unfortunate that we barely get the real news apart from through press conferences of politicians. And those for me are not the core news. Oftentimes when government have done something great, I come to my platform. In fact, people will be telling me, did they give you money? This is why you're coming to Christine over here and all that. I do that personally. If you said you've been on my platform and you haven't seen that before, that's very unfortunate. I do that a lot. However, nobody deserves to die. Nobody deserves to lose loved ones. Nobody deserves to be neglected, even in their pain and suffering in Nigeria. If the role I have to play is to keep, reminding those whose responsibility it is to protect our lives and property, then it's a good thing. Now, if I don't talk about the bad news, which is actually what happens every day in Nigeria, what should I talk about? That Tinubu has given us light. Please help me direct the question to the person who said it. I'd like to know what he expects me to talk about. That we've had lights, that our lives are much better than it ever was, that what is exactly going on? If people are dying unnecessarily, and these are actual human beings, and if Nigeria is in a place, I don't know if you're aware that, I don't know if they're terrorists or whoever they are, or kidnappers, got into a house in Lagos State and kidnapped a woman and are demanding for 60 million naira in Lagos State. So when I say we're at the point where it can be anybody at any time, that's almost how it is like. And every time I say that, I always remember to tell people, look, this insecurity precedes President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It is not his making. So we're not blaming him for it. But I also do know that after God in heaven, government in any country is the next. So what are they doing with that powers that they have? So if I refuse to talk about human beings dying, because it's something that affects everybody and can affect anybody, what else should I talk about? And that's not bad news. That's not spreading of bad news. I don't see that as that. I see that as being humane and putting the people first. Is it fair that it appears or make it seem like we have government without empathy? That people are dying and they're moving around their normal businesses. You all are in foreign countries. Tell me if the things happening in Nigeria will be happening in your countries and your presidents behave the same way our leaders behave. Will it happen? So what makes it unusual for me to talk about those cases? Because we're looking at human beings and human lives. So no, I don't like bad news at all. In fact, there was a time I used to give, I remember when I was still in Radio Nigeria, when I do newspaper headline, I used to say that I look forward to taking a story one day, reading all the newspapers with that one bad story. It will give me joy. And you think that doesn't take its toll on my own mental health, hearing all the stories, The fact is that I even see more than I actually report. It's not everything you see and hear that you report, because of course you can't see all of them for the sanity of the society. So no, I don't even say half of what I see or what I know or information I get, for so many reasons. Okay, so addressing my brother's concerns, first of all, speaking on the handling of the show, you know, it's always easy for you to think that it would have been better handled if you're not the one in the position. I hate to talk about things. I'm not a social media person. I don't like to drag people. I don't like to talk about it. But even before I started taking calls, even before I made that comment that you said infuriated David was already pissed off if you studied his body language. But it's okay for you not to believe that. From the first time I put them up in the conversation at the backstage, Oto joined me first before David. Oto had to greet David 3 times before he answered. So I could sense the energy already, and I'll be very stupid if I wasn't discerning enough to sense that I was a certain energy. I hate to have to be the one to say this, but I have to say it here. I sensed that there was an energy already that was unfit, that was improper. I already sensed that. And that's why I tried my best to calm them down as much as I could. You're not the one handling the show. I am the one who attended to both guests. So I could sense what was going on. So no, it wasn't me chipping in. And what was wrong with me asking, you know, having a follow-up question, asking a follow-up question? It's called follow-up question. The question I asked David on what he said, it was a follow-up question. I said something, he responded, and I said, is it fair for you to say what you said? I shouldn't have asked him so that I don't make him angry and then I'll become an ass leaker. Then how am I supposed to hold government accountable tomorrow if he was a government agent that was talking to me? But you'll be fine if it was Tinubu and asked a follow-up question. You'll not be fine if it was a David. Why? So because it happens to the person that we're not comfortable for us to ask the question to, it becomes a bad thing. But if I had asked a question, a follow-up question that suits you, it would have made you happy. You see the way the world works.
Just for the record, Precious, I don't like David as a journalist. Just have that at the back of your mind.
It's okay whether you like it, but I'm just saying, your problem with me is that I asked him a follow-up question that infuriated him. And I said I have every right to ask that question because I would have asked any other person such follow-up question. It's a normal thing in journalism. I have the right to ask questions. And honestly, I had no intention that it would bring issues when I asked that question. I was just looking at issues from human perspective. And that's why I asked that question. As a human being, let's be humane. Would you say it's fair to tell people who lost loved ones that are being emotional? I was just looking at things from the face of humanity. And anybody who has known me for long will know that I'm somebody who's very charitable and who cares for humanity. And that's, you know, something, and anything that benefits, you know, the larger world, I pay attention to it. So it wasn't about that. And I've forgotten the other question you asked me so that I don't.
Okay, I look, let me repeat. You know, when you were talking, you said you don't follow more like the events, you follow the story.
Okay, behind the story.
It's a good example.
Behind the story, yes.
That you don't follow what Israel has done today or what Iran has done yesterday. You are you are more like a person that's interested in why is this thing happening? And you gave your opinion that you think all this episode, the real genesis is China. So my question to you is that there are a lot of such events. Today, Senate President will say this. Tomorrow, President will go there. Today, there is no light. Tomorrow, there is insecurity. These are all events. In your own opinion, Precious,
sir,
what is the story behind this place we found ourselves, that these stories every day are coming out? What really is the story behind Nigeria's predicament? Why is Nigeria why it is? What is the story behind that?
Fantastic question that you have asked. Very great question you asked. And the story is in the hands of our politician. There is no single leader today that has taken up the mantle of leadership in Nigeria that does not know the truth about what's going on in Nigeria. So let's go back and ask them that story, because nobody will tell you. All of us know. They know what is going on. And it's painful that And because it's hard for me to believe that a politician will aspire to take up power as a president or as a senator without understanding the core of Nigeria's issue. It's not possible. So I want to believe that they know what is going on, the real core of our problem. And that is why it is more painful that they know and they are not addressing it. Why are we shying away from addressing that issue that is the core of our problem? And that's why it becomes painful. And that's why it looks like there is inaction from government. Because no government will tell you that. I mean, if somebody comes here to say that, David comes to say that it is the Western world, and Frank says that is an idea. Yesterday, I played a video of a Yoruba former senator saying that is a Fulanization agenda. Frank says that is an Islamization agenda. We have these three perspectives. And you're telling me that the person who took the mantle of leadership in this country is unaware of all of these three perspectives and hasn't done investigation about them. It's not possible. So the answer lies in our politicians. The day they are ready to tell themselves the truth, they will address the situation. Or Nigerians will make them address it. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Maska. Let's go to Chris. We have two more people after Chris. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir.
Mine is just a comic one. I want to report to Precious, to Rudolph. Precious Bualarize, one of your anchors. In her program. So, one thing with this imperialist conspiracy theorists is that they hate the imperialists. They love to keep what the imperialists built. And so when they lose an argument, they start patronizing. So I don't know what Rudolph will do to you, but I just want to report that you polarized one of his anchors. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Precious, you don't have to answer that.
I don't even know what he's talking about, honestly.
Okay, yeah, I know what he's talking about. But let's go to, there's a question on the comment section. Somebody wanted to know, why is it difficult? Where is it, Danny? Why is it difficult to find evidence in Nigeria? Hold on, let me find it. Hold on. Okay, I think it was directed at me. Having practiced in Nigeria, why is it difficult to find evidence? I think, okay, in support of, you mentioned evidence, how difficult it is to find evidence. There's another question, but anyway, let me let Forefathers, maybe I'll get to that. I'll find it later. Forefathers, welcome to the show. We're here discussing Nigeria's politics and media with Precious Enyi.
Got all this for people. Greetings, Dr. Damages, and thank you for having me. And greetings to the panelists, greetings to the chat and to the viewers. And I'll give special greetings to Madam Precious Enyi, and thank you for joining us here.
Good evening.
And I had a few things that I find a little bit unsettling with the way you said something about, because of danger, people should not endeavor to do the right thing. And also, the argument you gave against David Udein, because in that discourse about feelings, a professional should know that people that are generally close to events lack objectivity. That is what David Udein was trying to highlight. There is a reason why a doctor does not operate on family members, and conflict of interest contracts are often put forward, because objectivity is something that is paramount in any discourse. And I expected, and I think Maska tried to highlight some of his concerns. And from what I saw, it was very unprofessional, because Udein was speaking from a dispassionate point of view, trying to analyze the issue, but you were making it about feelings. And he reduced a conversation that is very, very serious and very important to feelings. Talking about baby's head getting split in half. Conversation. There is a reason why we go to doctors. There is a reason why we seek professional assistance for things, because our knowledge, because of proximity, is not enough. But you didn't get that. And I was very disappointed when I saw that. I even tried to highlight it on the live that I had there. Obviously, your fans always love that kind of stuff. They do that kind of stuff. And I hate that in Nigeria, because we don't get to the truth of things. Mask asked you just now, what is the story behind the story? And you went on and said the politicians are the story behind the story. That is not an answer. You didn't give us any answer what this issue is. There is a lot of insinuation with things in Nigeria. And when we cannot know what is true, at least close enough to what is true, you have people groping in the dark. And I find that very disturbing, because that's my job here. That's why they don't like me. They don't like me because when you say something, I will say, what is the basis of your statement? It doesn't matter what I feel against you or not. I will ask you what is the basis of your statement. You have to provide evidence for it. But that is not what happened in that discourse. And when I also got on board, you actually agreed with my argument that we needed more security officials. But the reason why they were happy was because we were badgering me, because I said that the Nigerian people need to be aware of what they need to do to their government. And you stated here yourself, most Nigerians are not aware of these things. So the idea is to leave them like that. Nigerians are not aware. But our job is to enlighten them to be able to do these things, make these precise demands so that things can change for the people. You failed them that day because you were focusing on sensationalization. You were trying to attack me, even when you agreed with my argument. Why do we do that? I'm asking you, why do we do that? Why do we lack objectivity?
All right, thank you for this.
Can I respond?
Yeah, Precious, go ahead.
All right, I think has ended up also showing his. I am just realizing that he was a person that appeared on my platform the other day. I didn't even know. It's very unfortunate. First of all, I've never met you before. I don't know you. I wouldn't have remembered if not for the same background you used the other time that you use now. And then you mentioned the incidents that happened on my platform. I'd like to go ahead and address what you said about my handling of Ondine's case. And if that's why you think you brought me here and you think you want to rubbish me, it's very unfortunate. When you have your own interview, handle Hundine and Frank better than I did. I have handled it the way I handled it. And I was very professional the way I handled it. But if my professionalism does not meet your own standard, it's very fine with me. You can go ahead and be more professional. And I've made out time to explain everything that transpired, even backstage. And if you think it was being emotional and rather than being objective, and you think that everything that is happening in Nigeria is a Western problem, it is up to you to believe that it is the West only that is doing us. Because an APC chieftain, former APC chieftain or APC chieftain politicians just said yesterday, highlighted the core of our problem in the show I had yesterday, or one of what he thought was the core of our problem. He did not mention the West. So that man is also a fool. Every Nigerian who does not believe in your point of view is a lunatic. They are being emotional because people are dying. It's up to you. You see, that is the beauty of the world, for people to have divergent views. If we don't get divergent view, then we see the communication. We must disagree to agree. So it is okay for you to berate people who do not see reasons with your Western view. But it is not okay for them to think it's also bad for you not to see reasons with their own view. Does it make sense to you? Life is live and let's live. And it's a matter of, and as a matter of fact, can I finish? I didn't stop you, please. Your objectivity may be different from the other person's. Again, people tell you things that people who kill us tell us that this is the reason they're killing us. They tell us personally. I have interviewed first-hand people who felt this, and they say the reasons. Now, I have also had to, I've interviewed David, and of course I read, even before David said what he said. I read, I'm not lame, I'm not dumb. I read. And there is a possibility to marry both stories together. And let's ask ourselves questions. Where do we go forward with these evidences? But if you choose to blame the white man, the West, for your problem, and I guess it is the white man that made your forefathers sell themselves for slavery too, because they should be absorbed of blames. It is okay. If somebody did not take advantage of an existing loophole from a personal character defect or a personal need, then why would what is happening to us happen to us? People took advantage, but if you don't think that anybody took advantage of what's happening to undo us, and it is just the white man that must be blamed because that's your objectivity, it is fine with you. It is your opinion. But I cannot stand here to say that one person's opinion is superior to the other, if that's what you want me to do. It is not even my duty, my responsibility.
But you agree both can be true at the same time. Both can be true at the same time.
I have never disagreed with this from the onset. So if you're trying to make this as a point, then it's just rubbish. Because
no, I'm not making that was not my point. My point was about
I have never disagreed that both things can be true. I mean, from the beginning of this conversation, even from my platform, the intent from the beginning, ab initio, was for me to educate Nigerians to see reasons from all the perspectives. If I didn't want that, I would have brought in only one guest at a time. The idea was to balance conversation for Nigerians. That was why I did that. And that's why I invited both of them. I pleaded with both of them to come together the same day. There are days I don't have guests. I think the next day after that interview, I did not have a guest. I would have as well just said, David, please, can you come on Monday? Barrister Frank, come on Tuesday. I feel like style. No, the idea was to see what I do in my platform is not for the reason of sensationalism. And if your IQ thinks that it is for sensationalism, it's a pity. Because I don't go about sensational headlines. I don't go about clickbait for views. I don't do that. I don't do that. People carry all sorts of fake headlines because they want to make views. Please show me one fake headline I've carried in my platform to make views. In fact, people flag people, strike people's platform, give them warnings for using their content. You, yourself, I just heard that you've used my content before on your platform. I have never and I would never strike you. I don't do that because for me, the idea for me is to give people information. In fact, at the end of my shows, I tell people, the reason I do this is for people to learn. You can I will break this conversation down in pidgin English for people to learn. So please, you can cut it and put in different WhatsApp groups, share on your different platforms because we want people to learn. That's why I do what I do. So no, the idea is not for sensationalism. If you're here and you're coming to tell me that I was sensational and I didn't handle it professionally because you think you want to get back at me, please, you're speaking to the fingers because I don't get it. I handled that the best possible way I could handle it. But unfortunately, it went south. Am I happy about it? No. But is it what it is? Yes, it is. And that's what it is. And then you're also telling me that I did not respond to another caller by pinpointing what's wrong with Nigeria. My brother, you have mouths. Say what is wrong with Nigeria with your own mouth. Tell them the root cause of the problem with Nigeria. I have covered all the angles possible in my conversation. We bring out different, I brought out different angles here. At least I presented 3 different angles today here of what people think is a real problem we have. Choose the one you want. Me will not tell Nigerians to choose anyone. If you're waiting for me to do that, I will never do it. And according to how NBC say we should operate, practice journalism in Nigeria, I am not supposed to take sides. And I have decided not to take sides or choose a point or have an opinion. If you have a problem with that, it's unfortunate. I am doing what I should do.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Precious. Our last person in the panel is Ife. Ife, you're on with Precious. Enyi.
Hi, Precious. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Ife. Good to have you. Yeah. Good to be
Sorry,
here.
let me laugh a little bit. Anyway, hi. It's my pleasure, talking to you. I'm a fan, even though I don't watch all the time. So I heard some people here said if you can't say about certain things, then you can get out of the job. See, I am in a healthcare. I can ask a doctor any question and challenge doctor any question or any other, but you can't do that in Nigeria. If you do that in Nigeria, you'll be fired. That doctor is going to terminate you. So it's just like here, journalist or journalism is different from how it is in Nigeria. Let me give you a typical example. I was in Omoye's corner show about 2 weeks ago when she was talking about the NBA chairman need to come and defend himself about all the things that that was going on. And I told her, I said, Omoye, it's not going to happen. Don't put this guy on the spot. I know him from my place. I went to school with him. I studied accounting. He studied law. I know his wife with my junior in secondary school and all the stuff. And Omoye got upset and was like, oh, okay, he's not going to he should get out. Another person can do the job. It is not easy like that. I said yesterday that Nigeria is not a democratic nation. We are still learning democracy. We don't have freedom of speech. I can say anything I want to say here, and get away with it. But you can't do that in Nigeria. The next minute, you're going to be picked up immediately. So for people saying that if you can't address this issue, if you can't say this issue, that you can't, you need to get out or don't talk about it. That's not how journalism is practiced, especially in a third world country like Africa, where you know that, for example, we know who we have in power now. And, there are some things you can say, there are some things you cannot say. So, my sister, first of all, if you know what you feel comfortable, that will not take away your life or put you in jail, go ahead and say, do what you can do about it. I don't typically listen to Nigerian, news and all that stuff. Most of the stuff I know about Nigeria, I see it on social media. So, that, by the way, my question is this. Why is it? I know you mentioned it a little bit when you were talking, because I listened to you from the beginning till the end. I waited, to listen to you. Why is it that Nigerian journalists are not talking about this issue of China mining our natural resources? It was recently that I know that we have gold, that we have lithium and other natural resources, in our country. And like you said, I believe that Nigeria, we are so blessed, very blessed, that if we utilize the resources we have in that country, we do not have no business, borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. A lot of countries don't even have the resources we have in Nigeria, and they don't even borrow as much as we do. I understand that, funding is another problem they have in Nigeria, because, of course, yeah, to run a commercial, especially Super Bowl, it runs in millions of dollars. It's not like that in Nigeria. My question is it because of here that people like you and other journalists don't report, such things about what is happening? I heard at some point that they have in Zamfara, flights will come in and zoom out, they steal our resources for mining and nobody knows about it. We have a minister for mineral resources, and nobody, like you said, is giving account of that resources. So, what we have and what we have mined, and, how much all these things are generated. Is it because you people don't want to talk about it, or just the government?
Thank you, Fee. Precious.
All right. So responding to your question, trying to see there is a data. Let me quickly get that. We have over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. About 15 states in Nigeria with commercial deposit of gold, including Osun and Ondo states. And if you notice, remember that Osun state has been, Ondo state has been at loggerheads with these one southwestern states that have been having issues with terrorists recently too, or terrorism recently, insurgency, as it were. So I do not know. I cannot tell why they don't report it. It's not because they don't know. You see, I don't know how to explain how journalism is in Nigeria. I, for one, cannot cover all of that, because for me to report this, it means that I have to not just employ staff, mobilize their transportation and means to go to those places to do this coverage. First of all, Nigerian security agencies are the ones guarding those people, the China people that you say are mining the sites. They will not even let you cover it. They may not let you cover it. So there is a possibility that you can actually mobilize resources and go to sites and you may not cover anything. There may be that possibility. Except maybe, you do the Nigerian way, things exchange and all that, you find your way in and you'll be able to get a report from it. Or you use other means that you may hide the cameras and all of those and you're able to get it. But every media house in Nigeria is aware that we have different states with, good gold deposits in Nigeria. But why they're not covering it, I cannot answer for them. I am not their owners. So I don't know why they're not covering it. And is it only China that is mining a gold in Nigeria? I do not think so. It's not only China. But why government is in fact, there was a video I played the other time. I come across the other time about a particular community in southern Kaduna that said that China has told them to leave, that their villagers, they call them that they should evacuate their village, that they have bought the land, their village. That video is out there on social media. You can see it. That they told them to evacuate their land, that they bought their land, their ancestral homes. You don't understand. So again, that brings us back to the issue of leadership. Did all of this begin before President Tinubu's regime? Yes, it is true. So I don't blame him entirely. I can't blame him. And as I said before, if you blame me for saying that this is not Tinubu's fault, of course it's not his fault. Should I not say the truth? Or you don't want me to say the truth? The insecurity precedes President Tinubu's administration. But as a government, he has the power, every power in this world apart from God, to handle it. Why is he not handling it? I do not know. And I cannot know why it is not curbed, why it is not under control. So there are lots of things that we do not have answers to that is happening in Nigeria. And while people in power may have answers and have reasons as to why it's happening, it's unfortunate that even if some of us may know, or some people may have hint of what may be going on, you cannot say it because where is your fact? And how would you say that? Or was it freedom of information or after information? So there's a lot going on that I don't have access to. Yes, we have different. Let me see if I can get the names of the states where we have good large deposit of. We have Borno states with very large, percentage of mineable commercial deposit of gold. We have Zamfara. I think Borno is the highest, followed by Zamfara, Katsina, Niger, Kaduna, Kwara, Kebbi, Adamawa, I think Kano, Edo, the FCT. Cross River, Ondo, and then lastly, Osun State. You need to go to Osun State. I think it was when I went to do a documentary for the government in Osun State. If you see their water in Osun State, their river in Osun State, brown, they don't have good water. And you'll be imagining what will become of the aquatic life in that water. I had to ask the governor when I was there, because I was there on a documentary on his behest. And I did ask, and they said, the mining licenses are coming from federal government. It is not in their hand. They cannot stop it. At least I did ask that question. And I'm only going to tell you this because I did ask the government at that time. It's as if they don't have river in Osun State. All their river is brown in color because of mining activities. And you'll be imagining what's going to happen to the fish and the entire aquatic life. And some of these people within riverine areas, remember that they're substantially farmers, either fishing and all of that. All those things are damaged because of the mining. Does government have the power to control this so that it doesn't further destroy our environment? Of course they do have the power. Why are they not doing it? I don't know, because I'm not government. Thank you.
All right, Ife, thank you so much. And Precious, thank you so much for your time. We always appreciate when real journalists on the ground come up here to talk to our people. I'll give you a chance to your final thoughts on the topics we've talked about and the perception of people, especially those of us who are abroad and looking into Nigeria, things we don't typically understand very well.
Okay, so I think that we need a lot of in the diaspora, a lot to come in to help us with information. Nigerians do not understand that the government will be saying they give excuses for. Their life and their death, they're for the hands of government. They need information. I am not saying you should open your own media house, but if you can tax your family members, be sharing information to them about how things are meant to be done or ought to be done. Share to them. Let them share in their own different WhatsApp groups. Let information go around. Let them know what they deserve as human beings, first of all. Let them understand the concept of social contracts with their government. Let them get those proper information. Because once they're informed, they'll stand the opportunity to take the best decision that would help their lives. So giving information to them, it's very, very important. But blaming Nigerians entirely for what's going on in Nigeria, it's not totally correct, because we have a very, I don't know how to explain the situation in Nigeria. We have a very funny scenario in Nigeria. But I do believe that if Nigerians are more informed, they will take the right decision. So let's learn to give them the right information and do our best to pass that information to them. With the proper information, we can spark the right action and we can take the right action. They do not know, and that's why maybe they're not taking the right action. Tomorrow, you tell them to go and protest that government is not doing this. They'll tell you because it's not your brother is in power. Why do you want us to go and protest against our brother? Allah make it finish the way the other person finished in 8 years. You see? So we need to also learn to teach our people that we should see ourselves in Nigeria beyond ethnicity and religion. That's one thing that is eating us up. Most of the times, we'll say our government will tell us, pray. Let's continue to pray. President Tinubu made a statement the other day after he blamed Iran for what's going on. And he said, let's pray that we pray. We'll put prayer. Government officials will talk and tell you prayer. But now prayer, now fix the country on a day inside. The country said they go receive medical care. Now prayer, they fix their medical care. Now prayer, they pray when they be sick. No. So you see, these are the information you have to start telling your people. Let your people understand that they need to learn how to hold their government accountable beyond allowing them. Prayer does not fix anything. That starts because we've been brainwashed along religious line and ethnic line to hate each other because of our religion, to hate each other because of our ethnicity, and it doesn't take us anywhere. And guess what? They are glorifying over it because keeping us divided helps them a lot. And I'd like to say something very quickly in response to my dear brother. I've forgotten your name. I don't know. My dear brother who's fighting with me. I love you with the love of God. I don't love you beyond that. And yes, I do not know you before that day you came to my show. I do not even remember it was you. The reason I responded that way, I just got a message from my phone that you use my this thing that how can you say you don't know my platform when you were analyzing my video on your platform? That's how I knew. I wouldn't have known. I don't even know what your YouTube is like. I don't know if you own a YouTube. I got information from them. The same way people will feed you things, I get information too. So, but I don't have anything against you. I mean, I like it when people discuss intelligently, disagree intelligently, to agree on the common problem that we have. Now that we've all disagreed, what is our problem? I would prefer that you guys speak on the solution to these problems that we have. What is the way that Nigeria can move forward? How can we get away from where we are today? Let's stop talking and start doing. What are the things we need to do to stop the killings? I cannot stand this. Me, I don't know how to stand people suffering. Sometimes when people calling on my show, sorry for taking a lot of your time. When people calling on my show and they say that, oh, them Nigerians are brought in a lot of money. There's almost any day that doesn't, I don't think any day goes by without me giving out, sending money for one form of help or the other to people. I am not rich. I'm just a poor woman managing my life. But I give because I can't stand somebody telling me that I've not eaten or my children don't have food to eat and I have to give. Even if it's the small rice I have in my pot and I don't give to you, I give. So the way we're, empathetic, I'm naturally an empathetic person. And that's why things about killing and what's going on in Nigeria affects me a lot because I'm empathetic to the plight of people. Anybody who's done me over time will know that most of my benevolence that I do is I'm responding to the plights of people. So if I am passionate about seeing people get better, seeing things get better in Nigeria, that's just my own flaw. I agree, it may be a flaw, but I just want things to get better. I don't want people to be dying again because it can be me anytime. It can be anybody at any time. I am just passionate about seeing things get better in this country. I love you guys and I love all of you. And I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to explain myself. And for those who hate me, I love you back. I cannot hate you. And for those who love me, I love you people because I cannot be jollof rice. I can't make everybody happy. So there is a tendency that would always disagree to agree. But at the end of the day, I love the fact that we are all passionate about moving our country forward. And I cannot wait to see this country get better. I believe that we can. I love you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thank you so much, Precious. We appreciate you. We will hopefully invite you again, and then you will come and help us understand how things are going in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Good night.
All right. We'll take a break.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday afternoon or evening with us. We appreciate that. I hope you enjoyed the show, the interaction with Precious. Next week, we are going to bring another interesting guest who will be here on 90 Minutes Africa. We have about 20 minutes or less to play around with. So maybe we should use it and get quick feedback from everybody before KJ's show. KJ will have a show after this, which will be reaction to what happened here. Let me start with Mr. James.
Yes, thank you. I don't think I have much to say. I'm a little bit surprised why people do not believe that truth is relative. Maybe anybody can address the question. Please kindly assign the question to anybody. Why is it that people do not believe that truth is relative? There's nothing like absolute truth. Chim can answer it, or anybody.
All right, you called Chim. What do you think about truth?
Well, certain truths are relative, not all truths are relative. There's the truth about what happens to your grass if you pour a chemical on it. There's a truth about if I put a sword to your heart, definitely you're going to die. If you're lucky to survive, maybe if you go for surgery, you survive. But when it comes to certain social order issues, like, let me take an example of the issue that caused controversy on our guest's platform between her two guests. And that's what she was trying to say, that what each of them was trying to proffer as reasons might actually be true. There could be a fact to the fact that there could be truth to the fact that certain imperial, as some of us refer to them as imperial lords, might be skewing things at the back to impact our sovereignty as a nation. But it's also true that the fact that we don't have hospitals in Nigeria, functional hospitals in Nigeria, it has nothing to do with the Queen of England or King Charles or any of the prime ministers that have run England or Britain. It's likely to mismanagement of our resources. So yes, to that extent, truth is relative. But the truth about whether what goes up will come down, that's the truth. If you like, fall from a 7-story building, it will splatter on the floor. There will be no law of what's that law? Law of
gravity.
You are going to fall down. You will splatter, and we'll go and pick up your bones and bury you. So that's the way I look at it.
All right. Thank you, James. Chim, now it's your turn. Quickly, so that we can get everybody before the time runs out.
Well, as usual, it was a good outing. I have my my areas of. First of all, the young woman is doing a good job. She has already defined what she wants to do. I can't fault her on that. I wish her all the best. She's doing her own little bit in terms of national discourse and national development. But where I agree with her is and this is symptomatic about Nigerians. We don't want to take responsibility. We always want to so she's guilty of that also, pointing finger at, I've seen people trolling. The fact remains, every occupation comes with its hazards. Those hazards are there, and you have to look for a way to go around those hazards. I still believe, and I will use my example that I'm using, I see no reason why grown men who run media houses every quarterly will go and sit down in Port Harcourt or wherever he does that, and then create this emperor-like situation for Wike, and then he'll be spewing bullshit. So it is that thing going on is on the journalists who are doing it. They can choose not to go there. If they don't go there, their bread will not suddenly dry up for one particular person. So all this excuse about, if we don't do it, where would they get their money from? Is excuse, the typical excuse all of us as Nigerians always give why we must do certain things or not do certain things. Dry up that particular thing he's getting, that attention he's giving. I'm serious, dry it up. He can't come to the air and be killing us. So in my own view, that's where I disagree with her, asking me where would they get their next bread. They should go and be creative. I can't give you the answer. Go and be creative and look for how to make it.
So let me know. So
go ahead.
Chim, let's play this. I'm Ndoka, owner of Arise TV.
Okay. Yes.
You are my reporter. I say to you go and cover Wike's Wike's press conference. You say you are not going to go. I fire you. I'll get somebody else who is willing to go, and that person will go. You are gone.
Okay. So Rudolph, hold on. Let's not further. You're going besides my. So when I say journalist, I'm not necessarily talking about the reporter. I'm talking about that person you mentioned.
Okay. So me, I'm a Andoka. I need money to pay the who I pay to buy diesel.
But Ndoka doesn't pay. Ndoka doesn't pay anybody.
No, that's what I'm saying. He pays some people. No, there are some people, not the journalists, maybe people in the office and people that drive us and buy gas, That's Ndoka. I'm Ndoka. So I know what you're saying. There's something you can do about that, about me, Ndoka, deciding this is what I want to do. If you don't like it, don't read my paper.
Right, so why are we complaining? Let the system keep running around in circle.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rudolph. This is the first time I will disagree with you because by that logic, Tinubu will tell you that he's doing what he's doing because if he doesn't do it, somebody else will come and do exactly the same.
But that's what
where would that cycle stop?
But that's what they will tell you. Actually, if you've talked to politicians,
now we don't need to do any rehearsal of this. We should just close the program and go.
Exactly.
No. The point I think we are missing is that what she's saying is that there is the ideal. Okay, there's an ideal, and we aspire for the ideal. And then
the only way you move from the ideal to make your ideal reality is sacrifice.
Yes.
Anybody who doesn't want to take any risk.
Let me reclaim my time, please.
No, wait. Your time is up. We have other people.
You took my time. You took my time to talk.
Chim, the point I'm making is this, okay? While there are people like Ndoka, okay, there are other people who are trying to do it the right way. So we tend to always point out the people who are not doing it. There are people who are making sacrifice.
Let me push back. Sorry. We're having a conversation, and when we're having conversations, I cannot explore that's why sometimes when I read certain comments of people thinking I'm daft, the daftness is on them actually, because they are thinking in a linear way. I don't think linear. I think broadly. The point I'm trying to make, you don't have to like my views, and I'm not here to be the most popular person in the classroom. I'm not interested in that. So for those who think liking my views or not liking my views, it doesn't take a penny out of my pocket. All I'm simply saying is this. I know there are people paying the ultimate prices every day in Nigeria to get things done. We know this is happening. But on a larger scale, we also know that our society is known for not pushing the frontiers enough. All of us are guilty of it. And it's because we're not pushing that frontiers enough. That's why the society is in the level of decay it is. There are people in America, there are brown envelope journalists in America. They exist. But the people who are pushing to make sure news comes out properly outnumber them. There is a general attitude of the American to want to push the truth. That's not the case with us. We are called Nigerians. We give in easily. And we need to start changing that mindset. Yours truly also affected. If we don't change it, we will keep having the set of people who are showing up in Nassau Rock with their cliques day in, day out, year in, year out, election in, election out. Until we start pushing that frontier and putting fear in them. Right now, the average politician and people who run governance, they don't fear the citizens. If they fear the citizens, National Assembly won't do what they did the other day by tinkering with the constitution the way they felt it to favor the APC. This is why they do those things. But the moment we start pushing back, after a while, they too will realize that there's a level we'll go and everything will kaput. So that's the point I'm making. For those who can't see it, please, I have no business with you.
Thank you, Chim. I think I'm about to get to an epiphany, and I think it's very, very simple. In everything, not just about media, because that's the same debate we were having the other day about, whether you want to blame the international community or some countries for what's happening in Africa to Africans. I think it's exactly the same thing. Or people who are saying we want to leave the country and people who want the country to remain the same. I think it all boils down to different viewpoints. And I feel like what is going on is that I've not processed this stuff very well. That if you believe in one thing, like Chim now believes that journalists are not doing enough and they should do, I agree, they should do more and there should be people pushing for them to do more. But also, what I think is missing is that people are more interested in saying you should do more or you should be part of Nigeria. You should blame the international community. But the same people are not doing the other one, which is like, if I feel that these people are about to leave the country, and that will be dangerous for the country. That will not be good for the country. I will work harder. Instead of just blaming them for trying to leave the country, I will work harder to make them feel they should be part of the country, or deal with what their fear is. So you are sounding that journalists are not doing well. I agree. I'm not opposing you. I'm trying to push the other angle for you to see that. But what are you doing? What are you doing to say, let's deal with what is the limitations they have? How do we help them? You know,
by what I said here now, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, no, you're doing the easy one. You're doing the easy one. Look at Michael. Michael came here and said, how do we support you? That Michael is not saying you are perfect. Michael is not saying Precious is doing it the way I want it. Everything is perfect. Michael is saying, how do I support you to do more? So that's what I want to see people from the other side. So people who are saying that Nigeria should be one, Nigeria should do well as one country, big nation. Okay, I agree with you. But what are you doing to make people?
Let me so that we end and you pass to the next person. Listen, simple analogy. If all of us take this whole, people are, and Masca stops coming here, I stop coming here, you will come here and you will stand every day and nobody's going to say anything. So the fact that I am not necessarily on the field, I have been on that field doing my own little pit, but I have moved on to something else. But I am here because I'm interested. It's not because I don't have anything to do with my Sunday that I am showing up here to come and talk. I have a lot of things I could have even picked up a shift at work somewhere and stayed away from this. So let nobody get it whacked. There are people who are born to speak. There are people who get the courage to go to the frontiers. And listen, that's why, for instance, we show as an example, with everything they troll him, at least he has his nuisance value to society. If you want to use it from a nuisance perspective, he has his impact. I don't expect Atiku to be a Peter Obi. Everybody has their value. But we'll come back and hold each other accountable where we need to do that. This is what fuels society and makes things move. Philosophers might not necessarily be the best of politicians. So let nobody come here. I'm not knocking anyone. I'm simply saying, from sitting outside of there, this is what I'm observing. People take brown envelopes and find the easy way. When they go and you keep giving somebody, we know that this person clearly, so is it enough for him because he can pay the media house? That's why we should go and give him audience and give him media time. Absolutely not. So I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you. Let's move on. We can talk about this forever. Masca, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Once again, look, I cannot find the words to express my respect for you, sincerely speaking, at many levels. But I mean, you've constricted time, so I won't even go into that. But I would just want to hover around the topic that you just raised. My position consistently has been, I totally agree with you. I mean, if a journalist decides to go and take brown envelope, that's fine. That's okay. Not all of us are strong at a certain level. Okay, if I can resist it, you may not resist it. But what I will not like, I will not take, I will not accept, is to even have the idea that there will be a justification. The idea that somebody will come in public and begin to say, this is, Look, if you go and you're a weakling, you're doing whatever shit you're doing, sorry, forgive my friend, but don't come to public with it. Know that that is wrong. I do wrong things, but I will hate the day it will become public. I wouldn't want to come and be talking about it. I'm not the strongest of people, but it's not for me to come and show my weakness. I think for me, and I think that for me is what I find as a major weakness. And I don't like people being defensive. In life, if you really want to move forward, when people show you, there's no money you're going to pay these people. Somebody said, this call, you took it for too long. What does it take to argue with the person? Take it. Even if you don't believe him, it's okay. You go, it's your show, you run it. So I think that, honestly, that is the fundamental problem. You've raised a very important problem. We have things that are substandard, and we are trying to make it now the standard that, if I have a media house, because I need money to run it, so I should be entertaining Wiki. I think it's bunker. We shouldn't, as a non-journalist, I know that is wrong, not to talk of a journalist of more than 30 years actually saying that, what do you expect the person to do? The simple answer is what's the word now? Be innovative. Like you now, who is sponsoring you? You find a way of of democratizing it.
Thank you, Mascal.
Sorry, that's what I wanted to say. And where is Michael? He has not supported you. He's calling how to support Precious. And those of you here have not supported Rudolfo.
Support is in multiple ways. Don't worry.
Masca, let me just say this. What you just said now, it made me to remember. So when Sahara started, and Premium Times and People's Gazette, the new media, the online media. Remember, most people forget, most people don't know that some of them actually started from the traditional media. So, which is one of the things that could be the solution. And when they saw that the traditional media are too big and they are not willing to change, they don't want to, they decided that we can do it in a different way. And they've contributed. It's not yet documented. People don't know the extent of the contribution of the online media to the strength. In fact, when I went to, I think I probably said this on the show, when I was at Sahara, sometimes you see that stories that they can't publish in the traditional media, they send it to Sahara, to the online media. And that's how you hear so many things that you ended up hearing. So the same way, so it's important to know that these changes are happening. It's actually good that we are discussing it. And that's why I always like to bring in reporters. And sometimes I ask them questions that I know the answers to, but I want it to come from them so that people will hear from the people who are on the ground about what is going on and the challenges. So I agree with you. It's important what we are doing, the conversation, people learn from it and people decide this is how we can deal with these problems and new ideas will come out of it. So I'm not dismissing what we are doing ever. I don't do that.
I'm even very sure she's the one who will benefit from this coming. I know that she will go home and think of some of the things that people have said, and she would take note. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Forefathers, we have about just like 5 minutes, but anyway, go ahead, Forefathers. We'll get to everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dameji, for hosting this show. And from my findings, I'm a bit taken aback how people are weird. They like drama too much. See, my own focus was about the conversation she had with David Udeyi and the conversation she had with me, which is, I have to give her credit because, I've been on this platform for going how many years now, and I still have people that disagree with my security stance, but she agreed with me on that point. Shocking. She agreed on that point, but she went on to say, why would I require Nigerians to know this? And I find that ironic because she went on to describe the same problem in the Nigerian people don't know what is going on. But that is why we are saying we should give them that information so that they know what they need to demand from their leaders. Democracy, and she also made a comment that I find interesting, and it's not only her, to be fair, many Nigerians do this, and I find that disturbing a little bit because we're in a democracy, and even if it's an autocracy or monarchy, we are still, the citizens and the subjects still have a kind of impact and say in what goes on. Like when she says, after God, the leaders are they have all the power, they are next. Yeah, but in a democracy, the people too also have input. They are stimuli to their leadership, and hence why the people also have to play a role. And I really think that aspect was missed, and because she repeated it often, and I really think that people should also keep that in mind when they talk about politics and leadership in Nigeria. We have this thing where we were like, oh, because he's a leader, we should just defer everything to him and he has all the power to decide everything. No, you have to push them. You have to force them. And I've seen Nigerians force the government to change their mind on quite a lot of issues. When Nigerians didn't like the tax bill, they yanked it and they came back and changed it. When Nigerians didn't like the student loan, they yanked it and changed it again. So there are things that they do and Nigerians don't like it, they will yank it. Because they know they can't, if Nigerians get cross with our politicians, they are done. They can't.
No tax law was changed. Tax law is still there. Don't come and misinform us. That's not true. I just want to correct that, please. Nobody yanked any tax law.
Jim, you started now. You started now. Don't start. So I don't want to start. Otherwise, we'll start pulling out tax law, whether it changed or not.
It's not
So,
changed. They're waiting for election to come and pass. It's not changed.
Another one. See that the people that disagree with me on my security stance,
But
now
it's
she
truth
agreed
now.
with me on
It's the truth.
whatever. You refuse to learn. So
All
let
right.
me just say something about objective truth, because I like what Chim said about that, because it seems to understand the concept of objective truth. And because there are certain things that are just obvious, everybody has agreed that it is true. And you have to remember, context matters. If you are talking in areas of, theoretical physics and certain areas, something can go up and not come down. Or you can even walk through walls. So context matters when you're discussing things. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. KJ, you're next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. And I just want to, I don't really have, my position is not too different from that of Precious. I stand firmly, like Gidigba behind her answers and her comments. Because she is not just, as we say in my language, she will know what I'm talking about. She has been in journalism for long. She has seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I said that to say, look, some of us take these things, we kind of a bit trivialize it. Who amongst you want to die? Have you seen somebody who went to heaven before and came back? Nnamdi Azikiwe at 86 said he's not in a hurry to leave this continent where he knows. Is it me I'm not even half of it that I want to leave because I'm practicing journalism? So we must understand this thing. One, just like Chim has said, Rudolph has said, if your guy gives you this thing to go, if you decide not to go for this thing.
No. Sorry.
No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. When it gets your time, you talk.
Are you actually trying to say that people should not be brave?
Don't interrupt me.
Sorry.
No.
Rudolph,
I reclaim my time. This guy, look at leave make I talk. Okay? Now, some of us say, what I was among the first journalists who went to Liberia to do documentary when dead bodies were still in the streets and it was still dangerous to be in Liberia. Some of us are paid our dues whether I like it or not. But we're not going to go and stand before a situation when you know that they will take you. At least that time I wasn't married, Rudolph, you understand what I'm saying? I didn't have any responsibility. So I could as well be, I was everywhere. So, but eventually, responsibility is telling on you. That's one. Two, you are not going to get paid. I work for an international organization, so I could be able to be everywhere I wanted to, and they take the cost. But for the local people who were working in local organizations, majority of them fear to pick professionals like Rudolph because they will not be able to sustain them and they will not want to go out and beg for brown envelopes. So what they do is they get somebody who can write good English and somebody who can be able to stand in that and then use them. And those are the people they say to them, this your ID card is your meal ticket. Go out there and help yourself. If you are a journalist and your Oga has told you this one, and then you go and they're dividing brown envelope, are you not going to collect it? And I'm talking about big media because I did train most of these people, some of them in the studios. Okay? Now, having said that, I want also to say this. I'm narrowing down to the Wike example. Wike's program is bringing millions to that channel and to all the channels that are working there. Are you going to say that you will not take it? Because not only you now, who is the reporter or the cameraman or the producer, there are other people who are working. There are floor managers, light people, and all that, audio and every other thing that are hoping. Hold on, and paint a picture because I was in this industry. Hold on. When you get to your time, you talk. Now they are hoping that you, who is the field man, will go out and come back with something for them that may be the thing that will transport them back to their house. I'm talking about people's experience in Nigeria. They're still there. They have no way to do otherwise. Okay, having said that, listen, it is not easy whether you like them or don't like them. And I'm not in any way saying people should not just say the truth. But you say the truth with being able to go home and come back and tell the story again. He who fights and run away lives to fight another day. We can't always blame the Nigerian journalists because even when you decide to take the bullet on their behalf, once you are put 6 feet down, all of them continue their life. They all continue their life. So we witnessed, or rather, yeah, at that time we were very small, but we witnessed when
we don't
on
do
the
the right
Saturday
thing.
morning. Now, wow, for this guy, he was later bombed. Till today, have anybody ever asked what happened to his children? Has anybody? So I'm not holding brief for Nigerian journalists, but I think in the situation where they are doing the best that they can. Look, Benga Areruba was one of the tough journalists who was standing in. It was the face of AIT. You know what removed him? A particular government said, we don't want that guy there. He's asking too much tough questions. And they insisted that Posse remove him from that program. They insist, in fact, they refused that he will get any program that has any what do you call it, a prime time. They took him to 11 o'clock. How many people went to fight for him? I'm calling names. How many people went to cover when he became very sick that he almost died? How many people went to
that's not a very good argument to make. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
All right. Hold on, guys. There will be another show where you can trash this out.
Okay, so let me round up. In other words, me I not see what Precious do. She's precious and she's doing a good job for Nigeria. In fact, if you go to her channel right now, you will see that she has exposed one thing that I've been asking for Nigerian journalists to go and do, which is who is Bola Tinubu. She has been able to narrow down to bring somebody who knows Bola Tinubu to the core. Gentlemen, will they try? When I like Mona give her praise, not like Mona leave her. She's doing her best as an independent journalist. She's doing very well. Thank you very much, Rudolph, for the opportunity to speak on this behalf. It's a privilege, actually. I hand over.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Doctor, thank you so much for bringing in Precious to the platform. Obviously, I won't say much because I am biased in this issue. I'm a regular on that platform, and I think I know Precious a little bit more better than some of us on the platform. I think it was a great show. I can't fault her, and everybody has his or her views, but I can tell you, Precious is doing a great job. She's one personality who doesn't want to advertise. I'm even surprised that she said some of the things that she said here. Gives her resources, selfless. And I think that anybody who knows that would offer her heart for her for her performance here on this platform. I think is great, estimation. And I thank you once again. That's my submission. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. Chris.
Sorry, Dr. Damages, you say see something, say something. So I did my reporting to you.
I appreciate that.
I did my reporting to you. So the other thing I wanted to say about journalism in Nigeria is not that they are not trying, but given the a lot of handicaps they face, judiciary is not friendly. If they have a good judiciary in Nigeria, you say, okay, well, if I get tormented by the authority, I can get myself out through judiciary. So these are the things sometimes I don't blame them. And they are trying as much as they can, but it's just, my concern is that sometimes they give the wrong information. The information they give to people are not actually the right information the people need. So that's where my concern is.
Thank you so much.
But as an independent producer, she's doing very well because I listen to her programs all the time. She's doing very well.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. The founder of CNN was decided one day to start a network. I hope that more people will just get pissed off by what the journalists we have today are doing to get into the profession. Shore was studied geography, but today he's the owner of Sahara Reporters. So that's a good thing about journalism. The door is not locked on anybody. Anybody can just knock it open and say, look, I think people are not doing the right thing. I want to do the right thing, and you do it. All right. Loco P, there are questions for you and forefathers. I think it's Mark. wanted to know how did the protests go? The one that happened in the UK against INEC. Did you guys go?
He wasn't there. None of them showed up. They no go. They talk of journalists when go say you know if it goes you know if it come out for speech.
Look at you that say people should not protest. What are you going on about?
See, let me tell you something about protests here.
You know go answer the question. Were you there?
I know if people go protest will not get heard.
You don't qualify now. You don't get heard.
First, hold on. Wait, you are
don't get heard. Now so they talk.
Wait now. Wait.
But you won't make a person go die for you. That one don't get heard.
See, you attack the law. There's a law that says the head of the president will be the one to appoint INEC chairman. You get my point? So, you remove Amokwitan. There's 1 million Amokwitan behind waiting to replace this President Amokwitan. I don't understand you. So, if you remove this guy, it doesn't change anything. It's still going to bring somebody that is trust that will defend him too. So, except you change the law to say no, INEC should be independent. They should be able to bring in their own, without relying on any, even self-funded. That is the kind of protest that we can. Don't you get? I'm not going to waste my time saying remove Amokwitan. I don't understand. Did you know that the Amokwitan used to exist? No. But they removed the one we did before. Now you can't bring somebody really close to them. So if you remove this guy, tell me the chances that he's not going to bring somebody that is even close to him. Maybe district that you guys cannot even have a clue about his relationship with Tinubu. Come on.
Did you go there to give them this idea? The crowd was gathered there. Why didn't you go and address them? Go and forefather.
Wait.
He asked your question now. Make your comment. Leave this thing where they talk.
You go there. That's the question what I asked you. People go to streets. No fit.
Open men are protesting. They are wearing Kokwasia cap. Like, I don't understand. You just threw yourself under the bus. Like, oh, that means what you are saying is not even your own thoughts. That is Kwankwaso that is sponsoring what you are doing. You've already shot yourself in the foot. In fact, no worry. No, so not type of Nigerians still there somewhere. No worry.
Rudolph, I have a question, please, if you may, please. Okay, so
go ahead.
This is please just indulge me. Have I knocked you on this show before or not? Have I disagreed with you?
Me?
Yes.
I think so. Of course.
Okay. So why do we find it difficult? Because listen, Nigerians are too beholden. So I'll come here now and I'll support everything Rudolph does. So if Nigerians cannot be if you cannot be objective about something because you feel you are going to be biased, then don't talk. My idea, the way I see life is if this platform is doing what is good, I will praise it. If I think Rudolph is not doing what is right, if it's a matter I think I can take behind the scene with him, I'll go behind the scene and take it with him. But if it's something that concerns all of us here, I'll say it openly here. But I will still come back here next week because I believe in what the platform is doing. What I find strange is that people do not know, and that is why we have a decay back home. Because everybody thinks that, oh, I need to cozy up and pardon my use of language. I have no other choice. My grammar right now is limited. Lick Rudolph's ass. So that I'll be nice to him. So that like somebody said,
and feed your family. And feed your family.
When we are ready, we'll be telling ourselves the truth.
And feed your family.
All right. Thank you. So, Lokopi, are you done?
I'm not now. You don't be yet. I won't start. You can't riot. You can't give me riot. Go riot. I don't understand. No, but see, in a nutshell, look, Rudolph, look, the danger of what you guys are saying. You guys don't know the danger. You said something because I didn't watch the interview with Precious, whatever, anyway. But it was your statement that you said, like, oh, I'm Ake Bagbina. I'm sending Chim as a journalist. Chim will say no. Why would Chim will not say no? Chim will say yes, let me go. But the thing is that you will not control what the kind of question or interrogation Chim will have with Wike. You will not do that. Because if you do that, that is where, journalism is dead in Nigeria. It's not even the brand envelope anymore. Because those interviews that you have with Wike, it's Wike that's paying for them. Not you think maybe the media house are the one paying. No, it's Wike that's paying for them to come. And if they come, the only thing they talk about is PDP and what have you, nothing else. In fact, 80% of the discussion is PDP, APC, Labour, whatever. Article, Kiniko. That's what they talk. They've never talked about the healthcare system in Abuja, the failing education in Abuja, the whatever, all the infrastructures in Abuja, unemployment in Abuja. They've never said anything concerning that in that media. And they do that all the time because Wike is paying for it. Understand, but if you condone all this stuff, then you have no right to blame the policeman on the street doing what he's doing, collecting bribe. because he has to split his family because it's not well paid. You have no right to condemn them. You have no right to say what do you call it? Insecurity should end in Nigeria, because the more there's insecurity in Nigeria, the more those soldiers are getting paid. You understand? That means you have no right to say that, to condemn them. Look, my brother, in as much as you think you want to, if you cannot do this journalism, in fact, sorry, let me put it this way. You see, words, this word that we do here every day, there's a way, if you understand television or programming a lot, there's a way they'll put advert to you over and over and over and over and over, even if you don't like that advert before. Subconsciously, you start, okay, let me try this advert. You understand? So what journalism does is, you're supposed to be putting the right information out there. You understand? Because the people who consume, it shapes their opinion, it shapes their mentality, it shapes even their growth, it shapes their state of mind. So by the time I come, I see nonsense journalism, and I watch you all the time. Before you know, I start behaving like you're thinking the same nonsense that the women pushers are thinking. But if I say, okay, just imagine the interview with Boala and Asamendi. We have journalists in Nigeria who can even do better. They chose not to. But you can see the way Nigerians are applauding Asamendi. Thank God for doing this kind of, and even bashing Nigerian journalists. But you are now saying no because of brand envelope. They should not do what is there to ask the right question. Even if the guy don't want to come to your show anymore, don't let him come. By the time these journalists in China do that, the journalists in AIT do that, the one in Arise do that, the one in Silverberg do that, and this politicians don't have anywhere to go and get interview, they'll start changing their mentality. But all the time they go there and you leave after Shehu do his interview, Shehu hold this small envelope. Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And to do that on the same platform, how do we move from there when we know that whatever these people consume is what shapes Nigeria? That is the danger of social media. Look at what social media is in Nigeria right now. Everybody's doing what is trending because they consume this all over again. So by the time we apply that same analogy in journalism, if this guy put out the best journalism out there and we consume it every day, before you know, subconsciously we will start practicing what they are saying or behaving like them. But every day you open your TV and you see nonsense interview, nonsense journalism putting out there, that you are saying no, it's not their fault that they are scared, or who is threatening them for asking the right question? Nobody is telling you to go and do investigation, like maybe like what you say now, go and do investigation to leak out the secret of Wiki. Nobody is asking you to do that because that you are enjoying your life. We are talking about when these politicians, when they come to your station and just grant interview one-on-one with you, nobody is there. Okay, if at all there's anybody behind, just ask the right question. That's
Sorry,
all we ask.
I tell them how this works. Can I tell local people how this thing work? See, the program that they go to cover for Wiki is a commercial program. It's been paid for, and what you are going to say is already been detailed down. Hold on
now. I'm talking about the ones coming to your studio. The weekends or the media chat is the media chat is once in a while. When the media chat is not every day.
Okay,
not every day.
Hold on
the media chat is not every day. I'm talking about them coming to your.
Can you just hold on? Now, if Rudolph is presenting a program in the studio and he invites you, then you come into his studio. You have the right to ask him any question you want because he invited you and you accept the invitation.
Okay.
But when you now, hold on, sir, I want to clarify something. When you now tell them, I'm going to be having a media interview, I want a press release, I want this, you determine, you are going to pay for the time. That payment they are going to pay to the media is what they use to run the generator, run their transmitters.
Hold on. Now, KJ, let me ask you a question. KJ, let me ask you a question. Tell me the ratio. KJ, let me ask you one question. Tell me the ratio. Ratio of having a media chat vis-a-vis the ratio of them politicians going to the studio to grant interview, whether AIT channels or Arise.
Okay, so KJ, don't answer that. We don't have time for that. We have hold on, Local P. We have after show, and you guys can trash this out there. I can come in and say what I know, a little bit of what I know, but I want to hear from everybody before we round up. We have a lot of people who are still yet to talk. Ovie, you are next.
Thank you, Dr. Dameji. I must say I'm disappointed and I'm sad. Why? Because we talk about journalism as if it's special than every other job out there. It's not going to the moon or operating on the ant's brain. As a journalist, what is required of you is to go to a place or report on what you see as it is. Just say it. Allow the people to make up their mind and decide what they're going to do with the information you're providing. When you decide to take a step further and be trying to tell people what they should hear from your own expertise or expectation, that's not journalism. That you're becoming a pundit now. It's different. Then anything you see in that field, you can take it. That's not expensive for anybody. In today's world, it's not expensive to report events or issue. It's free. That's what technology has done. Now, before we be say access no for everybody, so only special people who are able to afford to go and study some kind of things, train some kind of way, 9 BD. But today it's no longer like that. As a journalist, if I'm coming to this platform to report on this platform, which thing I need? What am I going to say here that will sound as a threat to Rudolph? Unless I am not saying what I am seeing, I'm trying to now impute my own idea, on what I believe, then that's when you become dangerous. Because I will expect the person I'm reporting on to react, because I am not reporting what exactly I'm saying. In other words, I'm trying to induce the people who are listening to me or how they should behave. Journalism is very simple. Report what you see and leave it to the people. Every other thing after that you are doing is something else. What we do in studio, all those that are bad, even depression, it is not journalism. They are mere pundits, they are analysts. They are using their expertise nobody asks for. So they are allowed to say whatever the fuck they want. And whatever that come after what they say is on them. Because if I come here, I say, on Dr. Jami's show today, there were 10 people, this one said this one said this, and I don't add anything. I don't think that would be risky on my own part. So we they describe this job as if no, it's not a rocket science, for God's sake. Only when you are trying to make it to, and nobody asks for it. So if in a country we cannot have a conversation without somebody else paying for it, I don't understand how that is. If we cannot talk, that's what we have. If we cannot talk to us, because that's what journalism is all about. Somebody report the events the way you see it. Let me and the audience have a conversation about it. We are not stupid. We can make up our mind. We are rational. We treat people as if they are deaf and dumb because they will be journalists. No. So Moku know how to actually present issue. What Rudolph is doing here is not journalism. That's not his profession. He is presenting. He's imputing his own experience. That doesn't mean it's his own. He's presenting. He's trying to convince the people the way you understand it. I am not going to hold him responsible or accuse him as a journalist. No. As an analyst, yes. As a pundit, yes. As a propagandist, yes. But a journalist, no. You are not a teacher as a journalist. They don't say you can't teach the audience. Come and report what you see and get the fuck off. Now you won't become special. You won't now in today's world. Now who break the news first? We just hear that one talk and everybody they follow. And guess what? Followership is not necessarily because we are doing something the right way. Another way of the people platform, when people are on platform, all these the big owners, the network owners. The way they advertise their platform is to acquire followership to some people that will bring attract their people so that other two will join. When you say just like when you say one platform is a millionaire, is this, that is a recruiting mechanism process for them. Not because that person is doing well, but I'm not going to accuse the person is doing bad too. So please, I think perspective matters. When I hear KJ, they told, hey, you went a place to report event. Who carry you go there? Are you reporting event according to what you are seeing, or you are reporting event according to what you are told to focus on? That's another thing. Dr. Ramiji always says something here, that not be everything where journalists they see on field and they report. If they report them, things will not go there. And it's a fact, that is true. I understand that. So, but how you want to twist the event now, if you twist that in a way that the person you are twisting against they come after you, that is on you. That's on you.
All right. Thank you, Ovia.
So perspective, I think, is what is missing here. So journalism no hard. If we know we sponsor ourselves, sorry, Dr. Damage, you started the today show by you quoted, I don't remember who that quote was attributed to, that a good newspaper is a nation talking to yourself.
Atomila.
Good. So why do I need to pay me and you to have a conversation about us, about Nigeria? Who need to pay me? That's why I said yesterday, I will be there for somebody to come and tell you my own life story when I'm as a Nigerian. Nigeria is my story. Biafra is my story. Do I need to wait for one, say the name or say the person, a specialist from America, for many years to tell me my own story? That's an insult. It's the same thing about journalism. If we need to rely on somebody else to pay for us to come and just start the conversation about us, then we are done.
All right.
As far as they are worse now than the politicians themselves. In that regard, because all of them they come up and say that they collect money, That's what they are saying. Everybody they admit, I collect money.
Come on.
Like.
All right, okay, thank you. I'm just making this emphasis that there is a show, 3 hours, that we can trash all the details. I just want to hear from everybody. And Forefathers, did you speak? I don't know. I don't remember. Did you?
Yeah, he has. I think it's remaining. You just showed as many.
Okay. All right. So I want to make sure it's on the show that is left. Let me just for emphasis, journalism has continued to advance and change. It's not what it used to be. Just so people know.
The principle remains the same. Report what you see. The principle never changed. Report what you see.
Hold on. I don't want people to go home because I mean, if they give license, they will take my license. I don't want people to go home thinking that it's just that simple. So you have different aspects. You have investigative journalists. They do different job from reporters. Let me give you an example. Investigative reporter can follow a story for 6 months. You won't see their byline. They won't write any single story. There's one guy in Nigeria. He goes and he will penetrate organizations, doing it for 6 months and then come out and file his report. It's totally different from people who tell you what is happening. So I just want to point out. And there are people who work in different aspects. I've mentioned people in the editorial department. If you go to the Guardian newspaper, I think they still do that in Nigeria. Their job is simply to come there and write editorial for the newspaper. They are not there to report. They are not there. There are people in the newsroom today, all over the world. You've never seen them outside. They don't carry a microphone and speak to anybody. Their job is to edit the stories that come in. They are journalists. So there are many aspects of this thing that we do. But the one that people know more, there are people who come in front of you and say, I'm a journalist. There are some people who never said that, ever. But they are journalists. And they report. Anyway, I just want to say that. Sure, go ahead.
Hello, Rudolph. Good evening, and good evening to everyone on the panel, the comment section, and to the viewers. Quite interesting topic. It was good to see Precious join us today. I listened to the whole interview. I haven't seen much of the conversation with David, but I've seen snippets. I'm very busy these days, as you know, Rudolph. So what I wanted to add to the conversation is that I'm quite, sympathetic towards the cause of our journalists back home in Nigeria. As they would say, if easy, run them. They live in Nigeria to start with. I think a lot of us have lived in the West for so long that we've forgotten what life can be in Nigeria. This is a country, it's a jungle. And like many people said, if you're gone, you're gone. The people will just move on naturally. And I've had the argument that if you can't do it, leave it. Now, if everybody, would we rather everybody leaves it or everybody leave it? Would we rather that? I think the people who are there that we feel are doing the best they can, I think we can be kinder with our words when we speak to them. Because this is it's not the highest paying job in Nigeria. And it's very dangerous. And people say every job comes with its own danger. But I always ask this question. If you run an insurance company and a journalist in Nigeria comes to you for insurance cover on life insurance, and a surgeon in Nigeria comes to you for life insurance, would you charge them the same premium? You wouldn't. And there lies your answer. So for those who say every job, there's danger. Yes, there is danger. I've seen some people in the comment section talk about, if I'm a surgeon in Nigeria, if you do your job very well as a surgeon, you get applauded, even by Nigerian government, as as mad as they are, they will probably give you an award in December as a top surgeon. But if you do your job properly as a journalist, what do you get? There lies in your answer. So don't compare. It's not even apple and oranges. This is eba and oranges. If a journalist does the job, as far as we're concerned, properly, what do you think they would get from the government? If a surgeon does their job properly, what do you think they get? They'll get praised. So it's not the same. These guys are doing a job that is quite dangerous in Nigeria and in most third world countries. Ovie. So if we take it where you're saying just report what you see, that's a different. I'm talking about it in the
Nigeria will report themselves. I am not. We see Nigeria dangerous. Maybe people they live there. What do you mean Nigeria is dangerous? All you need to do just please say something. You are describing a different journalism in Nigeria. Journalism is it. How is it difficult in Nigeria than any other place? I want to know, please. What's the difference? How is it difficult for people to just talk? Say what you see.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
What you should speak to, I think maybe it's investigative journalism. Investigative.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you how it's difficult. I'll tell you how it's difficult. So was Dadeyata, because I'll use was, and apologies to his family if they're listening. Was he a journalist or what was he?
I want to understand it's an investigative journalism, which is very specific.
Is it so? It's a journalist. You're qualifying it now. It was a journalist.
Hold on now. I think because I think I mentioned somebody's name, KJ. He uses himself as an example. That's why I mentioned his name. He has gone to places to report. He wasn't on a secret investigative journalist, right? He was going there to report, just like every open feed out there.
So,
right?
So if
how is that dangerous?
If you can use KJ, I can use Dadeyata.
He's an investigative journalist. I agree with you. He's an investigative journalist, which journalism you pointed out. It's different kind of journalism, which you said too. You cannot put them in one basket.
You are using KJ as the example to say it's not dangerous, and I've chosen
no, because he's a journalist. I'm reporting on the kind of his own journalism. He is not Dadeyata. There are two different journalism there. But most importantly, what do you need money to report event for? Why are you expecting special money for you to pay to
the kind of journalism that is in Nigeria? It's not investigative journalism. It's not investigative journalism. It's not investigative journalism.
What we are doing here is not journalism. You know that, right? We need to be very specific. Dadeyata is an investigative journalist, which Dr. Damage said very well, and I agree with him. That is a special kind of thing. But the way everybody is talking here, that you need money to report something, you need money to do this. No, you don't.
I'm not talking about KJ. I'm not talking about KJ.
You bring Dadeyata out. That's why I make that very specific claim.
I'm talking about what I've heard people say about journalists. See, the expectation we set. So, okay, now maybe you would agree that the expectation a lot of us set for the sort of journalist that you've called KJ, the expectation we set is like, oh, you're not doing enough. So what do you?
No. Report what you see. You are not expecting anything special.
Ovie, this is not about you and I. Except you're pretending.
It's about the point you are making.
Except you're pretending that you don't listen to what people say. Our journalists are not doing enough.
I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about for myself. What I expected for you as a journalist, report events.
That's what I said. It's not about you.
But that's the principle of journalism.
Oh my!
That's not my opinion. It is. I'm not the one that made it up.
Let me have my say for the next 5 minutes, if you will.
Go ahead.
If you can.
I can. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, the theme is, the journalists in Nigeria are not doing enough. That's a common saying. You need to do more. You're a brown envelope journalist. You're not doing enough. So if it's to report what they've seen, I think they do more than enough. So what people are expecting is almost for everybody to go and do what Fisayo Shoyombo was doing. That's what everybody expects. They want everybody to be a David Udayin. If you don't do that, you're a fake journalist. Okay, you will allow me to finish. I appreciate that. Please.
Who is speaking? I thought I muted everybody.
At this point, because I don't want to get agitated and annoyed, because people are now trying to walk back what you've been saying. They say, our journalists don't do enough. They are brand envelope. So what I'm saying is, especially with the Wiki, in fact, what I came in to say was the Wiki thing. Somebody, like Rudolph rightly said, somebody employs the people who go and sit down with Wiki. And I'm surprised, because Uvia will say it all the time. These people who own these channels, they are not running charity. And let's separate two things. I am not in agreement. I'm not defending them. But the owners of this broadcasting channel, of these channels, they are private investors. They have vested interest. In fact, some of them, if they even appear to be in opposition, you'll be surprised that they are closer to Wiki. They have a lot more with Wiki than you and I. As much as the owner of Arise, it might be seen as opposition figure, but he would rather sit down with Wiki than sit down with the likes of you and I. So that guy who owns Arise, who owns whatever other channels, they would rather pander to people like Wiki, as wrong as it is to you and I. If we want to compete, this is where they say you pay up or you shut up. We set up our own, we fund our own, we put our money behind it and compete and let them report the way we want them to report, get the news, dump it, let people make what they want of it. If you want them to put their opinions on it, get people like Rufai, I'm not saying Rufai, but people in that mode. A lot of people like Rufai because of the way he speaks. But guess what? Rufai might be kept there because he brings a sense of balance or whatever you want to call it. And for people like Precious, she's lost that covering since she went independent. If they want to come for Rufai, for instance, they might, NBC in 2023, they issued a final warning to Arise TV. It was something that Delivery to me and one other guy said on one of their morning shows. Because of Delivery, not even the journalist, you had a guest on your TV who said something that we disagreed with. And they gave Arise a final warning. NBC, that is Nigeria. And you are saying it's the same with the rest of the world, where somebody goes on a TV channel, says something that is against the government, and they give them a warning. Only 2 or 3 days ago, NBC also said, we are warning you people. It's a constant thing that they have to deal with. And I'm not saying they're perfect, but I'm saying the owners of these TV and radio channels are not these Lagos Ibadan X-rays, as they call it. They are private individuals. They didn't set it up for you. They didn't set it up for me. They didn't set it up to benefit us. It is an avenue for them. So if we want to compete against it, let us set up our own. Let us fund our own. Let us do our own differently, where we can control it. As long as you don't control it, you're not going to go and tell the owner of Arise how to run it. As much as I want to tell him how to run it, I have no right to do so. I have no right. How am I going to tell him how to run his channel? Do I know where he found the money to invest? Did he borrow to set it up? Does he need to pay some people back? I don't know. What does he owe the government? They can decide to shut him up and close down the thing. So they will pander to them. So if we want to compete against these things, let us do our own, like we're doing right now with this little one we have. If people want to go to Nigeria, some people did Radio Kuderat, people did things in the past. We can't just sit down and complain all the time without putting your money where your mouth is.
Sorry, you are coming across as if you are. I agree with your point, but you're coming across as
hold on.
It's not okay. It's okay for the owner of the business to do whatever I want with it.
See, you are making it.
Sure, we have opinions too. We have reviews. People can also watch and give.
Hold on.
I am not saying it's wrong.
Let me say this. Can we who is speaking now? Hold on. Can we allow the person who is speaking to finish? And you ask a question. The problem is I have my own comments here. I'm writing down. But if you stop the person then it doesn't help us, so that they will finish and we can go on. Okay, go ahead, sure.
So I'll finish in 2 minutes. I'll even less than that. What I'm saying is the owners of these channels, I critique them. If you've known anything about me, I don't agree with the establishment of anything. I'm a rebel. I rebel against most things. What I'm saying is, are you telling the owners of Arise to run it the way you want it to be run? You can give your opinion. Opinion is like backside. Everyone is got one. It counts for shit. They don't listen to you.
All right. So show is out.
Can I clarify something?
Hold on, Ovia, hold on, and forefathers, hold on, and Loco P. While show was talking, I wrote down a few things. Even from the time Ovia was talking. Ovia, you were talking about that coverage. Everything is free. So the World Cup is going to happen here in North America. When I first left Nigeria, I was in the UK. And there was a World Cup, which was 1995. I had to cover the World Cup for a newspaper in London. I had to come here. You have to get a visa. You have to buy tickets. The paper, the magazine I was writing for, it's a small magazine. I'm actually going to bring that the owner of that magazine here within the next few weeks. I had to, I approached the publisher. I said, look, I want to go and cover the World Cup. I'm not really a sport reporter, but I could cover anything. I covered energy. I said, let me go to the United States and cover it for you. There's no way the magazine I know, the small office we had in London, will give me money to buy tickets to come to London, stay in a hotel in Boston where Nigeria was playing for days. You have to fly here, they take a train from wherever you landed to go. It's complex, it's expensive, okay, to come here and do the and speak to. I was able to talk to Stephen Keshi and some of the players at that point. It's work, it's expensive, it's not easy. And of course, different from what is happening today, you have to be in touch with your editor. If I'm here to cover the World Cup, I can't say to the editor, oh, I couldn't talk to our players if we're here. You have to be guided. You send in a report, they will say to you, why didn't you do this? Why don't you do this? Go and do this. Add this to your report before it's published. So there's something involved in the process. It's not as easy as people are making reporting to be. Okay, somebody reminded me it was 1994. All right, yeah, 1994, not 95. But so you have to, there's a process. It's all expensive. It requires resources.
What's the
It's
point?
not free. Huh?
What's the point?
The point I'm making is Ovie was saying, the way Ovie presented is very simplistic.
No, let me clarify.
You want to work for a small company. You want to work for America.
Dr. Dameji.
Ovie, let us hear him.
You're working for a small company.
Let him finish. He's not finished.
You think, Anna?
Please, Rudolph, go ahead.
I'm done.
You don't finish. I don't just understand you.
No. I'm not saying that I'm done. I'm done now because
Let's
hold on. I want one person to speak at a point so that we can hear the person. So, Lokopi, let Ovie speak. After that, you can speak. All right.
Dr. Dameji, you see again when I thought the perspective matter. You are a journalist that work for a company, a business, right? Of course, the business that you work for, you are responsible to that business person first before the people you want to report to. In other words, waiting and say make you go report now, you go report. The person will send you there have an expectation. I don't expect the owner of the platform. I don't consider him as a journalist. I see you as a journalist, right? If you say that job is too expensive for you to do, fine. Must you not go and sleep with an enemy just because you want to preserve an information? It's not acceptable. Show is using Rufai and Co and Arise as an example. It's the same. What Rufai and Co are doing on the studio is not journalism. They are pundit. They are expressing their expert that nobody asked for. The idea that we see journalists know they do their job well, no, that is not our complaint here. I don't think Nigerians are complaining about that. We are specific on brown envelope. You people are justifying collecting brown envelope.
For brown envelope.
It's like politicians justifying collecting money from other people to serve them. It's like policemen justifying collecting bribe. Yeah. That's what you are saying. That's why I say journalism is not different from every other career. It is not special than every other one. Do your job, you are expected to be paid so that you can do it according to the person that is paying you. So we are not saying Nigerian journalists are not doing their job. It is the way they are doing it, people are complaining about. And you people are now saying we are doing it this way because we need to survive. It's like, sorry, as a Nigerian athlete, our president, Athletic Federation President Chief Solomon Ogba, we follow and fight for Kenya. He said because now money they use, money federal government never come. Now we tell and say, if money no we know they go. Tell and say, we know they go competition. It's as simple. We are making excuses for very simple things. It is not okay for you to collect bribe to do your job. Quit. Nigeria is not difficult terrain. Nigeria are reporting. Sorry. The last point here. Nigerians are meant to report their own story. How is that dangerous to report your own story?
All right, Ovie, thank you.
Lying about your own story then is dangerous.
Ovie, thank you. We have to get over to the other one. Where I think hopefully KJ is ready. But I don't think, just to round up, I don't think anybody is here to justify what is wrong in journalism. In fact, Nwachukwu said something I think is actually Dr. Nwachukwu on the comment section, that every profession appears to be defending their own. We all agree that
defending their bad behavior.
Yeah, they are bad behavior. Yeah, we agree that things are bad in Nigeria. There is always the ideal. There's always the best practice. I think we all want to see the best practice in every profession, including journalism. No journalist.
No, tell me, but what
You have to
now?
wait now. Let me finish now. You're coming in. You know, this is, I don't know how. Anyway.
I want to see your reason. I want to see your
You know,
excuse.
Rudolph, when you were giving that your analogy about US, I thought you were trying to say that you needed brown envelope to go and do the report.
Congo US.
No. The only reason why I explained that was the way Ovie was presenting it as if
there's money.
It's free. And now he's trying to also make it look like you don't have to be here. You don't have to be here to cover the World Cup. So let's say you are the sports editor of the Guardian newspaper in Nigeria. Okay, all your life you've been writing about sports. You've been going to African Cups, everything. As a professional, you want to get to the peak. The peak is to cover the World Cup.
Yes.
I cannot be. Hold on now.
No, I say yes now. Continue. I say yes now. Continue. I say yes. I'm cheering you up. I'm cheering you up.
It's not you, Lokopi.
No, I'm cheering you up. I'm cheering you up now. I say yes. I'm cheering you up.
You go World Cup, so we'll cheer you up.
I'm cheering you up now. Yes.
So as a journalist, you're covering sports and you are covering soccer. You want to be at the World Cup. Okay. Ideally, you want to be there. At least, even if it's once. If you don't get there, you've not reached the peak of your profession. And then, how do you get there? It's important to you. It's important to your readers. If you watch it on TV, it's not the same thing. You can write that these people won, these people lost. It's not the same thing. So I know that the chance I had to interact with our players, to see them in the place where they are kept, to see them up, it's priceless.
Yes.
Okay. So how do you fund going there?
Exactly. I want you that.
You want to know how I did that?
I want you the end part. How are you supposed to do that? How will you not do that?
No, how I did that was that I got an agreement with the publisher. I said, look, this is important to me. I want to come to the United States. I want to cover this. I've never been. I wasn't a sports reporter from the beginning, but I had interest in everything. I said, okay, what can you do for me, and what can I do? I put it together, and I came and I covered the World Cup. So, but let me tell you guys a story that you may not know. I didn't understand how it works. I mean, the country and everything. I came to Boston. I said, I reached out to a friend of mine. I said, let's go. I need a hotel where I will stay. He said, all hotels are booked. In any case, I couldn't afford a hotel room in Boston at that period, because if you know where they play World Cup, a lot of people come for that. So you deal with other things that are involved, you know. So, but it's the way it is. I'm just saying that I want you guys to understand that nobody's here justifying that Nduka is not paying reporters. Nobody's saying that reporters should collect the brown envelope. But we're saying that if you care, just like if you care about Nigeria, if you care about what is going on, the options, how do you support it? They are independent organizations supporting the media. You can form that organization so that they don't go to MacArthur Foundation if you don't want them to go there, or if you don't want them to go to Ford Foundation. You can form an organization that will fund the media. Okay, it could be that like Wole Soyinka Foundation. It could be what you do. You say, if you're going to do investigative reporting, I will give you the money. We will give you the money to go and do it. That could be your job. But if you don't do anything and you don't start your own media where you do the best practice, and you just think that the people who are there will fold up because they are not doing what you want them to do. They won't fold up. It's a business for them. That's all the point we're making. Sure.
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't charging the laptop. So just to conclude my thought, I've missed the last maybe 5 minutes since I dropped off. What I was saying is, the owners of these media channels did not set up for you and I. What you think, your comments, your opinions, it's like backside. Everyone's got one. It doesn't count in the grand scheme of things. I don't support it. It's two different things, and I hope we can appreciate that. I don't support what they do, that they go and sit down with Wiki. But if the owner of Arise keeps agreeing and the owners of Channel keep agreeing to send their staff to go and sit down with Wiki, what do? You set up a competitor that doesn't go and sit down with Wiki. Because if Rudolph rightly said, if you say, oh, I'm not going to go and sit down with Wike, I don't want to go, sir. You get somebody else to go. Then what? You get somebody else to go. So when you keep saying, oh, they go and you said, Ovie said enemy. Whose enemy? Whose enemy are they? Or I don't know how to pronounce the name of the Arise guy. Are you saying Wike is the guy's enemy? I don't think he sees Wike as his enemy. To you and I, yes, we can. But do we own the channels? We don't. So what do we do in the meantime? Complain? I would say let's pay off.
Enemies. After all, they gave him
describing a
one of the award.
That's different thing, sure.
But it's a business. It is a business.
That's why I use Rudolph and Guardian. They are two different people. What is expected of them is different. If you open a business, I'm expecting you to make money. But if I can't work for you, my expectation is different. Right? Dr. Dami talk about how to advance a career, you need to go work on, but that is your own advancement. I don't expect you to go and sit down with Wike. Nobody they send you. Hold on now. Let me be clear on this.
If you work for Arise and they send you to go to Wike, what would you do?
I'm working for Arise. I am beholden to Arise. I am responsible to Arise first before Nigerians. That's what is expected of me.
What's the problem here?
The problem, as a Nigerian, don't come and tell me for you to do your job, you need money to do your job.
Sure, let me answer you. They send me to Arise. I will go to Arise sends me to Wike. I will go. But Arise can't tell me the question to ask Arise.
Exactly.
That's the point we're making. I'm not. I will go. My job is protected. I will go. But you can't say when you go there, don't ask him that question. No, that's where there's a problem.
Okay, so now let me take you back to what NBC said in 2023 when they didn't even go to Wike. Dele Farutimi went to Arise Studio and he spoke his mind. And I applauded Dele Farutimi, who I have a lot of time for. I bought his books. I shared it to people in Nigeria. When they banned the book, I bought 10 copies through somebody on this channel. Gave it to people I didn't know. I bought it on Amazon myself. So I have time for Dele Farutimi. He went on Arise. He spoke his mind and the mind of a lot of people like myself. NBC wrote to Arise, this is your final warning. We'll shut you down. What do you say?
Okay. First of all, Dele Farutimi is not a journalist.
Hold on, please.
You understand?
What did Arise do? They used to say that, sorry, this interviewer, the opinion of this our guest is his opinion. It's not the opinion of the channel.
Are you saying NBC doesn't know that before they wrote? I'm just.
But what's your point, though? What's your point in that?
No, you're saying that. I'm just saying that when Chim said, I would go there and go and do what I think is right, which I want. I would do the same. But reality of our current reality and where we want to be are separate things. I think that's what we're conflating. Our current reality is what we see right now. Where we want to be and where we should all work together to be is what Tim is describing, and which is what I want. But if you go there and go and do what you want to do, what do you think will happen when you come back, Tim?
Okay, so hold on, guys.
If I ask Wike about education and health,
hold on. How much did you pay to come on this platform?
Hold on, guys.
You didn't pay anything.
No, I pay.
You paid, right?
Not directly.
So does that payment influence what you are saying now?
No, it doesn't.
That's the point. That's what's expected of journalists, right?
Okay, hold on.
So
hold on. We have to round up. It's not fair to KJ. He's sweating at the other end.
I'm sorry.
Let me just say this, Chim, just to follow up with, because sometimes I wish we could have more of these conversations. You said if you're sent there by Ndoka Rise to go and meet Wike, and if they tell you to ask a particular question or don't do this, then that's a problem. So what you don't consider is this. Let's say you come the first time, they sent you from Arise, and you say to Wike a question he doesn't like, okay? Use Trump as an example. He might tell you that he won't answer it. He might scream at you. Next time, he won't even call you. You are there. Remember, not everybody there will get a chance to ask a question. You are sidelined. The next time he will call it, maybe you shout like they do in Washington. In Washington, they shout at the president. In the case of Nigeria, Wike can call the owner of Arise and say, look, don't bring this person to my press office anymore. And that's the end of your career.
Yeah, Rudolph,
but the problem is that Wike asking journalists to come. That's the problem.
I know you have your short of time. Listen, unfortunately, I can't tell you.
I will be allowed to speak. This one.
Yeah, you will be allowed to speak. You'll be allowed to speak. You're always speaking. So, Rudolph, a lot of us in our little jobs have suffered. I've suffered lack of promotion for standing for what I believe in. And I don't have any regrets. I'm not a billionaire. I know where I would have been if I was doing what my peers were doing. So I'm happy. It gives me peace of mind. I can go to bed and sleep at night. But guess what? You know the truth? In those same places I was punished, when they're looking for the honest person, it's me they come to. It's me they come to. They don't go to those
Yes.
I'm the one they still come back to. And I give it to them. I say, oh, why are you looking for me? Why don't you go to that person? I say, no. So the point I'm making is this. Is a pathway I have chosen. I'm happy with it. I go to bed, I sleep soundly. But I'm not going to go a dirty bidding for anybody. Like I said, I'm not seeking to be the nicest guy on campus. I want to just live my life peacefully. And the day my maker calls me, I die peacefully. But I will not go and do your dirty bidding and lie for you. If you want me to do that, I'm the wrong person. Go do what you want to do. Opari. It's those people who are looking for brown envelope to build house in their village. I don't have a house in my village. They're the ones who desperately do anything to have the money so that they can have house in Lekki and they can't sleep in.
Tim, hold on. Imagine they call what's it called Ruben Abati to do their bid. He refused, ask the right question. They call him Rufai ask the right question. They call Channels TV or their crew. They ask the right question. And we can tell all of them, no, you don't come. How many people will you tell? If you tell all of them don't come, will he have this immediate chat again? Who will he have the immediate chat with? If
why
all of them
are we
start to do the right
justifying
thing,
hold
on, guys. We have
Damage, but why are you justifying that?
Hold on. We have 15 more minutes. KJ is actually on the way to back home to start the show, so we can.
So, but Dr. Damiji,
why
will you be justifying the fact that a government official, right, who is required to brief the citizen, the activities of the responsibility that was given to him, we are not justifying that some people had to go pay to get that information to house the citizen. We are actually arguing about that.
No, you don't understand what's
it's wicked that is paying.
Exactly. Wicked is a public official. Why would you?
Nobody's justifying anything going on in Nigeria. Okay, that's not. We're just trying to explain to you how it is happening, not justifying it.
No, okay. The fact that you are saying it, that means you are accommodating it. It's abnormal.
No.
Hold on.
Ovie. It's like rigging an election in Nigeria. You are not accommodating it. It happens.
Dr. Dameji, this is a different case. Hold on. Dr. Dameji, wait now. First of all, you going there because Unduka, whatever his name, sends you. You are responsible to him first, which is the point I'm trying to push to show. Now he sends you. That's why I say this is a public official. Which is you're supposed to come to the public or go to the government broadcasting station and make the announcement. But because we want to monetize it, we want to deny the people, we want to actually brainwash the people, we decide to avail ourselves as the avatar of information paranoia. We'll go and stay there. And everything that comes from there is it's not supposed to be so.
Let me surprise you. If the foundations that are supporting Vanguard, Guardian, Sahara, Premium Times, if they stop today, there won't be newspapers in Nigeria.
But Nigeria will still keep talking. Events will still keep happening.
No.
That's the point. Just what he's saying.
Ovie, hold on. You simplify these things so much.
No, it's that simple.
The fact that we don't get information about, okay, let me give you an example. The Nigerian military dropped a bomb and killed some people in one village in Medjugorje. Did you see the pictures? Did you see anybody? Wait. Did you see? Hold on, Ovie. Don't relax. We have 10 minutes. Did you see anybody go there to speak to family members that lost people? Did that happen? Did you see it on your TV? And
I want to tell you why.
Why is that?
That is the point, because we have succeeded in helping these few merchants, these business people, to monopolize it, to monetize information. If show go where them bomb the place, begin to the report, are we going to actually take his information credible than if Rufai go there? Rufai was paid to go there. Show went there for free. Now the same information. Right? But the fact that we educated people, we go take Rufai pass, because one way or the other, small by little, from this kind of conversation, we are building a monster. Right? The politician will call that gentleman agreement. We are agreeing that to get a pure information has to come from Arise, has to come from channels in 2026. Where there's a reason why if anybody is in Nigeria on ground and come on this platform, you give that person special privilege. Why? Because you want to get the real information from that person, more real than what that you got from the studio. Because you are a professional, you understand that. So collectively, we educated people, we have marketed the way we communicate. We put money to it, thanks to capitalism.
So I hope you missed the part where I said we should do our own, like set up competition.
That's community. That's if today we don't even need that. Exactly. If I want to hear something from Borno State, there are so many. Everybody is a journalist today. I want to hear their information, but because you are looking for specific one that suits into your ideology, you begin to.
Ovie, hold on. I'll go to forefathers. We have to round up. Ovie, you did not. I said. We did not see those videos. We did not see those interviews. I said to you,
let me land that point. It's because
Ovie, wait, you just spoke now. Let me just. I said to you, why didn't we? I thought you were going to explain that to me. What you?
Let me explain it. I'm coming.
You did already.
No. See, because once we monetize the process of information, what do we expect? We have to make it scarce. It's common sense. Hold on. Now, see, Dr. Damiji, please.
I gave you
common sense. The question we should be asking: how much these merchants, this media owner, how much are they paying to the authority to make sure they filter the information? If you know in 2026, if you know they get information direct from where the thing they happen, something is wrong. Somebody is paying for that information to be blocked. You know that. I know this.
When you're done, when you're done, let me know, and then I will come back.
I am done. The fact that we monetize information, we have to make it scarce for it to be profitable. It's as simple as that. It's capitalism.
Okay. Initially, what you said was that that we would have preferred to hear from Rufai instead that if an ordinary person goes there. That the point I'm making is that we didn't get anything from either Rufai or ordinary people.
I just told you why.
So which. I thought you've been answering this why. And
I just told you.
Yeah. And the reason is what? Say that again in one sentence.
We have monetized the process of getting information, so we have to make it scarce for it to be profitable.
What is stopping the ordinary person from going there to get that information? You said it's easy. What is stopping them?
Okay, make I give you one. You use the Sarah report an example, Showore. When Showore first they run for a presidential election, the media boycotted him. Why? Because according to you, he happened to be one of those people that say, come, this established media, they are not doing what they are supposed to do. We have to branch out, right? They decide to go their way. But still, the establishment is trying to block him. That is Showore. So what do you now expect for people like Show, Tunanja or me, who go carry camera, go where event they happen, and we think we are going to hear it. VDM is a great example. It was on ground in Jos. Did you hear the backlash? Not from ordinary Nigerians, from established people and educated people like us, because it's exposing what the media are trying to monetize. So I am not blind to the forces that are also fighting, because now two-way street. I don't expect Bola Tinubu and all the people in government to just sit down for every information to the good. They have to control it. We know this. That's where show come from London. If you go read the history of the First World War, there's a Ministry of Truth. That's where all this idea of media started. So they have to control what comes to the public in order for them to be focused.
Thank you.
So what we are talking about is not theory, it's not conspiracy theory or gymnastics. It's not that difficult. Journalism required to report what you see. Everybody get phone. The fact that we know they hear those information, as you said, is being controlled.
Thank you, Ovie. Initially, you said that it was monetization, that we didn't see the videos or interviews of people who lost people because Nigerian Air Force dropped a bomb.
I didn't say Nigerian Air Force.
No, I was specific on a specific issue that happened, incident, and we didn't get videos. So, and the presentation you made was that, there was monetization of that and they stopped us. But now you talked about VDM. It's very important you mention VDM because VDM is touching on something. So VDM has the means to go to where things are happening and put himself in the story and bring up what is going on, which is what the media. I'm trying to get VDM here. It's difficult to get some of these people. I'm trying to get VDM here to explain what he's doing and why it's relevant. So this is what the media traditionally will go and do. And VDM, when he does that, for the people in the media, what they see is that because you are trained in the media, there are certain things like what Precious was talking about. There are ethics. There are certain things you don't do as a reporter. But VDM can do those things because VDM is not claiming to be a reporter. And when also hold on, okay, relax. Maybe I should come to the next one. I don't, I've not.
No, because what you said is exactly where the problem is. They say their ethics. What is that ethics? Go and report information for the people to see the way it is. You are putting ethics to guide how the information should come out. This is where we are accusing the journalism for not doing their job. we are not expecting anything from you. If VDM can have the resources to just go and report what is there, then we are come on now, Dr. Lamidi.
We can do this on a midweek.
There's no way you can justify. There's no way you can justify.
I think we will do that. Ovie.
Yes.
There's a reason why a fence is up anywhere you see a fence.
To control, yes. No, to save things. I agree.
Even doctors have it. Every profession there should be an. If you're in a profession and there's no ethics, run. It's dangerous.
Okay, as a profession now, tell me what is wrong in what VDM did in going to that place.
No, I can't tell you here and then invite VDM to come and
see that is the whole point. That's right? How it works. Because he's out of the system, out of the traditional norm. So the journalists now, they are like, this guy won't put us up for our gareo. What would they capture?
It's not that way. It's not that way. There's room for everybody. And that's how professions expand. There are rooms for people to do different things.
Then why are we not? And also need the money to do it if there's room for everybody.
All right, we gotta go. Before that, go ahead, come in and let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I must say it was fascinating listening to both of you go at it. Every entity in society have a duty to the society to an extent, business, individuals alike, and a responsibility to the state or whatever they are. So they are subject to criticism if people find that whatever they are doing doesn't live up to standard. And the importance of criticism is equivalent to having reviews on Amazon or anywhere else. It means that people will say, that guy is not good, that nobody will recommend you, and some other person will probably provide a better product that has a higher review. So it's important criticism is there, and it's important that we try to hold people accountable. And I agree with the idea of having guardrails in terms of you can't just have, because anybody can go and report something and interpret it differently. Clearly, we have seen cases where people reach wrong conclusions about events. And so you have to have a standard, especially when you are talking about societal issues, where you have a level of checks and balances so that you can hold people accountable. But that said, I am sympathetic to where Ovie is coming from in terms of, okay, don't try to explain away behavior in a way that comes across as if you are saying it's acceptable. I know that is not the intention, but that's how it's coming across. You are saying, no, this is why. It's like it's trying to say, don't blame them. This is the situation they are facing. You see what I mean? And nobody, we should not accept that. Bad review, 1 star, no compromise, because it's just how society is meant to work. That is how it's supposed to be. Whether the person, there's a reason why they did it, or you don't know, but that shouldn't be your problem. Your problem should be, hey, you are not doing it right. No matter what your excuse is, you are not doing it right. Because if you keep excusing that kind of behavior, the case where you're gonna get what you have now. So I agree with where Ovie is coming from, and I agree with what Show said about setting up your own. And there's an element of, if you look at the model of Candace Owen, a model of Tucker Carlson, I don't know whether the level of investigation that they do, how they do it compared to normal journalists, but they actually are quite rigorous with the information that they get, and maybe the trust or the guardrails is their own self-regulation. So in other words, they get higher credibility from what they say. So it's not like institution-based guardrails that they put. The guardrails is based on their credibility. Because if they go and say the wrong thing, their whole reputation is blown up. Where if they say something that is untrue. So I think there is an element of that aspect that Ovie is trying to say, that that's why everybody can be able to share information. But you see that it's a catch-22. Everybody can share information, but then not everybody's Candice Owen, not everybody's Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson is actually journalist. I think he's a journalist, if I'm not mistaken. So there is room for both
the
sides.
goal is having confidence in your listener that they can make up their mind. Just tell them what you see, they will make up their mind. Unless you have confidence in your listeners or the people, then I understand how you want to put them.
Yeah. Be careful
Also,
about
don't forget these two
trusting
people you
listeners.
mentioned. These two people, they are just not people who came from nowhere. They were part of the system. They broke away. So they will have links. Like Rudolph said, Sarah
No, they also have resources, so they have millions of dollars. That
I
they
know,
work
that's what
with,
I'm saying. Yeah, apart from that, they will have links to information that a random person cannot get. Like Rudolph said when Sarah started, there are certain things that mainstream I don't want to publish. Because we're friends, I'll pass that information to you. You publish it. So they have that sort of, freedom, and also have a lot of information. So I'll let you carry on. But I just wanted to say that these two people, they're not random guys.
I think there's room for both. And I begin to think that the establishment media, because they have legally based binding kind of arrangement with the state, they can, to an extent, act as authentication and verification institutions, and maybe a little bit of reporting on top of it, because individuals don't necessarily have that level of accountability. So apart from losing followers, which sometimes when you say, even you can literally lie, you lose followers and you gain more. So that is not accountability, isn't it? There has to be a level of accountability. That's where I sympathize with the traditional establishment. Maybe they are going to find their way one way or the other. Maybe they are not just going to be fact-checking institutions, but maybe there has to be something there, because truth is a very precious thing. And you have to have a way of verifying these things. You don't want madness out there. I think there is this thing they call grounded news that people advertise all the time. There's a kind of platform where news is often weighted against truths and stuff like that, and they present it the way you are able to digest it properly. These things are evolving. The point is that there's room for all of them. And I think the controversy was that it came across as if Show and Dr. Damage was trying to say, we have to understand with the Nigerian journalists, the environment is a little bit rougher, so they should be able, we understand that. I'm not sure we should criticize this and say, because to policemen that are taking money on the street, you can say, okay, yeah, they're not being paid very well, then they shouldn't be criticized for taking money on the street. We have to shame all of them, and that's how you change the system.
We criticize them, but it's like, so maybe you would sympathize the people that are not fond of geopolitics. Maybe if I draw this parallel, maybe you now understand the people that probably don't care about geopolitics. So you are seeing the bigger picture. Sorry, I am seeing the bigger picture in this. I'm the one who is doing the geopolitics in this. I'm telling you that the policeman on the streets that's doing all this, collecting money and all these things, I criticize him, but I'm saying, that is the small argument. You know what you call it when they say, let's talk about Wiki, let's talk about Madman in Port Harcourt. But you're saying there's a bigger hand pulling the strings. Focus on that and you solve all the problem. So if you flip it, I'm saying the owner of Arise is the problem. Is the one that I will give the 1-star review. His employees, I'm a bit more sympathetic towards them. I'm not excusing them completely. But I'm saying the owner of Arise is a bigger problem than the guy is sent to sit down with Wiki. Because I'm seeing the bigger picture of the guy pulling the strings. I'm seeing the bigger picture of the police officer being paid 100,000 naira per month. I criticize him for collecting bribe, but I'm saying maybe if you took care of him properly, maybe if you recruited more people into the police force and he doesn't have to do 5 people's job, maybe he won't be as angry when he's on the road. So that is what I'm saying. I'm not justifying any of it at all.
I hear what you
it's
say
not
about.
to criticize. We have to make the next move to stop it.
Sorry, Ovi. I hear what you say about the institution, because after all, the journalist is what people see, so they go after the journalist, not necessarily the institution behind the journalist. But then again, you can argue that, like every other institution, a journalist should understand the institution that they are working for. When they choose to go and work for this institution, then you have to be prepared that, okay, you are not going to be able to, you have to face the criticism and accept it for what it is, because people are saying, this is not good. We don't like what you are doing. Change it. And
Are
you
there
should accept that
alternative
people don't like
institutions?
that. Then
Are there
then
alternative
if there's no
institutions?
alternative, you don't want to do journalism, get out of it.
It's
Because
as
if
simple
you
as
don't want
that.
to, if
Somebody
I
has
get
to
what
do
you are
it.
saying. No, I understand that. But the criticism that comes with it has to be accepted.
Of course. I'm just saying I'm sympathetic towards them. That's what I'm
Criticism
saying.
is not just enough. We have to take a next step
Criticism
to
is
stop
okay.
it, to make sure it never happen again.
Some of
Show. Oga of police is still behold to us. If you say, oh, Muku, the higher person, owners of Arise are private businessmen. I don't expect anything for that. They would go at any length to make their money. It's accepted. But guess what?
No,
We
that's
that
not
are the
accepted,
receiving
though.
end.
What are you talking about? You're going out there to make money.
Hold on,
That's not
to
accepted.
Naija.
What are we talking about? They are
Hold
all
on.
accountable.
Let me, when I say it's accepted, right? You don't set rules and regulation for him, how he should make his money, right? Now, you hold on, you the consumer, hold on now, you the consumer, because we are talking about journalism here, right? If show go report events, we are criticizing, say come, because the whole argument of show say they want to do their job, well, it's coming from the fact that we say, the way this person they do report his event is biased, it's not doing well. Then the person now comes to say, come, for me to do it the way you want, it will cost me this, so this thing is involved. Leave the place now. There's somebody else in my village who will die to do it. But because you are there in official road, live there.
See,
right?
sure.
Tell you owner of your business thing. That is his business. That's not you and him. But me and you have the contract. I don't have contract with your boss. I have contract with you because now you are the
And also
but
criticize the boss. You have to criticize the boss.
When it comes to, if you're doing illegal business, of course.
Okay, hold on.
It may even be more important to criticize
I
the boss
want to
than
ask a
the
question.
journalist.
Please, hold on, please.
I'll come to you, Lokopi. I'll come to you next. Hold on. Let me just do something that a show did. Maybe forefathers will get this. You know, we're talking about military, joining the military in people in the Southeast, and they don't want to join. And you have issue with that. Why don't they want to join? They decided to quit, you know, like you are talking about journalism now, and that people should quit if they don't like the conditions. There are people also in police. When police are recruiting, they come to the Southeast. People don't want to join. People have looked at the profession and they say, look, it's not for me. And people are suffering because that thing you want them to recruit 10 million police officers and military. They're not getting them. And there are young people who would prefer to be unemployed, be on the streets and pushing barrel, whatever they have to do to live, because they will make more money that way and get better respect than to be a police officer.
So, the wrong analogy.
It's not
let
wrong.
me deal with that. This one, he wants it.
When you finish, I'll go. When you finish, I'll go. It's very wrong analogy.
No, I'm just saying that as consumers, okay, the way you're a consumer,
let me consume police. There's no alternative to police.
Ovie, can you wait, please? So as a consumer, you want security, okay? It's in your interest to see that we have enough police officers, enough military people, okay? And there's a group of people who are saying they've resigned to faith. They've said they won't do that. Rather, they will be unemployed. So, what will you do? You are trying to find out how do we make them to see reasons to sign up and be a part of the security network that we need to secure the country. In journalism, we are saying, yeah, the condition is bad. And people are doing things the wrong way. How do we say quit? Is the argument now that they should quit? And how do we, who depend, because there's something we forget. I've said this on this platform. If you see any TV station in the world, when they sit down in the morning to think about the program, you know what they do? They go for the newspapers. They pick the newspapers. That's where they start. This is what they are reporting. And then they will now fashion how they will present it as a TV station. So we all depend on the newspapers, those reporters, underpaid reporters. We depend on them for the primary source. We decide that, okay, this happened. Then we now say, who do we now call to come on the channel, to CNN, and talk about this? But the primary source is that AP, Associated Press, that is sending out that first 3 paragraphs of his story to people around the world, and they follow it up. So that is, we have interest in making sure that continues. Once we cut that off, what we are going to have is VDM and Ovier with his camera moving around in California and taking pictures and sending to us. And sometimes you will ask Ovier, who did you interview? I don't know. What is the name? There is that primary source has to be protected. I'm saying to you that we acknowledge, just like we do with politicians and every other profession, the military, the medical profession, the teachers, the issues. But we have to go beyond just saying this is the issue. What are we going to do? How do we encourage them? How do we make it possible for them to do the job the best way is done in other places? That's all.
I get what you're saying. Sorry, let me just respond to that. I'm not responding to the military stuff now. Can I just say something about the military stuff? You mentioned something about military. I want to use your voice. Come on, man. What do you mean you hear my voice since I just spoke once?
Go ahead and talk.
Okay, so we're rounding up this way. Forefathers we speak, and then Local P and Ovier, and then show we end it. Okay.
Yeah, about that military one, I will just take the opportunity to say that Nigerians do apply for security, to join the security forces, including the military. The military doesn't take enough of them. That is the problem. The military is the one filtered them because they just want 6,000 at a time, then 12,000 to that day in 1 year. As a matter of fact, I shared the data that showed that almost 2 million applied into our security forces, and they don't employ them, because Nigerians are in serious poverty, and most of our security forces pay more than the poverty that the security forces that most Nigerians are facing. Millions of Nigerians, tens of millions of Nigerians live below the salary and the welfare of security forces in Nigeria. They do apply, they don't just get employed. That is the problem. And I really think that people need to pay attention to that. Yes, in the Southeast, they're underrepresented. In Enugu State, but Enugu or Anambra, I'm not so sure which one. One of them, I think 117 applied into the military. But the other, they didn't highlight it because it appears that the others are fine. That said, regarding the case, I'm not disagreeing with you, Dr. Damages, that regarding the way traditional journalism is done. I think it should be preserved. But if you look at what Candice Owen is doing or Tucker Carlson is doing, I think they use people to gather information and have a verification process. Maybe that is what should be changing in the traditional medium, because they will use quacks, people that non ordinary people get video, but they will have a way of filtering the information to get the precise information out and disseminate it, kind of share it with the people. And they've been very, very effective at doing it. And maybe that is where this reporting is heading towards. And if that is true, it gives your channel and all the channels that are online, maybe that is the future of the journalism now. You will have to set up structures to verify information. The information can be coming from anywhere. Everybody that is getting for piece information, you ask, oh, where did you get that information? Maybe they upload it to TikTok, but you ask him where he got the information, and sometimes you might incentivize them by with financial reason, because you know you're going to make money for actually verifying the information that they provided to you. So I can see that at work in the way that Tucker Carlson, especially Candice Owen, she called them what they call them.
Citizen journalists, is it?
There's a specific name she calls them, like women. There's a specific name she called them. It's like spies everywhere. She says some of them are willing to join organizations just to get information from that organization. That's how crazy, that's how determined they are. That's what she does. So, and that is maybe where journalism should be heading towards. But I still think that there's room for legal stuff so that people don't just go and start reporting very dangerous information without any way of verifying it. And I think that makes sense. I'm not with Ovi on that point.
Okay, thank you.
I don't even know why when they carried that to me. I didn't say anything regarding that.
Let's hear Local P. Local P, go ahead.
For me, journalism, there are different departments in journalism. There's investigative. There's those who go to the feed and report, while there are those on the media house doing the interviews. Yeah. Then plus the one that is Wiki is adding, the media chat that people now leave Oh, I know it's presidential chat. They used to have it before. People don't leave their session and go and meet them and be asking, tailored questions. Now, if you break them one by one, the ones that are doing investigative journalism, you can say those ones are the ones they're like whistleblowers. You understand? Breaking out secrets that people are hiding. They don't want people to see in public. Yeah? So those ones, you can say their life might be in danger or their life are in danger. Then we can understand that one. And there are people who despite their life is still in danger, they still have passion just to bring out the truth. They still want to do that, even if their life is in danger. But the ones I'm concerned with is the one that puts their face there almost every day. You understand? To the public, for the public to see. You know this guy in Arise now, Charles, and Ayan logo, whatever. You understand? He's still there in the same Arise. You understand? I have not seen that guy having any interview that is being cowed by his guests. I've not seen. He always put his feet on the ground. Ask the question he wants to get. Put his guests on their toe. I don't understand. Is it not the same Ake Bagbin that is their boss too? But you will never see an Abati doing stuff like that. Never ever. An Abati and his crew, they are the ones coming on air almost every day. I'm telling you the danger of this because look, when you watch TV every day about the political problem, somehow, subconsciously, it shapes what you think, what you believe, and you start acting, behaving like that. That's the danger of this journalism. When you think, oh, it's not their fault that because of the way it's dangerous, they should take a bill or whatever. Their kind of job should not even be given excuse to because they are the ones that shapes people's opinion. They shape their mindset. They shape they shape how they reason or how they act or how they perceive how Nigeria is. That's the danger of their job. So they should be careful of what they put out, the narration they put out there. You get my point? So the ones that you're saying, okay, if you go to meet a Wiki and ask Wiki a question, yeah, I can understand that because Wiki pay for that session. So you can decide to like, oh, I want to talk about this or that. I can understand that. Even if at the point that yes, you can still ask him about education, ask him about health, ask him about infrastructure in Abuja. You can still ask that. You understand? By the time he frowns at that, people will know that yes, you don't want to talk about it, but not that you are encouraging them to make everybody believe that they are perfect politicians, that they are doing they are doing the right job as or what's called as a minister or whatever. Because if you do that, that is where you are doing bad journalism. You are aiding them. But if you ask them the right question, even if they don't answer, no problem. But you've done your job as a journalist. They have conscience now. They'll know how this person wants to gaslight me. Okay, I want to avoid him. By the time you avoid maybe Egbenga, you avoid him. You avoid Chamberlain Uso or Mogbe Ogun. You avoid Shegu Okibaloyi. You avoid Rufai. You avoid Mogbe. You avoid SMRO. You avoid all of them for asking the right question. Then we will now see if how the media house will automatically employ other set of people again to go and be asking this same question in media chat if they decide to do that. That is one. Another thing I'm talking about is that then the ones that comes to the studio now they did not pay you to come and interview them. You are the one who's having them to be a guest. But I don't know if the media houses are paying them for them to come to your studio. I don't know about that. But my own is if they come to your studio now, you don't have the power now to ask the question. You understand? And still, you still have these people not asking the right question. People listen to these people for crying out loud. That's why we get angry at them because we listen to them like you're not asking the question you're supposed to ask. You're not asking them not to cage them. That's why I give you the example of this guy, Charles, Charles of you understand? He asked a particular question, and you can see he puts his feet on the ground. He has for okay. Look at the one he did with what's it called? This guy recently, Daniel Boala. You understand? He did with that Ebola. But will you say, oh, because it's collecting barren envelope, it should not ask a question? No. That is where I'm concerned with. The people that we see their face all the time, those are the ones that are supposed to be perfect in their journalism, nothing else. And one last thing, finally, you saw even the bombings they did, the triple bombings they did in Bonu, the ones that happened in Jos. After Very Dark Man went there and put out the video, I was expecting to see, okay, let any media house go there and interview the community, at least because they are professional journalists, so they know what to ask, they know what to the kind of question what to look for, they know what they want the people to say out there, and they know what they want the people to the audience to believe or to see. So these guys are trained, so they will be able to go to bed. Since Very Dark Man did that video, I've never seen any of the media station went to that same community to interview them. So do we? I mean, I don't understand. Do we need money to do that, or do we have to collect brand envelope to do that? Like we said, that is free. You just your what's it called your media house to pay your transport to mobilize you to go there.
Loco P, did you watch my conversation with Precious?
No, like I said, I made I did it. It was a comment with him that brought me in.
Okay, so it's okay. I will pardon your questioning why didn't they go there. All right. So sure.
No, let me know. Let me know. I didn't watch. Please let me just tell me, please. Why did they go there? All the media houses. Why did they go there?
So let's say Arise based in Lagos, they want to go there. What do you think they need? How do you think they will prepare? Just tell me. I know you're not a journalist. You may
okay, I'm not a journalist. Okay, fine. There's a breaking story. Yeah. Probably maybe I'm not the first to break it. Somebody broke it before me. But I would definitely want to interview the community to get their opinion, whatever.
So what do you think they will do? Yeah.
Transport their stuff over there.
By air or by road?
Whichever is convenient for them, best for them. Either by price or safe or cheapest for them. But the most important thing is like get the most effective way to get them there safe. Yeah.
How much do you think that kind of movement will cost now for the media house? Transport them there, put them in a hotel.
Okay.
Get security to move around. At the end, you put out a story that will be 5 minutes, 10 minutes. How would they pay for that? And they have to do all the other things going on all over the country. How would they do that? Are we?
Okay. Now, first thing first, yeah. I know they have correspondents. Even if you don't have you don't take correspondence in your own main base, there are also ways you can have trained journalists, yeah, as serve as paper reportage in whatever state. You understand? You must not be my staff. You can be on contract. Like, yes, you are a trained journalist, you're not my staff. Like maybe eyewitness reports, something like that. I can get who's our person, our man in that state. Oh, contact that person, tell the person go there, send this amount, not transport you now from one to another state, just mobilize you from where you are to that place, which within the same state. You understand? Go there, do the stuff, give us the reports, which will still cost you less. And they might not be your payroll. It might just be your like on the spot interview. You get them paid off, and that's it. It will still help you to cut bigger costs than taking your abati from or your Rufai from Lagos down to Maiduguri or Jos to go interview. No, you can. I mean, work smart around that kind of stuff to cut costs. You can do that.
Dr. P, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that in general, this is
sorry. I came back to share the name of that investigative stuff that they call them mummy sleuths. They said it typically refers to murders, often citizen journalists, content creators who use social media to investigate and speculate on high-profile legal cases, celebrity drama, and that's the investigative aspect of it. That is what is similar to journalism. Then it's up to the content creator that is supplied information to actually verify whatever they've supplied. So that is this method they're using now. And I asked whether there is a male equivalent. They say there's no male equivalent, which is weird. It's because everybody should be able to investigate information. Only women that investigate information.
So when we covered the election in Nigeria,
gossip. You don't know it's not gossip.
No, it's not gossip. This is highly investigated stuff. These are people that are willing to join organizations to get information. This is deep.
Okay, forefathers, when we covered the election in Nigeria from here, that was essentially what we did. We had set up citizen reporters, like what Loco P was talking about. We had correspondents across the country who were filing in reports for us from where they are. Some of them are people who write for regular newspapers, but we recruited them for the purpose of that election. So it has been done, and the media industry across the world, this is not just a Nigerian issue. In America, they're also struggling. Most media houses are struggling. If you follow the stories here, you find billionaires are buying up media organizations because they are not profitable anymore, and the original owners who cared about journalism, they are no longer able to sustain it. The billionaires will come in and tell, like Washington Post, you can't write editorial about the presidency, things that they are not used to. People are resigning, people are leaving. So it's a worldwide event. The fact that in Africa, such an event will be more severe because we don't have any kind of backup structure that will sustain anybody for a short time. So the point I'm trying to make by bringing reporters here is to bring to our viewers the actual situation that they're dealing with. It's not about justifying it. It's about people knowing the story from their perspective. It's like if we're talking about universities in Nigeria, we have to talk to students, talk to professors there to understand what they are going through. Not to say that their dorm should look the way they look or that they should harass students, but understand what is going on there. That's the idea. I hope that people take that home with them. Sure, you have the final say.
All right. Thank you, Rodolphe. It's been quite enlightening, just having this chat. It feels like we're even offline, but I know we're still online because it's quite quiet and calm. I've just written five points that I'm going to touch on quickly. So the first one is first understanding, because I know V said, how's Nigeria different from the rest of the world? I think we cannot isolate this journalism from everything else. Nigeria is a society. So when you talk about journalism, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's in Nigeria. Nigeria is a society where people review products and they get picked up for it. There's a lady online, I saw a story for the first time earlier today. I don't know when it happened. She was literally crying. She was carrying a little boy who was probably like a year old, and she had another boy, maybe like 6-year-old boy, and said there's a textbook that they're reading in school. And she said, I read one of the paragraphs, and she said, I didn't like it because it was talking about an old man had a dog. He lived with the dog. They loved each other. And the dog ate the man's meat or ate something from the pot. And the man put iron in fire and he put it in the dog's nose. And the dog, died or ran away. And the woman thought, how's this story edifying? What does it add to a 6-year-old? And she said she critiqued the book to say, is this what they're teaching people in school? Because now everybody is a reporter, right? So she went online and she recorded her face and said, is this what they're teaching people in school? Now they've sent lawyers. Now they're going to lock her up. She's afraid. They've been calling all her families. She's threatened and crying for help. She needs all these, typical VDM and all this DG to come and support her because she critiqued a book a child was given in school. Another person reviewed a bread. I've still not seen the video, but I've heard about it that she held up a bread, intentionally hid the name of the bread and said, I've had this bread for over a month. No mold, nothing.
2 months.
Oh, 2 months. Okay. I just read it. I don't even know the woman who did it, but I read the story. And now she's been locked up. I don't know if she's been, bailed. People like...
She's been released. She was released that same night.
That is Nigeria. So when you say, how's Nigeria different from everywhere else? I'm just saying this bread, what is going on? 2 months, no mold, nothing's changed. Is this bread even real? She did not reveal the name of the bread, but she was locked up. Somebody reviewed tomato and said, I think it has too much sugar. She was locked up. That is the country we're dealing with. I mean,
people are getting locked up for calling Israel out and people Jews, even in the UK. So we know that one now.
People riot.
I agree. I hear what you are saying, but still.
In Nigeria, one guy, popular guy on Twitter, the American embassy wrote to the Nigerian government to lock the guy up because he criticized the American government for their role in Iran. A popular Hausa Fulani guy in Nigeria on Twitter, he was locked up. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, but you're talking about something, the war, right? That's different. It's volatile. That any comment like that could trigger something. I'm talking about bread. So now think about what can happen if Wike is unhappy. I am not trying to instill fear in people. I am saying let us first understand and establish what we're dealing with. So Wike is unhappy about what the journalist did. Chim was talking about how he's a good guy, and I agree. I think Chim is a good guy, upright guy, and he won't do something. And if you don't do it, they left you alone, right? And they just didn't promote you. But if we flip the script to journalism and doing these things and not doing it, it's not about you not being promoted. It could be worse than that. And I've given examples. People who've paid the ultimate price. So is Chim, when I say Chim, not Chim, but people like that, are they willing to pay the ultimate price? Because if Chim didn't do what they wanted him to do, all he didn't get was promotion. He was left alone. And they still even came to him when they needed his help. So people like Delegiwa, people like Dadiyata. And the problem with Nigerian society is we are guilty of this now, not even the government. When we lose people like that, we forget about them. I'm not even saying give their family money. If we can set up, funds and whatnot, but even with that money, I asked my nephew, and you can blame me for this, who is 27. I said, "Do you know who Delegiwa is?" He said, "Oh, there's a song about him." I said, "But I don't know." He was born, raised, he lived in Nigeria all his life. And he's well educated. Went to UI, first class. So it's not like somebody who's not educated. He said, "Oh, I've had the name vaguely. There's a song about him that we sang in private school." Delegiwa, only his family would know what's up. Daddy Yata. His family doesn't know if he's alive or dead. He's been gone for so long. So I'm saying, even us, what do we do to encourage people? It's like the military thing. What do we do to encourage people to say, you know what, we've got your back? As Yoruba will say, keep going, I'm behind you. We are behind. If anything happens, we pick up from where you left. We are failing in that aspect. So we need to show that when and if SHIT hits the fan, we, the Nigerian citizens, will be there for you. Nothing you leave behind will suffer. But we don't do that. We look for the next hero. Who's dying next? Who's willing to go next? We do that a lot. Second thing I will talk about is Charles Anyagolu, fantastic guy. But look at Arise. Who's to tell you that it's not scripted like WWE? Because what I've noticed is anytime Rufai is not there, Ayo steps up. She's the one that is breathing fire.
Yeah, Ayo steps. Ayo.
But when Rufai is there, Ayo is calm. She's the pastor's wife, the pastor, very calm, brings peace. But when Rufai is not there, she takes that role. So when I saw that lately, I was like, is this it? I'm not saying Rufai is scripted, but I'm saying Arise is a production. It's a production. So this is your script. They might not write the question word for word, but this is the role you play today. This is the role you play today. Everybody might have their role, because why all of a sudden, when Rufai is not there, Ayo is the new Rufai. Go and watch anytime Rufai is on holiday. Ayo is the darling of everyone. Rufai comes back, people abandon Ayo because she's just very like me. Oh, let's just make peace. Like Tinubu's tweet to Qatar. I just want peace. Let's everybody be happy. So that could be the case. And also, Lokopi, you said something about asking the right questions. You know that sometimes, and it seems like I'm making a lot of excuses. Maybe I am, and I might watch this back and just give myself a knock on the head. Questions are often written for these people. You just don't go there and go and ask the questions you want. If you work for these channels, they would write the questions. In fact, some people will not come if they are not told the questions beforehand. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm not saying it should be the way, but I'm saying these are some of the things we're dealing with. The questions would already be sent before the person, depending on who is coming. Another thing, the fourth one, Candice Owen and Tucker Carlson. What was I going to say? If they were operating in Nigeria, people who used to be with Tinubu, they've now gone against Tinubu, and they are doing exactly what Tucker Carlson and Candice Owen are doing. What do you think their lives would be like right now? I know it's tough for Tucker Carlson and Candice, but do you think it would be exactly the same?
There are people that have been arrested by saying something, even a quarter of what they've said about the Jews or Israelis, but they couldn't be touched because they inoculated themselves. Maybe that's something like Sowore is a kind of inoculated, a very dark man. He kind of is inoculated to an extent. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But the way Candice would go for Trump, VDM couldn't do that. If it carries on, there'll be consequences, which I don't support. I'm just saying we need to understand where we live. And I want Nigerians to mobilize, like we would always say, organize to the point where Yoruba would say, Omoti, if your hand never touched the sword or the dagger, don't ask in your family house who killed your father, because you'll be gone and nothing will happen. So mobilize, that Uwe has always said all this time. When we mobilize to that point where we have a united, solid front, we can challenge these people. I hate them with everything that's in me. I don't like them. But I'm saying, let's organize, build something small, then let's challenge them. And the last thing I would say, this is a country where our presidents don't rate they don't rate this because they're their friends. When was the last time Tinubu spoke to any journalist in Nigeria? Media chat. Before election, since election, go back to Buhari 8 years. Before election, during his 8 years, they don't even speak to them. They don't rate them. That's why if a wiki will speak to them, they're excited. Our presidents, like I think it was Precious who said it, that if you count how many times Trump has spoken to the press, all Nigeria's president from 1960. Trump in his 6 years or whatever. So I'm saying they don't rate our press, and we have a duty as citizens to say, let us build our own. Let us create competition. And that is why things like what we do here is very important. It can't be under, when people say we just come and talk, I say, leave us, let us talk. I mean, Ovi, think about it. Forefathers, we hear it every time. You people just come and talk. You just come and talk. You just come and talk. No solution. Even the little one we're doing.
But you say that sometimes. You are like, oh, nothing you're going to say is going to make any difference. You
know.
Say that all the time.
I know, but the times I say it, context is key. At the risk of sounding like Buwala, when I say nothing we'll say here would change Nigeria, I say it when people start fighting for the microphone and they get rowdy and somebody comes, I've not spoken, and they get all mad, and I'm like, calm down. What you are going to say won't change it overnight. If we're just having a conversation like this for the next 10 hours, I'm calm. But when people start fighting for microphone and dragging each other and almost cursing each other out because of microphone, I'm like, brother, what is it that you want to say that is so important that you can't wait? So that's the context in which I say it. So I'm all for talking, and I'm all for, as crazy as this brother sounds, Alaba Ferreira, God bless him wherever he is, he would always talk about, he would talk about Radio Kudirat. People had to leave Nigeria to go and do it in the diaspora. Why do you think most of these channels are people who live in diaspora? Rudolph lives in America. This brother, I know he's in Nigeria a lot these days. This brother, this Edo brother, Niger Watch. He was in the UK most of the time. Mayegun has vowed never to go to Nigeria until things calm down. He's in Scotland. A lot of the people who critique the government
he's scared.
The Niger Watch bad mouth like crazy, demonic.
I know, but
Nigeria.
But you know that Niger Watch is not your regular everyday people online, because his father, he says it, so I'm not exposing anything. His father is a big PDP guy. He's not an anyhow boy where they just go carry. He came out. Not be anyhow boy.
You see that
so
he's
don't copy him.
That's what I mean.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to establish the fact that you see a lot of people who critique the government, they're outside the country. All these YouTube that we own. When people go to Nigeria, they might not tell you. You go regularly and you go to Abuja. I don't know what connections you have. When people, even some of the people on this platform, I've spoken to a few people here and there. When they go to Nigeria, they're worried. Especially the people who say, hey, drug dealer, drug baron, drug this. When it's time to go to Nigeria, they're now thinking, oh shit. Have they noticed me? Do they know who I am? People are worried. Somebody told me here that when he goes to Nigeria, he takes medication with him, because in case they lock him up, he takes his medication along. He said if he plans to go for 10 days, he takes medication for 6 months, just in case they pick him and lock him up on this channel. So these are the things we're dealing with. So I'm not excusing the journalist. I'm just saying we want to go. We are planning for medication in case they lock us up. There are people who live with them every day. They're always looking behind them. Look at the ordeal that guy had. The guy, I can't remember his name, with Umahi. Did you hear what Umahi was saying? I'm a dangerous man. A minister saying they lock somebody up. And Umahi said, call somebody to call. This boy disappeared. His family, Umahi just said, call somebody, and they released him in 2 days.
Yeah, that's horrible.
These are the things that it's like mafia state. I'm not saying let's be afraid and be cowards and run away, but let us appreciate what we're dealing with. It's not the norm. It is crazy. So once we establish that, then we can now build, go to OVA, help us to organize, then we fight. We have to stand a chance.
I don't know how they recognize people. Nobody has ever recognized me, even in Nigeria.
They never get your time.
Nobody. I don't know how they recognize you. Maybe nobody, even in London, nobody has ever recognized me. I'm minding my business. So maybe I should be happy about that, I guess.
You're not doing your job. That's what it means.
That's everything I have to say. If it sounds like I've made a lot of excuses, I apologize for it, because that's not the intention. Honestly, I apologize if I've made a lot of excuses, but I'm just saying, let's look at it from both angles. That's all I have to say, but thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. It's been a wonderful...
No, I never talk. We should be everybody now.
Did I not start with Ovie?
No, you started with... I'm supposed to speak before show, but you jumped me. I said, okay. No, what I won't take. I know go like Professor Show. Show. When I say Nigeria is not different, Nigeria not the same, I meant it. I'm serious. Every society comes with a particular problem. Our own foolishness is not absorbed than every other country. That place where you did so talking opinion and they're getting arrested. The woman with the analyzing bread. Where you did, so over 1,000 people are being arrested, if not yearly, if not daily, yearly, for just having their opinion online. Right? It's the same thing. Now, America did so. Yes, for countries where I know we talk. And Snowden is still hiding somewhere in Russia. It is like that everywhere. Every society comes with its own peculiar problem. So we should stop saying, "Oh, our own," just because it's not somebody go thief 1 naira. But no, now the same thing everywhere. But that is, we are using that as an excuse, right? That's why I say it is not enough for us to just criticize. We have to go to take the next step and stop it, right? I said Rudolph. I disagree with Rolf when he was using military as an analogy, right? One of the most beautiful police station in Edo State. Now my brother built them. Right? I don't know, Miss Abu. I don't know, Miss Abu. Can't police station say come do this person this because in my papa nine, my people nine build this thing. And you know go work like that, right? But I can come to Rudolph show, right? If na me get them, right? I go say write rubbish about this person. And it go happen. Talking about the established institution, the difference between the act of journalism and act of the military. We are begging people, right, to join the military because now the only thing that we collectively sanction to carry out a specific job, right? If they no one do I no go fit go meet I no go fit go meet any other person. I can't just go and put up a military camp, right, just because I disagree with what the Nigerian military are doing. Or no, but in journalism, I can do that. If I don't like where NTS do it, I don't like where RS is doing, I can set up my own. And it's accepted. So it's two different things. That's why I say journalism, just like Dr. Dameji said earlier on, a good newspaper is in society talking to themselves. And I'll keep asking, do we need to be paid for us to talk to ourselves? It's that simple. If our eyes stop today, all the media house for Nigeria stop, guess what? Nigeria will still keep talking. The problem here is that the authority don't like what we are talking about, don't want to hear what we are talking about. They want to control us. That's why they sanction all these people to make sure that anything that is coming from them is the real thing. And if we criticize them, they will tell us, can you do it? Is it hard? My brother, now talk doesn't mean you talk. Oh. Again, what the Abatis and the Rufais and the Candice Owens are doing, they are pundits. Now, the same thing me and you, they do for here. In other words, whatever you say here can be heard against you. It can be heard against you because you are not saying what you see that everybody see out there. You are adding your own opinion to it. So there are two different things entirely. We should be very careful how we put all these people into a factor where we do it, because it is about just to talk. How much does it cost us to come here to talk? This is what journalism is about. Now, when you want to put your own opinion, you want garnish them, then it comes with a different terrain entirely. It comes with different expenses. So we should stop joining them together. Then the idea that we should protect source. Dr. Dameji, I agree with you. We have to protect our source, but we also need to differentiate this source, right? If I come up for here, go to Thursday show, just from this show, begin insult everybody, all the. Of course, the person who I tell, he will find a way to protect me, because he said, no, I had small soup, I have no salt to waiting show talk. So he will come for my head. But if I repeat exactly what he should talk for here, I don't have to hide. Nobody need to protect me as a source. So this is now, as I said, we educated people, we over them. Because now the way they take brainwashers be that, right? If we know hard name to, if we no do this, you know go make sense. No, it's just Nigerians talking, right? Who will get more credible? Make people from Borno State sit down, they talk about what happened to them, or people where they arise. But because we are so brainwashed, we go say now they arrest people, now be the right thing. But the people where they go through the experience, we discredit them. Show is worried about our journalists not being recognized outside. No, but then they pay them, then they pay the process. Why they go recognize them? You are telling them to, you are dictating to them how to spend their money. Imagine that kind of thing. If journalists are running away from Nigeria, how's those journalists who then they work for? It's very important. Who then they work for? Because if you go wiki brief chat, you see exactly what wiki talk. I said he will come after you. But if you not twist them in a way, right? Maybe because you want to use English, take garnish or you want to use one adage, then it's subject to interpretation by anybody.
Okay, Ovi, I have to go. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank those that supported us. But before then, let me just say that hold on. This conversation is really very important, and I don't want a lot of things hanging. In America here, Ovi, this is for you. Local news, they are shutting down everywhere in America. And they were seeing the consequences of that. We have corruption expanding in local governments across America because there's nobody watching what your councilor is doing, what the mayor is doing. That's a result of media not doing the job they were doing before. Oh, no, for you to respond, Ovie, don't respond.
No, I disagree.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, we can go to the next one and you can continue the conversation.
Yeah.
Sure, the executive producer. I have something for you. So we have Michael coming here today, and he said to Precious that he would like to support the show. How can he donate to the platform? Precious said, I don't need support. We've been asking for support on this platform. We actually welcome it. So are you not doing your job? Why is it that people they want to donate to the platform?
But why should people pay for your opinion though? It's just opinion. You know, we're not doing journalism again. Our opinion we share. So why should people pay for our opinion?
No, wait, Okay, calm down. We're talking about
Rudolph, I'm surprised. Hold on. Somebody said he wants to support Precious, whatever, yeah?
Yeah.
And is asking this platform to support somebody else's platform.
No. Precious was there, and he wanted to support Precious. How do we support you?
Okay, no. The question I'm asking now, like, has he supported this channel?
No, that's not. That's not.
No, hold on now, because hold on, wait first now, because this is like oversabidu now.
We're not. We don't have time.
You cannot come to somebody's house and be asking to feed somebody's house.
I'm showing you that. That's not what I'm doing. I'm talking to my executive producer. What is he doing wrong? Because it's his job to get people to ask us, how do we support this platform? But
so let me tell you, let me tell you what we're doing wrong. It's very simple. Let's find a female that looks like Precious.
That's fine. That's fine.
You are the problem. The owner of the channel, you
are the problem.
Look in the mirror. Now you be the wahala.
You want to corrupt our Rudolph. You want to corrupt him, Abi. He's doing the job, but you don't need Ibrahim. Leave him alone for us.
Listen to the two names, Rudolph, Precious. William, Precious, Rudolph, Precious. I don't want to give my money now.
So you are dangerous.
That's my question. That's it. All right. Let me thank the people that supported us. This guy didn't like me at all. At a point he has to donate to make sure that his voice is heard. Thank you so much for what you said.
I'm sure you know who that is.
I don't know.
Canadian dollars. So it's Canadian dollars, and it's a random figure.
Yeah. But I don't know the person, but I thank
you know.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Oscar Blackstone, thank you.
Oscar Blackstone.
Blackburn, thank you. Ibo Basics, thank you. Alexander Gomez, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Gomez, thank you. Sometimes we forget to mention Ade, thank you. The people that did Zelle, yesterday we had a Zelle donation from Benson. We thank you, Benson. And I have a friend. I don't know if he wants me to mention it here, but I think since I'm mentioning them, I should. He's a friend of mine here in New York. Every month he donates $10 through Zelle every month. And these things are helpful. Like we said, Precious talked about wanting to hire more people, have people do a lot of things for you, people you pay, equipment and stuff like that. costs money. There's no place that you can start a media house that doesn't cost money. So we appreciate those that support us. If our executive producer does his job very well, people will come here and be telling us how do we support instead of
let's change the presenter.
So this is the internal fight, internal wrangling. I am blaming the people. This is ABC all over again.
I have a solution. You are from Anambra, right? You are from Anambra.
Yeah.
The AAC candidate for governorship.
Oh yes.
That's our person.
We have to bring her as a co-host. You know, we're looking for co-hosts for 90 Minutes Africa.
Brother, if she start to present, you'll be making $2,000 every Saturday. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You don't know the babe.
We talk off air.
Google AAC Anambra.
As a Google, somebody want to take my job. You are begging me.
Okay. Since I didn't work out very well, I don't think you will. Jonaba. So we're looking.
Sure. I won't go irresponsible. Now you are working against me on the background. You.
Jonaba, say hello before we go.
Thank you. I just saw you hanging on, and I was surprised that the ladies rejected Michael's money. Why?
I'm begging for it. So if you know how we can make it.
But why did he? What do you think? Like, I want to support your channel, and she said, no, I don't need support.
She gave the reason.
Mm-hmm. She gave her
reason. She said she wants to remain independent. Mm-hmm. She said she doesn't want anyone to tell her what to do, what to report, how to. She said she wants to be independent. She doesn't want money from anyone.
Story that.
So how did she raise her money?
Exactly.
She said she does a lot of private jobs. She listed all the things she does privately.
Yeah.
So, she's a big girl. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Unlike people.
So the money you want to give her, give us.
But how much are we giving? How much is she being offered though?
Bring the one that will be permanent, that we see every Saturday or every Sunday here, that will be seen, and it must be 40, it will be less than 40. If it's more than 50, in my age, we don't do that.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Show. It's been wonderful hanging out here today. Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Loco P. Thank you, everybody that joined us. Those that watched at home, we appreciate all of you, and those on the comment section. And for our production team, people like Ngozeka, ABK, and Allah. I don't tend to mention their names, but it's very important that they can take credits for what they do behind the scene to make this all work out. Thank you again, everybody. I will see you next Saturday. And of course, KJ is going to be on if he's not on already, for those who want to continue the conversation. Thank you again, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.
Uh-huh.